So we're the new kids in town. Breaking walls, blowing bridges, and leaving rubble like a wrecking ball. Go ahead, call us outlaws. Cause we tear the roof off. Yeah. Better get your umbrella, cause this wind's gonna kill ya. Better run for some shelter, cause we're blowing down this house. We are a hurricane. I'm blowing in and we're taking it. Bring in the soul, here we go. Put your hands up, cause we are a hurricane. We are a hurricane. Better get your umbrella, cause this wind's gonna kill ya. There's no stopping us now, we'll blow down this house, yeah. We are a hurricane. I'm blowing in and we're taking it. Bring in the soul, here we go. Put your hands up.
All right, good morning and welcome back to the Slalom Lake. This is day 4 of the 82nd Good Water Ski Nationals. I'm Zane Nicholson, your announcer, and we are here on the Slalom Lake getting ready to roll into this Men's 1 Slalom event. Got a jam-packed day full of slalom. We saw 77 ski rides yesterday with a few runoffs, and again today we've got 77 more ski rides today, so looking forward to having you guys join us as we get through the slalom event. Like I said, we're getting ready to start off here with Men's 1. So you see a little bit of movement down there at the dock. We should get these skiers on the water here momentarily in about 10 to 15 minutes. Conditions are pretty good. We got a little bit of wind blowing towards the dock, so it'll be a headwind off the dock for these skiers. And I'm expecting big scores out of these boys today. Lake Jones, your top seed, I know can put out a big score there, so we'll be looking forward to seeing these guys go. So we have a couple minutes, so we'll hit a quick commercial break, but when we get back, we will be on our way with Men's 1 Slalom here at the 82nd Good Water Ski Nationals.
Lago, South Florida's most anticipated water sports community. 5 lakes, 4 slalom courses, year-round skiing. Homes now under construction. Where you want to live. Visit Pentalago.com.
Experience the sport's evolution at USA Waterski and Wake Sports Foundation Hall of Fame in Central Florida's Polk County. From the pioneers of the sport to the stars of today, all 9 disciplines are honored. It's the most comprehensive and fun-filled tribute to the people and the sport we love. Located inside the Central Florida Visitor Information Center in Davenport, Florida, the Hall of Fame is open 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. 7 days a week.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
See you in Vienna.
All right, we are back. We are on the slalom lake. This is men's one slalom. We're getting ready to get rolling here. I think we got a couple of minutes before we get going. And this webcast is brought to you by Penalago while we're waiting to get that boat up on the water. Got to get a simulation pass. It looks like it is coming down the lake, running a simulation pass, and we will be underway with day 4 here at the 82nd Goode Water Ski Nationals. There's a check. If we see the schedule there to the left of the screen, we've got women's 1 slalom after this men's 1 slalom event. Then we're going to roll into some men's 2 slalom, which we've got quite a few skiers in that one, 24 to be exact. Pretty stacked men's 2 field. Got a little open women's, open men's, finishing the day up with Masters women and Masters men. So jam-packed day, full of slalom. Looking forward to it. I'm Zane Nicholson. I am your announcer today. So be sure to hop in the live chat. Let us know who you're rooting for, where you're skiing from, etc., etc. So we already got a couple people in the chat. We see Matthew Leach. I don't know why he's watching the webcast. He needs to be down there stretching. He is second skier off the dock, but you see him down there. He's actually getting ready. That's Matthew on the dock with those Boosie shorts he's got on. Got to stop there at Buc-ee's. So the Texas boy getting ready. But right now it looks like we've got our first skier on the water getting in. This is going to be Ethan Mortimer.
Ethan Mortimer, 30 miles an hour, 15 off. 30, 15.
Affirming, Ethan Mortimer, 30 minus 15 off.
All right, so I'm just being told that Ethan is one of the instructors at Bennett's right now. Thank you, Tony Lightfoot, for that little piece of information. And we'll get him on the water. We'll have to see what that start speed is. But right now, your first skier of the day, Ethan Mortimer. This looks like it's 15 off, so see as we bring him in here. And we are underway with this slalom event today. All right, Ethan looking good as he's making his way down the lake on pass number 1. And there you go. That's a full 6 buoys on that opening pass for Ethan.
Are you on channel 2?
Yes, I'm on channel 2.
I'm talking to Zane.
Zane, hold the button down for a second, and then speak, and then hold it for another second.
I'm on channel 2. Switch to channel 1.
All right, so we just saw that replay there for Ethan Mortimer. That was 30 mile an hour, 15 off. So we're going to speed that boat up to 32 miles an hour. So the max speed for this men's one slalom event is 36 miles an hour or 58K. So we're on our way to that max speed. But right now this is 32 miles an hour for Ethan Mortimer. Again, like I said, he's been working at Bennett, so let's see if that'll help him out here as we roll in. Pass number 2 here for Ethan. Looking nice and strong as we're making our way halfway down the course. A little bit late out of 3 ball. Nice turn there on a 4 to get him over to 5, and looks like he's got another pass in the bags. That's 32 miles an hour, 15 off, so we'll drop him down there, speed that boat up again to the old man speed, 34 miles an hour. So he's got one more pass to run before we get to this max speed of these men's one slalom skiers. Take a look here at their replay. Nice pull here from Ethan going to 2 ball. You see how he gets nice and wide there. Well, let's see what happened to him a little bit here at 3. Kind of chicken winging that reach, not really getting that arm fully extended and not allowing him to make the turn there at 3 ball, but still managing that pass pretty good. And he will get to have a crack at 34 miles an hour. All right, and as we look at the chat, we got another person in, Turbo Goose. Yes, we are ready for another day. I love talking slalom. Glad you guys are tuning in with us. But right now, your skier is Ethan Mortimer. This is 34 miles an hour. So let's see what Ethan's got as he's a little bit late out of 2 ball. Now you see that ski kind of, oh my gosh, and sticking the tip, and that ski went flying. I hope he's okay. All right, we got to wave that he's all right. Maybe we can take a look at the replay, see what happened. That ski flew way past him towards the shore. There he goes. I think he's starting to find it. And we're going to have the boat go back and check him out. Let's take a look at this replay. That was a pretty violent fall there for our first skier in this men's one slalom event. So you see, not fully extending that reaching arm, which is kind of getting pulled by the boat the entire time down the lake. So there you see kind of getting dropped in the back seat, not getting fully extended. And then here off the wake sticks that tip. Oh, my gosh, that I'm glad he's okay. That ski went flying. So glad he's okay. We got a wave. I think the boat is still checking on him just to make sure that he's fine. He's swimming around. Looks like he's doing okay. So glad to see that Ethan is doing fine, but, man, that was a tough crash there for our first skier in this men's one slalom event.
Yeah, I'm capped out at like 1,200 feet before I start losing connection. Yeah. Sorry. No one's doing me, and I can try to do it, so.
All right, as we take a look here, we have got, you see our stands up here. You got Tony Lightfoot over there getting ready to go live on Lake One here in just a little bit with the tricks. He's been on the call of tricks all week long, and it is quite entertaining to listen to him call. I've seen some huge trick scores just sitting here watching off his TV a little bit in the announcer's booth. Be sure to hop over to Lake 3-2. We're going to get rolling with some jump today, straight into jump. And we take a look there at that TWBC trailer. You got Connor Pauly back there on the ones and twos, flopping through these camera angles for us. So shout out Connor Pauly for all the help in the trailer. And now we are getting a look at the start dock. So we had to take that boat, took a pause, and went and checked on our first skier, Ethan Mortimer. Took a bit of a stack going to 4-ball at 34 miles an hour. So glad that he is okay. But he's also your leader right now. 3 at 34 miles an hour. So he has set the benchmark for all of these other skiers. And we are moving along and grabbing our next competitor on the water. This is a Texas man skiing over there at San Marcos Ski Ranch. I know they will be the host of the Collegiate Nationals. So you have a bunch of these guys in this event. I do believe you will be seeing competing at that Collegiate Nationals event later this year in October. But right now, we've got Matthew Leach on the water, the Texas man himself. Big shout out to Matthew. He is a new member that works at USA Water Ski. So when you got problems and you call up and need some help, this guy is the man to call. Super helpful. But let's see what he's got here. This is 15 off for Matthew Leach. Looking pretty good here as he makes his way through this opening pass. A little bit separated going to 4, but nothing too major, and giving us a little bit of steez around 6-ball with that reverse hand drag. You know what they say, Tony? It ain't easy being steezy, but Matthew making it look good out there on the water. So we will check the replay here for Matthew Leach. Looks like we got in the chat. We've got somebody cheering on Matthew, Texas Leach. I assume that's probably mom or dad. So shout out to them in the chat. Glad you're able to watch Matthew out here ripping it up this morning. Really good here. Now watching to 4, he does get a bit separated right there. So he kind of starts running with the boat a little bit, but managing his speed really well. And getting to come back in for pass number 2.
I think it'd be kind of cool to chase one of those more ones with it. Oh. No, they're all in. Want to get that close? Yeah, I wouldn't go through it. I wouldn't do it. I don't know if it's that strong. Like the wire management you have on the right one. Yeah, it's sloppy. Just enough to not trip.
All right, here we go. Matthew Leach, pass number 2. Looking good as he's rolling through 1. Really attacking this pass now. I think maybe he took it a little easy on pass number 1. As we see him rocking there to 5-ball and over to 6, and again, another reverse hand drag. Now, I'm going to tell you guys, I only give you 1 pass. So you get 1 reverse hand drag of looking steezy. Then after that, let's get to work. But Matthew Leach looking good out here on the water, looking nice and comfortable. So do believe that was 34 miles an hour, 15 off. So we'll have to see what Matthew does. Does he speed the boat up, or does he go to 36 miles an hour, that max speed for the men's 1 event, or does he shorten the rope and try 22 off, 34 miles an hour, and then speed the boat up? We'll have to see. And there you go. He has elected to not speed the boat up, but shorten the rope. Running 34 miles an hour, 22 off. I think that's a smart decision there for Matthew. I think 36 miles an hour, 15 off is a very tough pass. I would think 34, 22 would be a little bit better for your rhythm, and then speed the boat up to 36 miles an hour. All right, let's see what he's got. Matthew Leach, this is 22 off, 34 miles an hour.
Are you guys subscribed to the channel?
All right, leaves his hands away from him as he turns in for the gate. We'll see if that gets him over here at 2. A little bit of a slow turn because of it. But getting down this pass a little bit behind as he gets to 5. Going to have to work to 6. Gets his ski outside of it, and very good skiing there for Matthew Leach. That is 22 off at 34, so I believe we will speed the boat up here. He's your first skier to shorten the rope today. All right, we see on the replay right there, a bit separated across the wake, so he is now getting kind of towed down the lake. Really needs to bring that hand back to that outside hip at the finish of the turn. That would help get him back connected. But managing well, you had to see he really had to work to get outside of 6, but throws the ski, gets outside of it, so good skiing there for Matthew Leach. All right, here we go. Matthew Leach coming in. This is, I do believe, 36 miles an hour, 22 off. So this is the max speed for these boys' 6 competitors today. Let's see what he's got as he rolls in here. Round of 1, a little bit late out of 1. Can he get outside of 2? Pulls outside of 2, and that is going to be a 2 buoy count. And 22 off, 36 miles an hour for Matthew Leach.
When you get back, I'll show you those videos. Yeah, they're raw, so they're. You made one huge one, or you cut them up? I have 2. One's like.
All right, you see right there, Matthew leaves his hands away from him as he turns in for the gate, so gets a bit separated and then just kind of getting towed down the lake. But still, glad to see Matthew here. He is one of your USA Water Ski Service members, so super glad to see him make it out to the Nationals. Not only just working for USA Water Ski, but also skiing in USA Water Ski. So great to have Matthew Leach here today. And we will keep rolling with this men's 1 slalom event.
We got Zachary, 22 off, 34, 22, 34.
Zachary, 34 miles an hour, 22 off.
30. All right, our next skier on the water, Zachary Bruni. Sounds like he's going to be coming in 34 miles an hour, 22 off, so getting right into things, starting at that shorter line length. We will see what we've got here for Zachary coming in, pass number 1. Nice looking turn there on 1 ball. He is really attacking this pass. Not nervous at all, not letting the U.S. Nationals get to him. And there you go, making easy work of that first pass. 34 miles an hour, 22 off for Zachary Bruni. All right, Zachary, a skier out of Ohio, so skis in that Midwest region. So we take a look here at the replay. You see him slam that turn on 1. Now he's nice and early off of 2. Look at how he backsides the buoys. So if we take a look here at scores for Zachary, looks like he's got several scores into 32 off. So I know he'll be trying to do that here. Looks like he ran 2 at 32 off at the Midwest Regionals. So we'd like to see him get a little bit more than that and maybe get a season's best or a PB today. Get him through that 32 off pass. right, here we go. Zachary Bruni, 36 miles an hour, 22 off. So nice one. Gets a round 2. So he is your new leader right there. But he's not even worried about that. I think he's worried about getting through this 22 off pass. He's late going to 6 ball and inside of 6. So I don't think he'll be super stoked with that score, but that will put him into the lead with 5 at 22 off. Let's take a look here at the replay, see what happened to Zachary here. Swung his feet a little quick into 1, so you see the ski kind of pushing back on him there a little bit, but still nice looking turn there at 2. See, kind of let his hands get away from him. That ski keeps pushing back on him on that 135 side over there. And, yeah, he's pretty late getting pushed down the lake by that tailwind and not able to get outside of 6. So he is your new leader. And we will grab our next skier, who should be Aiden Melton. All right, and Aiden skiing out of South Carolina. All right, it sounds like Aiden also starting at that 34 miles an hour, 22 off pass. Got several scores into 32 off, so we'll be looking to get there today. We've got 3 skiers in, and our lead so far is 5 at 22 off. All right, here we go. Aiden Melton coming in, riding that Syndicate water ski. Looking good as we're making his way through this 34 mile an hour, 22 off pass. All right, we see the replay here for Aiden. Big 1 ball here, looking nice and strong. And yeah, you see these last 2 skiers on their opening pass have just come and attacked that starting pass. So really nice. I know there's a headwind kind of blowing down the lake, so you kind of got to get to work a little bit early here. But Aiden Melton looking good on pass number 1. All right, Aiden Melton on the water. This is 36 miles an hour, 22 off. The lead is 5, so he's got to run this pass if he wants to take the lead, but I think he is more worried about getting to that 32 off pass. Nice looking one there as we're rolling in 36. Yeah, looking good. Got that ski moving down the lake. And there you go. I believe he is going to get through this 22 off pass, and there you go. That's your first skier of the day. Going to shorten it up to that 14 meters or 28 off line length. We look here, watch his 1 ball. He really gets a good gait, rolls his feet up under the line, and here we go, gets a nice big attack. And there you go, just backsides 2, and now he is on top of this pass. Just managing his speed at this point in time.
Yeah, we came back at 34 again. Sorry, we're going to have a reride.
So we talked about that accident.
Is that a rerun?
Yes, they pulled it back in at 34 instead of going up to 36. Rewrite.
Oh, these are six and no path. Okay, we're gonna go back to the other actually have one just like this again. It flew off while I was driving the boat, and it sank so fast.
All right, Aiden Melton coming in. This is
I like the ones that say radar more anyway.
28 off. Oh, no, correction. I'm sorry. I just got told this is a reride for the skiers, so they forgot to speed the boat up. So a little bit of drama here in men's one. Ran 34 miles an hour, 22 off. Came back, thought it was 36 miles an hour. Crushed that pass, but indeed the boat did not speed up, so he ran another 34. So we had to take him back down the lake, make that correction on the boat, get the boat up to that max speed for these men's 1, boys 6 competitors.
I love Trent's my coach back home.
So we drop Aiden off here. We'll speed the boat up and let that water settle out and bring him back in for 36 miles an hour, 22 off.
From what I've heard, I mean, I haven't asked him directly, but from what I've heard, he's going to go become a charter boat captain somewhere in Florida. Change his face. I don't know if Brooks actually skis either. I don't think he does. Yeah, but his brother was the big skier. His brother was Casey. He's at almost every pro event.
All right, here we go. Aiden Melton coming in. So we have sped the boat up. This is 36 miles an hour, 22 off. Rolling in on the gate a little heavy there as he turns in, but nice one ball, attacking one just like he did that second pass. And here we go. It looks about the same as the last one as we get through it. And there you go. He's through 22 off, 36 miles an hour. So great skiing out of Aiden. Having a little bit of controversy come up there, but not letting it bother him. Getting through that pass as we take a look here, watch him. He rolls in on the gate and really attacking this start. Backside in one ball. Unloading a little bit quick there into 2, but not letting it bother him at all. And now, as a lefty, he's got his rhythm going and looking good out there on the water. So we will shorten the rope up. He is your new leader, and we will get him coming back in at 28 off on this next pass.
Coming back 28.
Mermaid coming back in at 28 off.
All right, this is 28 off. This is your new leader. See what he can do. He's got a bunch of scores into 32 off, so I know Aiden right here out of South Carolina is thinking about running this pass. Has got a bit of a headwind. See what he can do. Gets a nice start there on 1. A little bit of a quick unload into 2, but still looking good around 3. Okay, see there, he's narrow at 4. Can he get outside of 5? He does, and pulling long to 6. Throws the ski. I believe he got outside of it. We'll have to wait and see what the judges gave him there. But we are going to unofficially call it 6 at 28 off. Let's take a look here at the replay. So watch. Does a really good job here at the gate. Rolls through. Lets his hands go right there. Nice job. Now watch. He unloads really fast into 2, and it's not going to catch him too bad there. But when he does it at 4 ball, he's going to become really narrow. So watch right here. He lets go, and he is way too early. Barely makes it outside of 4, but still does a good job, doesn't let that narrow 4-ball bother him, and pulls really hard, throws that ski outside of 6, and he will be your first skier of the day into 32 off. So he's got a best score this season of 5 at 32. I don't know if that is a PB. I'm going to assume that is. So we'd love to see him get down this 32 off pass, get to that PB territory. I'd really love to see him run it. I bet you he'd be pretty stoked with that. All right, let's see what Aiden's got here. 32 off. A little heavy there on the gate with a little slack when he turned in. Oh, big turn out of 1. Can he get outside of 2? And unable to get outside of 2, so that will be your new lead. 1 at 32 off for Aiden Melton. Here he's heavy at the gate with some slack. Now when he comes into 1, he unloads kind of heavy. Dropping that shoulder, not bringing that handle back to his outside hip, so not able to get in a very good strong position to pull to 2 and not able to make it outside it, but still good ski in there. Here's your new leader, Aiden Melton out of South Carolina. And we are going to drop him off and grab our next competitor. Our next competitor out of Minnesota. He's been helping with the TWBC broadcast all week long. Been calling a little bit of slalom. Was on the call on jump yesterday. Will be on the call on jump for the rest of the week. This is going to be none other than Ryan Schipper. All right, Ryan Schipper on the water. This is 28 off. So I know Ryan coming off of an ankle injury that he sustained in the college season. He just graduated with his master's from the University of Louisiana, Monroe. So go Warhawks. I enjoyed having him on the team there at ULM. He is a huge help, a huge part of the ski team and rebuilding that team back up to where we were at. And there we go. We get a fist bump from the guy. I think he was excited to make it through that opener. So we're right into it. He's now going to have a chance to challenge for the lead by running that pass. We'll shorten the rope up to 32 off, but take a look at Ryan here on the replay. Really strong-looking skiing out of the Minnesotan. And looks good there as we round 4 over to 5. Ryan comes from a line of Schipper brothers that are all great skiers. His brother Brandon, really known in that open men's jump event. And there you go. You see Ryan happy that he ran his opening pass. So we're going to shorten that rope up, go to 32 off, and give him a chance to challenge for the lead. All right, we got the TWBC crew hovered around me here to watch Ryan ski. This is 32 off, looking to take this one down, take the lead as he rounds 1. So there's a tie for the lead. He is now your new leader, but he is looking for more to set this bar out to keep his name on top of the leaderboard. Oh, no, and looking like he might have pre-released there. I couldn't really see it, and I bet you he's going to be a bit frustrated with that. 4.5, but there you go. You see a smile. Ryan, one of those skiers that's always got a smile on his face as he swims over and grabs his ski. But that will be 3.5 at 32 off. Your new leader, Ryan Schipper. We take a look at what happened here to Ryan. I thought he had a real good start here on 1. Makes a real good play here on 2 as well. Let's see where it goes. You see how he broke at the waist there, lets his hands get a bit away from him so he gets tripped up by the wakes. And here he just pushes, and I don't know. I don't know if he pre-released or if he blew the tail. I couldn't really see through the spray there, but going down a bit early. I know Ryan fully capable of taking that pass down, running 35 off as well. So I know that's what he had planned for this morning.
Troy, 34 minus 22, 34, 22.
All right.
Troy, 34 minus 22.
Okay, well, with that score there from Ryan Schipper, 3.5 at 32 off, we will move right along to our next skier in this men's 1 slalom event. This is Troy Richmond. Let's see what Troy's got for us as we get him on the water for this 34-mile-an-hour, 22 off pass. All right, looking good as we make our way around 4 over to 5, and nice looking opening pass there for Troy. All right, so Troy, a skier out of California, not having to make a very far trek to get here to the Nationals here in Bakersfield, California, but looking good here on this opening pass. Again, that was 34 miles an hour, 22 off, so we will get that boat sped up to this max speed as we take a look at the scores here for Troy. Looks like he's got a season's best of 1.5 at 35 off, so that would be enough to take the lead if we could get there. The rest of his scores are right there around 4 at 32 off, so going to need every bit of that if he wants to take the lead from your previous skier, Ryan Schipper. But making light work of that opening pass.
Yeah, while you were down there, Ben said something on the radio about delayed start for jumps. So I don't know how long they'll be sitting here, but they're not starting.
All right, here we go. Troy Richmond. This is pass number 2. This is 36 miles an hour. Keeps those hands nice and low at the gate. That's awesome. Love to see that. Really get him here at 2 and make him attack 2 ball. And nice job with that start of that pass. So we see Troy Richmond just attacking nice and early into 5, waiting on 6. And great skiing there out of the boy out of California. Crushing it out there today. So we're going to get another skier to shorten that rope up. And we'll take a look at 28 off. As you see, keeps those hands really low at the gate, which keeps the rope nice and tight. Gives him something to turn in on. Really good looking start here for this skier. And, yeah, just on top of this pass, you see how much space he creates by pointing his body, pointing that ski tip where he wants it to go, and getting it out there so it wants to dive back in on him. And great skiing. I mean, this will look really good. You can tell he runs 28 off, runs 32 off. We'll have to see if he can get that today.
I did a full circle.
All right, here we go, 28 off. This is Troy Richmond. And looking good off at 2. See, he creates a ton of space with that cross-course angle. Got up the handle a little bit early into 4, caused him to be a bit narrow, but not letting it bother him there. And now he's going to have a chance to challenge for the lead as we get him through 28 off. And we will be bringing him back in, 32 off. Let's take a look here at the replay. Again, I really like this gate out of Troy. I think he does a great job on the way he stands up and glides, where he's standing on the ski, and that makes 1 and 2 really nice, which then gets him set up for the pass. So let's see here. Little bit of a hitch off a 2-ball, but nothing too bad. But coming into 4, you see he brings that hand to the inside hip off a 3, which causes him to check up, and then he was a bit late narrow to 4. That's all just from where those hands come off the backside of 3-ball. But then gets the hands to the right spot there at 5, and much better look into 6-ball.
It'd be tricky because I can't change the settings like mid-video, so it'd have to be 2 separate videos, or I'd have to find like the perfect balance of exposure where it'll work staring straight into the sun and then on the lakes. That's the other downside to my drone for the Vincent is I don't have, like the actual camera doesn't have as much.
All right, here we go. This is 32 off. This is Troy Richmond out of California trying to take the lead from Ryan Schipper at 3.5 at 32 off. A little bit slow off of 1. Shoots his feet really quick at 2, and that's all she wrote there. So that will put him into second place. As we take a look here at this replay, again, I thought he was a little bit narrow at the gate there, but you see he starts shooting that ski in front of him, causing him to have that hitch off of 1, and then here, see how fast he dumps his hands and lets the feet shoot, so that doesn't keep control of the line. He has slack on the backside of it and causing him not to get outside a 3-ball. So not quite enough to take the lead. Still good skiing from our skier out of California, and we are moving along in this men's 1 slalom event. We're almost halfway through this event already.
Confirming Mason Letcher, 34 minus 28.
You okay?
All right, we are moving right along through this men's 1 slalom event, and we have got our next skier up on the water. This is Mason Letcher, and this is 34 miles an hour, 28 off. So the first skier that we're seeing starting here at 34.28, but looking pretty smooth. Oh, he's a little narrow into 2, a little shaky there. Can he get through this pass? A little late into 6, but gets through that pass. Maybe we're seeing a little bit of those national jitters getting him there.
Thank you.
But he manages it well, and we get to speed the boat up to that max speed. Let's take a look at this replay. So you see he's a bit disconnected there, which is not causing him to get out as wide as he would like to be at the buoy. So he's a little bit tight there on 2. But there we go. We made it through 34 miles an hour there for Mason Letcher. Try to pull up some scores here for Mason from this season. All right, but this should be 36 miles an hour. 28 off here for Mason. All right, let's see what Mason's got here at this max speed. Gets a little bit more connected out of 1.0 and goes down off of 1 ball. So I believe that will be an early fall there for Mason. Not quite what he was looking for today. Take a look here at the replay. rolls in pretty good at the gate, but when he goes to shoot, he is still pretty narrow. Needs to keep those hands closer to his hips as he lets the ski roll out from under him. That way he'll gain his space that he's looking for. He won't feel so narrow, won't feel like he's got to drop his shoulder there at that turn. And we are moving through here. That was your 7th skier of the day. We got 70 more ski rides to go, so looking forward to a huge day of slalom.
Got Tyler 22 off. Hold on. 22 off, 34. 22 off, 34.
Terminating Tyler Schmid. 34 miles an hour, minus 22.
All right, we are moving right along to our next skier in this men's 1 slalom event. This is Tyler Schmid. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I believe his dad yesterday tied for first in the men's 4 slalom event at the end of the day, had a runoff at the end of the day, and came home with a silver medal. So we'll see if Tyler can add to that with a good score here today, and looking good there as we make our way through that opening pass. All right, and that was 34 miles an hour, 22 off as we take a look here at this replay. So you see him get disconnected right there into 3. So now we're going to start running with the boat, and that's why that ski bounced on him really bad right there going to 4. Just that's where the hands are. You see they're getting disconnected, so he kind of makes a C with his upper body. If he would pull those elbows nice and into his life jacket, keep them squeezed to the life jacket nice and tight, he would stay in a more stacked, upright, tall position and would get the ski to go out. But again, managing it, that was 34 miles an hour, so I expect him to be able to attack this pass a little bit more with it being 36. All right, here we go. 22 off, 36 miles an hour for Tyler. Rolling in, pretty heavy load in on the gate, but looks good off of 1. Now he's rocking and rolling through 2, swings his feet to 3. Here we go, looking pretty good here at this 36 mile an hour pass. So there you go, getting through it. All right, here we go. We see Tyler rolling. See, so he was a bit heavy on that gate load in. And you see that separation that we were talking about on pass number 1 still kind of getting him. So that'll be something to watch as we shorten the rope to see if he can keep up on top of the pass. As his hands get away from him, you start to run with the boat, start getting pulled down course. You see he kind of is a little down course here into 5, still managing well and getting through it. So now we're going to shorten the rope up. It'll be 28 off. This will get a little push from the boat that'll start helping him get a little faster across course. I'm Zane Nicholson. I'm your announcer today on Lake 2. We are rolling along through. This is boys 6, a.k.a. men's 1 slalom today. So got some good scores already. Got Ryan Schipper in the leads. Take a look at the schedule. After this men's 1 slalom event, we are going to roll right along into women's 1 slalom. So tons of good slalom today. As we take a look, this 28 off. This is Tyler Schmid coming in. Gets around 2. Nice turn off of 2. See if he can get through this pass. Looking pretty good. Now, this 28 off pass was probably the best pass that we've seen him do so far. All right, and guys, if you are watching on this lake, it might be worth your time to pop over to Lake 1. We just saw Brandon Schipper in the men's 2 trick event try a backflip on 2 trick skis. He has landed that before, so it has been done, but throwing that backflip on 2 trick skis on the trick lake. But right now we're in slalom on Lake 2, and this is Tyler Schmid. This is 28 off. We just saw him get through it as he's rounding 5 ball here on the replay. So he's going to get to shorten the rope up to 32, and we're going to see if he can take a stab at taking this lead away from Ryan Schipper. So I take a look here for Tyler. Looks like he's got a season's best here of 4 at 35 off. So fully capable of running that 32 off pass. Let's see what he's got here. All right, so I'm just getting word that Tyler, just a fresh graduate from San Diego State University on that water ski team. So looking good. A little narrow here at the gate. Let's see if he can manage it on one. Pretty good 1 ball there. Gets a good 2. You can tell he runs this pass because he's taking it down course but not bothering him. Now he got a little separated there at 4. See the ski bounce. Can he get over to 6? Big pull. Yes, he does. And there you go. Tyler Schmid, your first skier of the day through 32 off, or 43 feet on that tow line. So you see, he loses a little bit of the width here, so he's kind of narrow as he comes in, but he slammed 1 ball right here. Really getting him on top of it. Now, you see there that ski shooting, and he's narrow at 2. That's from the gate, but manages it well. See him break at the waist there. That's because those hands are separated, and here they're getting further away. That's why that ski started to bounce on him right there. So, again, I would like to see Tyler really think about getting his hands into his body and keeping them nice and tight as he's making his edge change, but make his way through that 32 off pass. All right, here we go. 35 off, first skier of the day. Going to need to get wide at the gate. Get really good rotation so he can get a good start. Let's see. Pretty good start here, I think. Gets outside of 1. Can he get a play on 2? Nice looking 2 ball there. Look at him go around 3. Now he's going to be running with the boat. Oh, and unloads. And we'll see. That's just a product of them getting separated. He got unloaded, and that ski does not like it when you unload it really hard. So when you're on a pulling edge, you go from a pull straight to an edge change. Ski's not liking it, especially as we get shorter line lengths. The rope we get more pressure to the ski. But look here, really good start there. You see that ski kind of pushing on him. That's just him unloading it a little bit heavy, but right here slams that turn. Now watch him there. See how his hands get away from him. That's causing him to load. Now watch right here. He unloads and lets go, and that pops the ski out of the water. So if it kept both hands on the handle, the ski would have stayed in the water. It still would have unloaded heavy, but because he let go, that pressure completely unloads the ski, and it pops the ski completely out of the water. And good thing that he didn't really catch the tip, or, you do see some people take a pretty gnarly stack there sometimes if they let go too early as they're making that edge change, but we see him get through it. That was good skiing, though, too, out of Tyler Schmid. That's 3 at 35 off, so right there in the ballpark of what he's been running all season. So great skiing out of that skier. And we are moving along. We're into our last 10 skiers of the day. So we've got 7 more skiers to go. So Tyler putting out a pretty big score. We'll have to see if that score will hold up.
Bryan and Schipper, as we are at the 1/3 mark. He said he's the first one to almost at the 1/3 mark.
All right, we're moving right along. We've got our next skier up behind that Mastercraft Pro Star in this men's one slalom event. Should be the Nebraska skier, Samuel Weber. As we take a look here on some tournaments, looks like Sam's got a few scores into 38 off, so we're getting down to it. This should be 28 off, 36 miles an hour. So we bring Samuel Weber in past number 1, looking strong on that ski. All right, nice opening pass there, 28 off for Samuel Weber. So he ran 5 at 35 off at the Midwest Regionals a couple weeks ago, so able to really get in here and get down these line lengths, maybe take the lead away from your previous skier there, Tyler Schmid out of California.
I know. This isn't a drill. It's not a drill, Jeremy. Look, they have skis on. It's not a drill, Jeremy. Yeah, that's definitely not a woman. I don't remember the jump schedule.
All right, here we go. We've got our next skier on the water. We've got our skier on the water. This is Samuel Weber. This is 32 off. So still a warm-up pass, I believe, here for Sam, as he is crushing his way through this pass, looking good over to 5, nice and early, and waiting on 6 ball. And that's really strong skiing out of the Nebraska skier. So just ran 32, so now we're down getting ready to challenge for this lead. He is your 7th seeded skier in this event, so I'm expecting him to really get down this 35 off pass, get a good start at the gate. Look at all that space he creates going to 2 ball. And look at all that cross-course angle Sam creates there. So he's waiting on the buoy, giving himself plenty of time to make a good turn. All right, here we go. This is 35 off. This is the last line length that the handle reaches the buoys for these skiers. Samuel Weber needs to get more than 3 if he wants to straight up take the lead. See if he can get a good start here on 1. He sure does. Now making a play on 2, so he's a little down course here into 3, but looking good over to 4. Can he get to 5? Oh, and just you'll see on the replay, he brings that handle to the inside hip. At 4 ball, it has to check up there to get the hands back where they need to be to make it over to 5 and not able to reset his angle and get there. Let's take a look here at the replay. See there, he does a good job at 1. Let's see what he does with his hands here at 2 because this was a slow turn. Yeah, you see how they came to that inside hip and then he had to check up to get the hands moved. He'll do it even worse here at 4 ball. Watch the hands. Inside hip, now he has to check up, and now he's unable to get that angle set going to 5. So that's what you see a lot of times when you see that check, that safety check that people like to call that there off to the buoy. That's them bringing their hands not to that outside hip that doesn't allow the ski to go under the rope. And now the skier is getting, they have to check up to move their hands back to the other side of their body, and it causes them to lose angle and speed. So got through and did enough to get himself in the lead, but I think he might be a little bit let down with that score, but still he is at top of the leaderboard. Samuel Weber out of Nebraska, 4 at 35 off. All right, we've got that Mastercraft Pro Star back down to the star dock, and we are grabbing our next competitor in this men's slalom event. This is your 6th seeded skier, and this is William McLaughlin. Let's see what Will's got here for pass number 1. This should be 28 off. So Will skiing out of Florida. Looking really good as he rolls in. I believe he is a Florida Southern skier. So a member of that Florida Southern Moccasin team. So we should be seeing him ski later this year at the Collegiate Nationals at San Marcos River Ranch, which will take place at the beginning of October. But nice looking opening pass there for Will. Now we take a look at some scores here for Will. A couple weeks ago, he ran 2 at 38 off at the Southern Regionals up in Paducah, Kentucky. So big score out of Will. I know he'll be trying to get through that 35 off pass and put out a score for these last 5 skiers after him. All right, William McLaughlin coming in. This is 32 off. So I would say all of these competitors now will start at that 28 off pass moving forward. You might get somebody that starts at 32 if they're feeling lucky. Oh, no, and Will going down early around 2 ball. That was not what we had expected there out of Will on that second pass. All right, let's take a look at the replay. Maybe we can see what happened here to Will. A little bit narrow on the gate, but I didn't think it was too bad. Gets a good one. What happens here into 2? See those hands go away from him, which caused him to drop that shoulder. It just gets a little bit too much load on the front of the ski, unable to hang on to it. So going down a bit early in this men's 1 slalom event. So we are now down to our top 5 skiers. So you've got Samuel Weber sitting on the bubble here, 4 at 35 off. He is your leader with 5 to go. So if one of these next skiers does not surpass 4 at 35 off, Sam Weber will be the first skier of the day to secure himself a medal in this slalom event. All right, and we got a question in the chat from John Von Wald. He's asking about the different boat brands being because of sponsorship. No, what happens here at the Nationals is we do a boat draw for each event. So for slalom and jump, they'll draw boats at random, and each age group will be selected a boat, and that is what everybody skis behind. Now, in the trick event, the skiers have the option to pick which of the 3 boats they would like to ski behind. But in these slalom and jump events, everybody has the same boat, and it's just based on what draw of which boat got selected. So hopefully that answers your question there, John. But we are moving along. This is men's 1 slalom, and this is your next skier, which is Paul Wesley Cory, and this should be 28 off. And looking good here as we make our way through that opening pass. All right, we see Paul Wesley Cory coming in here, pass number 1. And all right, so that was 22 off. I just got confirmation, so we will shorten the rope up here to 28 off. See him there, not fully extending that reaching arm, which will cause him to start getting pulled from the boat. I don't know if that's just because we're at 22 off and he's taking it a little easy there to make sure he doesn't overturn, but that'll be something to watch for as we move down the line. All right, Paul Wesley Cory out of California. This is 28 off, so this is our first one-handed gate of the day, too, just so we see it's a little different than all the other skiers there. Not fully reaching there on that offside turn, but looking a lot smoother on this 28 off pass. So I don't know if he normally starts at 22 off, but looks a lot better there at 28 off, and we're looking at the scores. Looks like he's got several scores into 38 off, several 2s. Has a top score this season of 3 at 38 off. So we take a look. Looks like he ran 1.5 at 35 off at the regionals, so going to want to do better than that today, especially if he's going to want to guarantee himself a medal. Needs to get more than 4 at 35 off to guarantee himself a spot on the podium. But nice looking pass here. This is 28 off, so we're going to shorten the rope up to 32 off now for our skier. All right, 32 off. This is Paul Wesley Cory, the California skier. He's looked good on his first 2 passes. Let's see what we can do here. Nice job there off of 1. Making good work of this 32 off pass as we're rounding 4. A little bit slow there on 4. That's from that reaching arm not getting all the way extended, but making it through that pass. And we will get to try 35 off. So we haven't had any skier through 35 off today. So let's take a look here at the replay. See, slams 1 ball. I think he had a really good gate, so this kind of makes that ski want to turn it too. But that extension of that arm, see here, he gets it all the way out, but watch him here on 4 ball. He gets the arms away, but doesn't get it as extended and up like he does on the other side. So that caused him to be a little bit slow, not getting as good of a turn on that offside turn over there on 2 and 4. But still gets through 32 off, so now we're going to have a chance to challenge this lead. This is 35 off. This is the last line length that the handle reaches the buoys for these skiers. All right, 35 off. This is Paul Wesley Cory.
85 before I actually
All right, let's see if he can get a good start here. Rotates those hips pretty good into the gate. Gets a big 1 ball. Can he get off a 2? A little slow off a 2, but looking good into 3. There we go. He's at 4. He is tied for the lead. Now he's taking the lead. Can he be the first guy through 35 off? Gets a big pull, and there he is. Yes, he can. 35 off in the bag. So that was Paul Wesley Cory, the California skier, going to be your first skier into 38 off today. So we take a look here. Nice job. A little bit of a tail-heavy turn out of 2, but nothing too major. Now he's having to work there off of 3, but does a good job over to 4. We see him get the turn on 4. A little down course there at 4, but managing everything nice. And there's that lefty turn. Kind of checks up, makes sure he gets the ski in a position to get outside of 6. And there we go. Good skiing. And he is your new leader. All right, Paul Wesley Cory, 38 off. Your leader needs to rotate in here. Gets a pretty good start at the gate. Good 1. Can he get over to 2? Gets a play on 2. And there you go. That's a big score there for your 5th seeded skier. 2 at 38 off. It's going to be tough to beat, setting the benchmark for these last 4 skiers out there. All right, we saw there on the replay. Gets a pretty good gate, I thought, considering, and then just trying to get a little bit too much off of 1 on the turn and then trying to make it up at 2. And the big thing is you can't do it all at one spot in this slalom event. You kind of got to take what you can get and try to build it up over a couple of turns. But still, congratulations to Paul Wesley Cory, 2 at 38 off here at the Nationals, guaranteeing himself a spot on the podium. He can get no worse than 5th place, so great skiing, and we are moving rapidly through this men's 1 slalom event. Our last 4 skiers all have scores into 39 off, so these last 4 skiers all pretty close to being able to ski in that open event. which will be happening a little bit later today. All right, we are moving along, and this is your fourth-seeded skier out of Minnesota. This is Tai Kosek, rocking on that Syndicate HO water ski. Looking good on this opening pass here as he's rounding 1 and 2. See him backside those buoys. So Tai really making some steps this season. Starting to run that 38 off pass, getting some scores into 39. So we're be looking to see him get through 38 off today. I'm excited to have Tai Kosek joining that ULM water ski team here this fall. I know we'll be getting him through this week here at the Nationals, and then he will be traveling to move to Monroe to ski on that Warhawks water ski team. So we'll be seeing him compete at the Collegiate Nationals later this year in October. Really known for his jumping, but his slalom skiing has taken off in the last couple years. And you can see it right here on that replay. You can see why it's taken off. He looks so strong, stays over his feet, really still with the upper body, and great opening pass there for Tai Kosek. All right, Tai Kosek on the water, 32 off. Let's see what he's got as he rolls in here on the gate. Big one ball. Looking like maybe he is slamming that offside turn a little bit harder than I'd like to see, but still managing it really nice and looks good there. That's 32 off in the bag, so now we're going to get to 35 off. He's been running this all season. And it is a must run here today if he wants to get a medal. But I think he's thinking about setting a score that is big enough to give these last three skiers in this men's one competition some fits. So as we take a peek here on the replay, so you see he really slammed one and had to check up, so not getting the hands back across his body quite as well as he'd like to. Same thing there at 3. Brings it to that inside hip a little bit, so causes him to check up on that offside turn. But still getting through 32 off, and we will see him come back in 35 off here in just a second. All right, Ty Schipper currently sitting in 4th place by running 32 off, but I know he's looking to run this pass right here. See if he can get a really good start at the gate. Rolls in, nice, good-looking one ball there. Tight off of 2, making this 35. Oh, a little check up there off of 3. Now he's going to have to work going to 4. Uh-oh, in trouble going to 6, gets it outside. Can he hang on? Yes, he does, and whew, That got a little bit dicey there for Ty Kosek. Again, you see him off the 3 ball. He brings that hand to the inside hip, has to check up a little bit, and loses some angle, causing him to run with the boat. Watch here off of 1. Let's see. See, he does. He rotates that upper body, but doesn't bring that handle across his body like he does there. Still does it a little bit there. Comes to about the belly button region. But here, right there, you see inside, got to make that checkup. Now you're running with the boat. Gets a pretty good turn there off of 4. And then off of 5, same thing. Brings that handle inside hip, has to make a speed check. Throws the ski outside of 6, able to hang on to that one. So there we go. That was strong skiing there, needing a little bit of hard work there from Ty, but gets through it. So now, going to need to take a reset here. This is 38 off. He knows that 2 is the lead, but I think he's thinking about trying to run this. So the big thing here we're going to want to see, get a nice wide start at the gate, get rotated fully before he pulls on the boat, and then off of 1, we want to see him bring that handle to that outside hip, which would be the right hip. He's been kind of consistently bringing that handle into the left hip, which is causing him to have a little bit of a check in his angle. But let's see what he's got here into 1. Oh, you see, he brought it to the belly button, so it's a slow turn. Gets off of 2. Can he get outside of 3? No, he can't, so that's going to be a tie. 2 at 28 off, so that means we will get, no matter what, we are going to get some free skiing all ready to start the day with this men's 1 slalom event. All right, you see that handle there. It comes to that hip, and then he has to check to try to move it. Throws the ski outside of 2. And then right inside of 3, unable to get outside it, but tying for the lead, so getting just enough to sit himself atop the leaderboard right now with your skier before him, Paul, Wesley, Cory. And I think that's going to be leaving the door open just a little bit for these last 3 skiers in this men's 1 slalom event. All right, we've got next skier up on the water, Mr. Carter Reese. I believe he is a new member of the Alabama water ski team, so he is another one of these collegiate skiers that we've got here in this event. Look forward to seeing him at the Collegiate Nationals later on this year in October, but nice looking open and pass 28 off there for Carter Reese. All right, you just had Carter Reese there making his way through that opening pass, 28 off. So we are now going to shorten that rope up to 32 off and get him back into the course. We know that the lead is 2 at 38 off, held by Paul, Wesley, Cory, and Ty Kosek. So we are going to have a runoff here after this, so don't go anywhere after your last skier because we've got a little bit more skiing in this men's one slalom event. But right now we're with Carter Reese. All right, 32 off, out nice and wide on that Mastercraft Pro Star. Rolls in, big one ball. Looking good off of 2, and this is a strong-looking 32 off pass for this skier. So Carter, originally from California, but has moved across the country, now skiing out of North Carolina. Like I said, does a lot of skiing at Lyman Land in Alabama, as he is a member of that University of Alabama water ski team. Sorry, I was thinking about my school right there, looking at one of my skiers. So Carter Reese right there looking good, making his way through this pass. As we take a look at some scores here for Carter, looks like he ran 3 at 39 last year at the Nationals. So be looking to do that score again. He ran 3 at 38 off at the Southern Regionals, so he will need all of that score if he wants to take the lead here in this men's one slalom event with 2 skiers after him. Looks like he's been into 39 off 3 times this season, so we will try to get him through this 35 off pass right here and then take a crack at 38. All right, men's one slalom. This is Carter Reese, North Carolina skier, skiing out of the Southern region. Oh, no, and blows the tail at 1 ball. So that is not what we were expecting there out of Carter, which that means, Samuel Weber, you are guaranteed a medal here today. You will be getting no worse than 5th place with your score of 4 at 35 off. So let's take a look here. He blows the tail, just getting out, pushing on the tail a little bit much, and gets it to pop out on him. So that is not what he was looking for today. You can see it. He's a little bit frustrated with himself. Knew he probably didn't need to go that hard on that opening pass. And yeah, you can see the frustration there out of the young skier, and not quite what he was looking for today. So we're down to our last 2 skiers here of this men's one slalom event. We have got some big scores already with 2 at 38 off in the lead. And we will bring that Mastercraft Pro Star back down the lake, and we will grab our next skier, who should be out of Georgia, Mr. James Bryans.
They made it in a day. No way. Did you have your name on the handle too? Yeah. That's crazy. Wow. It's going to beat you home. I just figured it would take a week.
James Bryan, 36 minus 32. That's crazy.
All right, we got James Bryans on the water, and he is starting at 32 off. So your first skier of the day, going to take that start kind of like the pros do. So we're getting down to work here on this opening pass. Let's see what James has in store for us as he rotates in for the gate. And looking pretty good here on the opening pass. Almost pops the ski out of the water a little bit at 3. But looks good here as he makes his way out the gate. So that's 32 off in the book. So we're getting to work right off the bat here from James Bryans. Take a look here at the replay. I thought the gate was pretty good. One ball looks nice, but watch at 3. He does. He takes the whole ski out of the water right here. See how he pops it up like that? He's kind of, when he turns, he's not keeping that rotation. He's bringing that handle to the inside hip, and then he's letting the boat kind of pull him up a little bit there off of 3. But still, opening pass there for James, so I don't think that was anything to scream about. Just basically kind of getting the ski under him, making sure he doesn't fall down, and gives himself a chance to challenge for the lead. He's got to run this pass. If he gets less than 3.5 here, that means Tyler Schmid is going to go home with a medal as well. So something to keep up. Tyler sitting there on the bubble right now.
Yeah, that's my jump coach.
All right, here we go. James Bryan's 35 off. A little bit narrow on the gate. Shouldn't bother him too much. Let's see what he's got here. Off of 2 looks good. Over to 3. Rounds 3, so takes on 4. Over to 5. Can he get it around 6? Yes, he does. And there you go. James Bryan's your next skier through 35 off. Looked a lot more settled here on the 35 off pass than he did that opening pass. So we'll see here. Looks good off a 2 ball. Watch it 3. See that handle comes to that inside hip a little bit, so not getting the ski to finish quite as much as he would like. But looks good there. You see that hitch right there off of 5. That's coming from where those hands are at the finish of the turn. All right, here we go. 38 off. He has got to get more than 3 if he wants to take the lead from the 2 tied skiers right now, Ty Kosek and Paul Wesley Cory. But James Bryan's pulled out a little heavy on the gate right there. Let's see if it gives him some fits. A little slow off of 1. Gets a turn off of 2. So there you go. He is your new leader. Getting through 4. Big turn there on 4. Can he get outside of 5? He does. Can he get outside of 6? Throws the ski. And there you go, your first skier of the day through 38 off. So good skiing there for James. Now he's going to try to bump this lead out for your top-seeded skier, Lake Jones. Take a look at the replay here from James. Gets a pretty good start here on 1. Now, you see those hands start to come to that inside hip, so he's having to eat up rope and make a little bit of a hitch on the backside of the buoy. He did not get very good angle going to 4 because of it, and now he's having to work really hard, but makes it outside of 6 ball, and now he's going to have a chance to try 39 off.
We're on to 39 at this lake.
So sorry. We just saw James go through 39 off. Had a really good start. Got the ski outside of 3 ball, and we was excited. Let's take a look here at the replay. Really rotates the ski really good there at the gate, which causing him to get it to move here on 1. Again, those hands are coming to the wrong spot, making him crouch over there. I think if he had gotten the hands the right spot there off of 1, he might have gotten further down this pass, but makes the play on 3, throws the ski outside of the buoy, and gets a full 3. So that's a huge score there for James Bryans, putting himself into the lead with 1 skier left. All right, we are here. This is the last skier in this men's 1 slalom event. This is Lake Jones. So Lake going to have to ski really well here today if he wants to take home this slalom title. He's got a season's best of 4 at 39. So we'll see if he can get through it. I'm not sure if Lake has made it all the way through the 39 off pass, but fully capable of getting deep down it. Looks like he ran 3.5 at 39 at the state championships this year. Looks like he ran 3 at 38 off at the regionals a couple weeks ago, so going to need to do better than that here if he wants to win this slalom title. All right, so we just saw Lake Jones run that 32 off pass, so the second skier to start at that 32 off pass, sorry. We are at 36 miles an hour, which is the top speed for these men's 1 competitors. All right, here we go. We got Lake Jones up on the water. We are on Lake 2. This is the Slalom Lake. I am your announcer, Zane Nicholson. I've enjoyed watching this event with you, but let's see what Lake's got as we come in past number 2, 35 off. Still kind of a warm-up pass here for Lake, if I'm not mistaken. This should be pretty easy for him as he makes his way around 5 over to 6, and there you go. Nice-looking ski in there, Lake Jones, past number 2. So now he's coming in at 38 off. Gonna have a chance to run this and get a chance to take the lead, but he has to run this next pass. Let's take a look here at the replay. Look at Lake just backside in the buoy. Looking good on that Syndicate water ski. A little bit down course off a 3 ball, but making good work of it here. All right, there we go. 35 off for Lake Jones, looking super strong. All right, looks like we got another question in the chat real quick from Dan Birch about the handle going to the inside hip. No, it's not because they've got slack, because it would make sense if you pull it across your body, you're going to take the slack out. A lot of it is they're trying to turn with the upper body, and they're not getting the handle back into their hips. So that's kind of what you're seeing there. It's you want to see the skier reach the handle out and back in like Lake does right there off of one. Did a great job off of one. You see him there now. He does bring the handle to the inside hip, has to check up and eat out that slack, and he is late, and that is going to be 4 at 38 off, so not enough to get through that pass, and that means your second-seeded skier, James Bryans, is your men's one slalom champion with 3 at 39 off. Lake Jones takes home that silver medal with 4 at 38 off. And we're getting ready to have a runoff here in just a moment for third place between Ty Kosek and Paul Wesley Cory with 2 at 38 off. And then congratulations to Samuel Weber out of Nebraska. He is your 5th place medal recipient. So we just saw Lake Jones on the replay there. I thought he had a killer one. Then kind of tried to crank the turn at 2 and got that handle up high. Had to check up and was unable to get through 38 off. So great skiing out of here. I think we'll hit a quick commercial break really fast as we get these next 2 skiers down to the dock and ready to go for this runoff. And we will be right back with this runoff for third place here in just a second.
Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
All right, we are back up and going, and this is the runoff for third place. Looks like we've got Ty Kosek up on the water to start, so this is going to be a cold 35 off the dock. All right, Ty Kosek, a new member of the ULM water ski team. Let's see what he's got here as he comes in, cold 35, gets a pretty good start there on 1, a little bit of delay, big turn off of 2, looking good off of 3. All right, just relax there, Ty. You got to get around 5 and over to 6, and there you go, managing that pass. That is not easy to do. Cold off the dock, 35 off. So we get a little bit of a fist pump. I think he was happy. I know he had a lot of speed out of 2-ball. Let's take a look here at the replay, see what happened. Gets rotated in really good there at the gate. I thought he did a good job. Brings the hands not all the way across the body, but not as bad. Now watch him here. Drops in, brings the handle inside hip. So that's kind of what made that shoulder drop there, right? If he would reach it out and start to bring it back into his body, he would be nice and level, wouldn't drop. Did the same thing there on 4-ball. So we'll see if that comes into play on this next pass of 38 off.
Ryan Mason
All right, 38 off. So we just saw a cold 35 off the dock. Now let's see what he's got. 38 off. He ran 2 to tie for this third place. So gonna look to get a good score here. Rolls in. Big 1 ball. That was way better than 35 off. Let's see what he can do here at 2. Gets a big 2 over to 3. And there you go. He skied better than he did in the competition round. And that's going to be a big score there for Ty. And Paul Wesley Cory's going to have to go get at least 3 at 38 off if he wants to have another round. This runoff, a piece of 4 would guarantee him the bronze medal. Take a look here. Watch him at 1. Really see the handle comes across his body, and now he doesn't have that hitch off of 1. So that's kind of what we've been talking about here in this competition. Now there at 2, it did the opposite. So you see that ski kind of check up there, check speed, and then does the same thing at 3, kind of going a little fast after resetting that angle. But good job for Ty getting to 3 ball. That's a big score there in this runoff. Now we've got Paul Wesley Cory coming in. He's got to run a cold 35 off the dock. So he has a bit of the disadvantage. Ty Kosek skied before Paul did in the competition round, so Paul is a little bit longer of a wait before he gets on the water. But we're going to swap that rope out and get Paul Wesley Cory back in on the water. All right, we've got Paul Wesley Cory on the water. This is a cold 35 off. We just saw Ty Kosek run 3 at 38 off in this runoff, so let's see what Paul's got here. Big 1 ball, a little bit slow off of 2. Going to need to work here into 3. Now he's running with the boat. Can he get outside of 5? He's going to have to work to 6. Throws the ski. Can he hang on? It looks like he does. We'll have to see if they give him 6, but if he does, that was a bit of a shaky 35, but it doesn't matter. He got through it, now giving himself a chance to take this third place medal from Ty Kosek as we take a look here at the replay. See there, he doesn't quite like to reach that handle all the way out on that 246 side, causing him to get pulled by the boat a little bit down course. It catches him right there. See, the boat kind of pulls him over, and now he's having to work really hard to 5, and now he's really in trouble here to 6. As you see, he's pulling like crazy, but gets the ski out around it, just squeaking outside of 6 balls. So that'll be 6 buoys. We're going to shorten the rope up, and it'll be 38 off as we come back. All right, here we go. 38 off. So we know 3 is what the mark to beat is here. See what he's got as he rotates in through the gates. Pretty decent 1, but going to need to work off a 2 and pulling long, blowing the tail. So that means Ty Kosek is your third place recipient here in this men's 1 slalom event. So congratulations to James Bryan, your men's 1 slalom champion. Lake Jones taking home silver. Congratulations, Ty Kosek on the bronze. Paul Wesley Cory on 4th place, and then Samuel Weber rounding out the top 5 as we see Paul, Wesley, Cory blowing the tail there around 2 ball at 38 off in this runoff. So great skiing from all of our competitors. It's been a really fun event. Glad to have everybody here tuning in with us on Lake 2. I'm Zane Nicholson, your announcer for the day. We are getting ready to move right into Women's One Slalom here in a moment. But real quick, we'll take a commercial break, and when we come back, we'll be rolling through that Women's One Slalom event here in just a moment.
We are Radar, and this crew is the backbone of the Radar Nation. They live on the water day in and day out, devoting their lives to bringing skiing to the masses. We have designers, innovators, free spirits, and badass buoy slayers, all charging at 100% to grow the sport. There's no better group of individuals to be driving the ship that leads water skiing.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights! Let's go.
You don't protect your car like a boat, so why protect your boat like a car? You need SkiSafe, insurance for boaters, from boaters. For decades, we've protected boats, jet skis, and nothing else, so we know how to save you money. And with a history of safe boating, you'll save even more. SkiSafe, 1-800-225-6560.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Pentalago, South Florida's most anticipated water sports community. 5 lakes, 4 slalom courses, year-round skiing. Homes now under construction. Where you want to live. Visit Pentalago.com.
Only one water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA.
For over 20 years, Houston has been setting the standard of automotive excellence. Hi, I'm Dave Houston. I'd like to welcome you to the Houston family. We are committed to offering exceptional Cadillac models like the all-new electric Lyriq, redesigned XT4, and the legendary Escalade. At Houston, our personalized service and friendly staff will exceed your expectations. Feel the thrill of buying a new Cadillac from Houston Cadillac.
Pentalago, South Florida's most anticipated water sports community. 5 lakes, 4 slalom courses, year-round skiing. Homes now under construction. Where you want to live. Visit Pentalago.com.
All right, we're back here on the slalom lake. This is going to be women's 1 slalom. We are right into it. Looks like we're going to have our first skier in the water and ready to go. We just took a simulation pass, and we should be underway. Looks like there are 10 skiers in this event today. So let's see what we got. I'm Zane Nicholson. I am your announcer for the day. We just saw men's one slalom happen. We crowned James Bryans your men's one slalom champion. So congratulations to him. And now we are getting ready to figure out who the women's one slalom champion will be. You're on Lake 2. If you want to check out some tricks or some jumps, be sure to pop over to Lake 1 with Tony Lightfoot or Lake 3 with Ryan Schipper. But right now, we are at 28 miles an hour, 15 off, and this is your first skier in this women's one slalom event. This is Ashley Landis. So we see Ashley making her way through this opening pass. And great job there, pass number 1. All right, we see here on the replay, Ashley making her way through. A little bit separated, causing her to squat just a little bit, but still making her way through this opening pass. Maybe a little bit of nerves here at the U.S. Nationals. All right, and Ashley skiing out of Tennessee. So really good to see her here. Looks like she has a best score of 2 at 34 miles an hour, which is that max speed for this competition. All right, here we go. Ashley Landis coming in. This should be 30 miles an hour, 15 off. All right, let's see what she's got here as we bring her in. That is one ball. Looking a little bit stronger here on this opening pass. Oh, no, and then falls over there across the wakes. Off of 2, not sure what happened there, too. I thought she attacked the gates a lot better, looked way better going through the gates. Let's take a look here as she rolls in. I thought she attacked one ball pretty good here. Let's see what happens to her off of 2. See, she doesn't fully get that arm extended, and then she gets pulled from the boat. So if she would reach that reaching hand out a little bit more, that would give her some freedom from the boat, allow her to rotate her hips up under there, not have the boat overload her. All right, we just had our first skier on the water. Going down a little bit early, so we are moving right along. We should have our next skier on the water. And our next skier on the water ought to be Katie Horvat. All right, let's see what Katie Horvat's got here as we bring her in. All right, cutting through the wakes. Looking good off of 1. Got the hands a little bit away from her. That's why you're seeing her kind of trip, especially right there. They almost lost it going to 5 ball, but getting through that pass, and that will be a successful 6 buoys for Katie Horvat. So watch these hands. You see how she kind of keeps them away from her there, doesn't ever bring it back, and then there you see her kind of break at the waist going behind the boat. That's just the hands getting picked up right there. So making her way through that pass. That was 30 miles an hour, 15 off for our second skier, Katie Horvat. So that'll put her into the lead and looking to push that lead even further. As we see Katie Horvat here taking her replay on that opening pass. So got her through 30 miles an hour, and we will see what she's got as we bring her back in for 32 miles an hour. All right, here we go. Katie Horvat, 32 miles an hour, 15 off. Through the wakes, see that ski bouncing a little bit on the backside of the buoys. That's from those hands getting a little bit away from her there behind the boat, but she's still managing it pretty good. Over to 5 and around 6. So there we go. That's another 6 buoys there for Katie Horvat. All right, we see the replay here for Katie. Looking good, managing her way through the pass. And now we're going to get her up to that max speed here, which should be 34 miles an hour. All right, here we go. Katie Horvat, this is 34 miles an hour, 15 off. Gets a little unloaded there to 2, but looking good off of 2. Can she get through this max speed pass here? Working over to 5. Can she get out to 6? Looks like she's going to, and there we go. Our first skier of the day through 34 miles an hour, 15 off. So great skiing there. Let's take a look. Maybe I can pull up some scores here for Katie. I believe Katie is a member of Miami water ski team, so another one of these college competitors here at the U.S. Nationals. Great to see her out here looking good. She is rolling through this pass, so now we're going to shorten the rope up and bring her in, and it'll be 22 off. So Katie skiing out of Wisconsin. Looks like she's got a season's best of 2 at 28 off, and she did that at a tournament up in Michigan, so we will see if we can get her through this next pass here. All right. Katie Horvat, this is 22 off. Looking good around 1 over to 2. And yeah, let's see if we can. Oh no, I thought she was looking really good. Not sure why she popped the handle there. Shaking her head in disbelief. I think she's kind of wondering the same thing. What happened? Take a look at the replay. Maybe we can see her unload right there into 1. Lets those hands get away, so a bit of a heavy unload. Does pretty good here into 2 ball. Now, you see, she didn't quite reach those hands there at 3, so didn't quite get the turn that she would really like into 4, and then dropping her shoulder a bit there, so had a little bit more than she could hang on to there off of 4 ball, so that is going to be 3.5. 22 off for Katie Horvat, your new leader in this women's 1 slalom event.
Scoring here. Did you get sure pass data now going at your end? I think the boat rover is still not connected because the server was down. Maybe we could try and shut the sure path off for a second and restart it.
Did you? I just got it today. On my way to my tower. Yeah, and I had never seen him do a trick one before.
Scoring when we get there, Angelica's going to go out at 32:15. 32:15. Okay, 32:15. Thank you.
So I'm not sure what the holdup is here on this women's 1 slalom event, but we will take a quick commercial break real quick, and when we come back, we'll be on the water with our next skier, Angie Warning, here after this.
We are Radar, and this crew is the backbone of the Radar Nation. They live on the water day in and day out, devoting their lives to bringing skiing to the masses. We have designers, innovators, free spirits, and badass buoy slayers, all charging at 100% to grow the sport. There's no better group of individuals to be driving the ship that leads water skiing.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights! Let's go.
You don't protect your car like a boat, so why protect your boat like a car? You need Ski Safe. Insurance for boaters, from boaters. For decades, we've protected boats, jet skis, and nothing else. So we know how to save you money. And with a history of safe boating, you'll save even more. Ski Safe. 1-800-225-6560.
All right, we are back, and we are underway. This is women's 1 slalom. We got that Mastercraft Pro Star pulling these ladies in this event. We just saw Katie Horvat on the water Scored 3.5 at 22 off. Not sure what we had, but we had a little bit of a technical difficulty, so we had to do another simulation pass. But now we are back underway with our next skier on the water. This is your third skier off the dock, and this is Angie Warning. See what Angie's got as she comes in for pass number 1. Looking good as she's rounding 2 on this opening pass. Waiting to get confirmation on what she started at, but nice looking opening pass there for Angie. So taking a look at some past scores this season, it looks like at the LA Night Jam this season, Angie ran 4.5 at 28 off, so fully capable of taking the lead away from your previous skier, Katie Horvat. All right, and that was 32 miles an hour, 15 off there for Angie Warning, so she will be returning back in at 22 off, so going to elect to keep that speed the same at 32 miles an hour, but going to shorten the rope up to 22 off. All right, 22 off here. So let's see what she's got as we turn her around that turn island and bring her in. All right, here we go. This is 22 off for Angie Warning. A little bit down course out of 3 ball. As we see her rolling through this pass. Looking good, though. Makes her way through that 22 off pass. So now I believe we will speed the boat up and bring her in at 34, which would be the max speed here for these women's 1 slalom players. Let's take a look at the replay here. See if we can figure out why she ended up going down course. Really good there at 1. Let's see what she does here at 2. See a little bit of the bobble there at 2, so had her hands a bit away from her. There, she brought that handle to that inside hip, so didn't let the ski fully finish, and that caused her to be late there in tough 3 ball. But makes her way through that pass, does a good job. So now we will get her back in the max speed. See if we can take this lead away from your previous skier, Katie Horvat. All right, we got Angie coming back in. Should be the max speed here. Should be 34 miles an hour. All right, let's see what she's got here. 34 miles an hour, 22 off for our Texas skier. A little slow off of 1. Dropping the shoulder at 2 just a little bit, but better off at 3. All right, so that is 6. All right, so we just got confirmation that Angie is having her gates pulled on that previous pass. I think she took off, started skiing, knew that there might be a risk that the gates are in jeopardy. So unfortunate circumstances there for Angie, having her gates pulled on the 32 mile an hour, 22 off pass. So that means Katie is still your leader in this women's 1 slalom event. All right, and I think we're going to take a look maybe at that previous pass and see if we can see where she missed these gates as we bring her down the lake. But let's see here. We'll take a look. No, this is the 32-mile-an-hour, 22 off pass, so not the last pass we saw her run, but the pass before. And let's see as she comes through. Yeah, I'm not so sure. I couldn't really see there. I don't know if she missed him on the late side or what, but getting her gates pulled there, so that is a bummer there for Ange. Going down earlier than she would like, so thank you guys for tuning in. You are on Lake 2. This is day 4 of the 82nd Good Water Ski Nationals. I'm Zane Nicholson. I am your announcer. We are watching Women's 1 Slalom, and after this we'll go into Men's 2, and then we will get into our Open Women and Open Men's event. I'm looking forward to the Open Men's event because that means I get a ski ride this week. So we've been here in the desert since Sunday. Haven't got to do a whole lot of skiing, so looking forward to getting to do that later today. But right now we are in the thicket of things here in Women's 1 Slalom. We have had 3 skiers on the water, and we are moving right along to our 4th skier as we bring the boat back in and pick her up. It should be Samantha Streatfield. She is a member of that ASU water ski team, so she is a Sun Devil skiing in Arizona during the school year. All right, Samantha Streatfield coming in 32 miles an hour, 22 off. Looking good off of 2, so electing to go to the shorter line length with a little bit slower speed to start, but making that pass look nice and smooth there. Sammy Streatfield on her opening pass. All right, so not sure if we are checking out the gates. Looks like we got confirmation, so we should be bringing Sammy Streatfield back into the course, and it should be 34 miles an hour, 22 off. All right, here we go. 34 miles an hour, 22 off. Here she comes. Looking good off of 1, round and 2. Oh, breaks over at the waist at 3 ball. Can she get her out 4? Yeah, now having to work a little bit to get to 5. Can she get outside of 6? Looks like she does. So there you go. That's your first skier of the day through 22 off in this Women's 1 Slalom event. All right, we're taking a look here at the replay for Samantha Streatfield. This is 34 miles an hour, 22 off. I think here at 3 ball we had a little bit of a dicey turn. You see she doesn't reach that arm all the way out and drops that shoulder. But making her way through, 22 off, 34 miles an hour. So now we're going to see our first competitor here into 28 off after we get her shortened up and bring her around the turn island. But dropping the shoulder a little bit at 5 ball, but making her way through that pass. So good skiing. She is your new leader, and we'll bring her back in here at 28 off. All right, Samantha Streatfield here. She is your new leader. This is 28 off. Big turn in at the gate. A little slow off of 1. Let's see what she can do out of 2. Oh, she's down course out of 2. And making her way around 3. Can she get around 4? Needs a big pull to 5. Can she get it? She does. Oh, no, and just blowing the tail around 5. So that should be 4.5 at 28 off for Samantha Streatfield. All right, we'll take a look at the replay here. First, Samantha, I thought she was going to get down this pass. She had it going right there off of 1. You see that handle. She reaches back, turns those shoulders, and grabs the handle. Doesn't bring it back to her, which causes her to have a bit of delay off of 1. So now everything started moving a little fast here. I thought she manages her speed really well into 2. You see how separated she is there at 3, though. So that's going to cause her to run with the boat. You see that ski pushing back because it's got too much speed. And now she's getting pulled down the lake. Gets around 4. Does a good job. But you see she's super disconnected. So she's not really building any angle. She's kind of getting pulled down the lake. And then there tries to push the tip around. Get a big turn. And blows the tail, unfortunately. But still great skiing out of Samantha Streatfield. She is your new leader. 4.5 at 28 off. All right, we're moving along. We are with our next skier. This is Natalie Pfister out of South Carolina. And it sounds like Natalie will be starting at 30 miles an hour, 28 off. So starting a little slower than the max speed, but electing to go at a shorter line length. Let's see if this works out for Natalie here. Looking good here on this opening pass. Big turn at 2 ball. Backsides the crap out of it. And great looking skiing there on the opening pass there for Natalie. All right, not sure what we were waiting for down there. I don't know if we're looking at a gate or what, but that was 30 miles an hour, 28 off for Natalie Pfister out of South Carolina. All right, as we take a look at Natalie on the season, looks like she's got a season's best of 5 at 32 off. So we'll be looking to have that happen here. As we get a big 1 ball there. Let's see if she can backside 2 like she did on that first pass. She sure does. A little bit narrow into 3. Got off the handle a little early there at 3, but looking good here. Working over to 5. Big turn at 5. Looking good on that D3 water ski, and there you go. It's another 6 buoy count for Natalie Pfister. That should be 32 miles an hour, 28 off. So this next pass should be max speed, and she'll be trying to get more than 4.5 at 28 off here to take the lead from Samantha Streatfield. All right, Natalie Pfister is our 6th seed in this competition, so we're getting ready to know who's taking home a medal here today. All right, so we got Natalie Pfister. I don't know why we're taking such long wait times down here. It seems like it's a little bit longer than yesterday, but got her through that pass. And this is the max speed here for this women's one slalom event. This is 34 miles an hour, 28 off for Natalie Pfister. All right, here we go. Natalie coming in through the gates. A little bit of a double pull into 1, but got a good turn out of 1. Can she backside 2? Good turn off of 2. Looking good as we're making our way to 4. All right, a little bit of a slow turn at 4. Going to have to work to 5. Can she get it? There you go. She's your leader. And she is your first women's one slalom competitor through 28 off today. And we will take a look at the replay here for Natalie, see what she's got going on. Looking good, though. Your current leader, so watch her here at the gate. She really gets turned in right there. Gets a lot of angle, which is really good, so she gets her swing starting nice and early. Now you see her, she pulled a touch long there into 1, but not really bothering her there. And now rocking and rolling over to 2. I really like this offside turnover at 2 ball. I think she does a great job there. Gets that ski to snap around on her and then sets her up for really being able to stay on top of this pass. So great ski in there from Natalie. And now we're going to get to see 32 off, the Mean Green Machine. All right, here we go. 32 off. Big 1 ball there for Natalie. Let's see. Gets a good 2. Can she get outside of 3? Needs to work over to 4. She is your leader trying to get there, and that is 4 at 32 off. So big score there from Natalie. That is just 1 buoy off of her season's best. And what better time to do it than at the Nationals? All right, we see her making her way through the gates on this replay. Again, gets a pretty good start there at 1. Coming into 2. Didn't quite get as much angle across course as she had been going to 2, so it was a little bit more down course there, but still not too bad as she got off the handle really early there into 3, so you see she was narrow and running with the boat. Kind of what caught her there, but great skiing there out of Natalie. As we see her through the gate, or back to the wake, so gets the full 4. So we'll drop her off at the dock. She set herself up. We've got our top 5 competitors left in this event. And we have got our next skier up on the water out of Ohio. This is Mary Nelson, another member of that Miami water ski team for the University of Miami in Ohio. Really tall skier here. You see she is really tall, stays nice and still as she goes across the wakes. And a good-looking opening pass there for Mary Nelson. All right, that was 32 miles an hour, 22 off there for Mary Nelson. She So looking good here on that opening pass. So we'll now speed the boat up. It'll be 34 miles an hour, 22 off. All right, and we are seeing Mary Nelson on the replay here. Looking good on this opening pass. This is 5 ball, and this was 32 miles an hour, 22 off. All right, here we go. We got Mary Nelson. This is 34 miles an hour, 22 off. Looking good here around 4. No problem on this second pass here for Mary. Well, that was great skiing. So now we're going to get to shorten the rope up. Take a stab at 28 off now. All right, we're seeing this replay here of Mary Nelson, the Ohio skier, getting through at 34 miles an hour, 22 off pass. All right, this is 28 off. This is a must-run pass if we want to challenge for the lead. She has got to get a piece of 5 ball if she wants to guarantee herself a medal here at the Nationals. Let's see what Mary's got as she comes through the gates. Huge turn on 1, looking really nice out of 2. Now this 28 off pass is looking nice and smooth here. Oh, a little bit late. I kind of cursed her there, but let's see if she can get through it. She sure does, and sorry for kind of jinxing you there. You were looking really great there, Mary, going through 1, 2, and 3. All right, we see here on the replay, had a killer start. See right here, big turn off of 1. Looking good here as she makes her way across the wakes over to 2. You see the hands get a little bit away from her there into 3, but nothing too bad. Now let's see what happens to her here at 4. This is where, okay, you see those hands are really high there. So now she's getting pulled down the lake, has to eat up a little bit of that slack. And managing it pretty well here at 5. Gets a pretty good turn, so gets herself through it. So now 32 off. She's got a season's best of 5 at 32 off. Going to need to get that season's best again if she wants to guarantee herself a medal here today. She is your 5th seeded skier. We got her coming back into the course. 32 off, through the gates, makes a play on 1. What can she do here at 2? Big turn out of 2, go into 3. Little separated into 3, so she's running with the boat. Can she get outside of 4? Gets outside of 4. Going to need a big pull to 5. Throws the ski, gets outside of 5. Can she get to 6? Oh, no, and just right inside of 6 ball, but really working really hard there, going to 5 and getting herself outside of 5 to give herself the lead. So let's take a look here at the replay and see what happens to her. You see she gets separated at 3 ball. I'll show you where that happened at. But that was an awesome turn in at the gate there for Mary. Good-looking job. big one ball. You see that handle comes to that inside hip, though, so you got a little bit of a check. Now she's separated at 2. Manages it all right because of the gate, but now she's separated, so you're going to see her start running with the boat. Handle comes the inside hip, so we got to check it up. Now we're laid out of 4. Watch this pull, though. She creates tons of space, so she gets herself to get outside of 5. And there you go. That's 5 at 32 off. And Mary Nelson guaranteeing herself a medal here today. All right, we got our next skier on the water moving through. This is your 4th seeded skier. This is Miss Charlesey Newman. I know she's been doing some announcing on site here, so getting away from the announcing booth and hopping on to the water ski. This is 34 miles an hour, 22 off for Charlesey. She is originally from Tennessee, skiing out of McDonald, Tennessee. Looks like she scored 2 at 35 off at Nationals last year, so going to be looking to try to do that again. She ran 5 at 32 off at the Southern Regionals, so definitely going to need to get there if she wants to make sure she gets a medal. All right, here we go. We got Charlesey Newman coming back in. This is 28 off, so got through. We saw her through that 22 off pass. Now let's see what she's got here. A little heavy unload into 2, so going to make sure she needs to manage that out here as she's running with the boat a little bit, but nice turn off a 5 ball, and there you go. Charlesey through 28 off, so going to have a chance to challenge for the lead. Take a look here at the replay for Charlesey. You see, she kind of pulls in with those arms. She didn't right there. She let him get away from her, but she pulls in with the arms going to 135. Right there, she pulls them in and swings her feet, but it rolls her shoulders in, so it kind of gets her running with the boat. You want to see her let her feet swing while the arms are out. They want to be close to her body, but you don't want to pull them in and be doing a curl with your biceps. Slalom skiers have your best muscle is the tricep. You want your triceps to be nice and strong and look good. We're not bodybuilding here, so Charlesey Newman here got through 28 off. Now we're going to try to see her through 32 off. She's got 1 score in the last year into 35 off. Several scores deep into 32, so let's see if we can get Charlesey down this pass and get her a medal here at the Nationals. Unloads heavy into 1. We'll see if that gets her here at 2. You saw her get pulled out a little bit out of 1. Let's go around 3, but Charlesey's managing the pass at 4. Come on, Charlesey, get over to 5. Outside of 5. Can she get outside of 6? And there you go. She is your first competitor of the Women's 1 Slalom event to make it through 32 off. So we're going to have a look at 35 off. Coming up here in just a moment. Now you see she unloads really heavy into 1, and that's what kind of caused her to have that heavy load outside of the buoy. But Sits in the back seat a little bit there. Manages it pretty good. I think that turn right there off at 3 ball kind of helps her. She is still separated at 4, but she's taking it down course, doing a pretty good job, and needs a big turn and pull here, but she does it, gets it across, gets the ski outside of 6, and great job there for Charlesey to make it through that 32 off pass. Puts herself into the lead, so guaranteeing herself a medal as well. But now she's trying to push this lead out for these last few competitors to see if maybe she can get a high enough score to get her a win today. All right, Charlesey Newman, 35 off. See what she's got here as she rotates in on 1. Let's see, can she get a big play off 1? Got to turn on 1. Can she get outside at 2? She sure does, and hangs on to the rope, gets back by the boat guide. So 2 at 35 off. That is great skiing out of Charlesey. That's only the second time this year she's been through 32 off, and she's gotten 2 at 35 off 2 years in a row at the Goode Water Ski Nationals. So guaranteeing herself a medal. She can get no worse than 4th place with that score. As you see there, gets out of 1, pulling really long into 2, but gets the ski outside of it, manages that slack, a little bit of a big hit there. Hope her back is all right, and gets the full 2 ball there for 35 off. So great skiing out of Charlesey, and we have got 3 more skiers to go. All right, our next skier on the water, Miss Hannah Janzik out of Minnesota. This should be 32 miles an hour, 22 off. See what Hannah's got here as we bring her in past number 1. Nice and smooth over that ski. So again, 32 miles an hour, not the max speed for these ladies, but taking a nice, good, easy warm-up, and that was a really strong opening pass there for Hannah Janzik. All right, we're seeing Hannah Janzik here on the replay making it through this opening pass, 32 miles an hour, 22 off. All right, here we go. We have got Hannah Janzik coming in. This is 34 miles an hour, 22 off. Making her way around 1 over to 2. A little bit of a heavy unload out of 2, but not giving her any fits here. She's rounding 4, looking nice and smooth. And that's another smooth-looking pass there for Hannah Janzik out of Minnesota. So we'll be shortening the rope up. Should be 28 off. As we take a look here at the replay. All right, we're seeing this replay here from Hannah Janzik. Looking good, round in 5, over to 6. So that is 22 off. So now we're going to shorten that rope up here, and we are going to bring her in 28 off. All right, here we go. We got 28 off for Hannah Janzik, the Minnesota skier. Needs to run this one and the next one if she wants to challenge for the lead. Big turn out of 1, looking good out of 2. And great skiing out of Hannah here as we get through 28 off. A little bit of hitch off a 5-ball, but nothing really too major. And she makes her way through that pass. All right, let's take a look here at the replay. We have got Hannah Janzik. She is your third seeded skier in this event. She is cruising through 28 off. And looking good here. So now we're going to shorten the rope up. 32 off, 43 feet long of rope on the pylon. She needs to run this one if she wants to make it onto the podium or wants to take the lead. Needs to run more than 4 buoys at this pass if she wants to guarantee herself a medal. Any piece of 5-ball puts her on the podium. Anything, if she runs it, she'll have a chance to challenge for the lead. So let's see. Hannah Janzik here, 32 off. Rolling in through the gates, looking pretty good here. Big 1-ball. Let's see what can she do at 2. Nice job off of 2. Rolling into 3. She's early into 3. Oh, she brings the handle to the inside hips. You see the checkup of the ski. Now she's going to have to work to 5. Can she get around 5? She does. Over to 6, and there you go. Another skier through 32 off. So Hannah Janzik looking good here. We see off a 3-ball. She does bring that handle across her body, causing her, or not across her body, to the inside hip, causing her to check up just a little bit. We'll take a look at the replay here in just a second. All right, looking like we might not be getting a replay here on that one, so we are going to keep rolling along. This is 35 off, so we know that 2 is the score to beat. Let's see what she can get here. She's going to need to get a really good gate here if she wants to make a play on 1 and 2. I think she rolls in pretty good there at the gate. Oh, no, and blows the tail, going just a little too hard there at the turn at 1. So not able to take the lead from Charlesey Newman, but able to put herself on the podium with a half and 35 off. As we see her swimming in. All right, so I'm not sure what's going on. We're not having a replay right now, having a little bit of technical difficulties on our end. So we just saw Hannah Janzik get a half at 35 off. I thought she had a pretty good gate, but blew the tail and not able to take the lead. She puts herself into second place. Charlesey Newman still your leader here with 2 at 35 off. All right, we are moving along. We're in our top 2 skiers. We have got Alexis Michler next up on the water. Now, I know Alexis will be trying to follow in the footsteps of her younger sister. She won her event yesterday in slalom, so we will see if Alexis can come in here and put out a big score, maybe win this slalom event here today. Alexis Michler skiing out of Indiana. Last year at the Nationals, she ran 4 at 35 off, so fully capable of getting down this 35 off pass. Has got 1 score into 38. See as she rolls in, she's riding that LaPointe water ski, I do believe. So looking good around 2 over to 3. Strong skier, also a really accomplished swimmer. So I know she's in college down in Florida on the swim team there at Florida Gulf Coast University. So great to have her here competing out in Bakersfield at the U.S. Water Ski Nationals. I know she's probably getting ready to go back to school and start studying here in a week or two. All right, so that was 32 miles an hour, 28 off there for Alexis Michler. Let's see as we take a look here at the replay. Nice, good, strong position there into 1. Rolling through 2. You see how she gets those hands up level with her shoulder, so when she rolls, she stays over her feet, doesn't really drop her shoulder. And good looking pass there for Alexis Michler. And there you go. She got 6 right there on that opening pass. 32 miles an hour, 28 off. So this will be the max speed. This will be 28 off, 34 miles an hour. And here we go. Alexis Michler, big 1 ball. Ski looks like it sits in the water a little bit better now that we've sped the boat up to 34 miles an hour. And here she goes as she rounding 5 and over to 6. So great skiing from Alexis Michler. This is her first year in that women's 1 slalom event and already at the top of the running order. So she is quite the ripper. Shout out to her dad, Phil. I know he's probably somewhere watching. One of my buddies at the lake whenever we're around. So it's good to see the Michlers out here competing at the 82nd Good Water Ski Nationals. All right, Alexis Michler, this is 32 off. So looking strong here through these first 2 passes. Let's see, she's making it look strong through the first 2 buoys here. And super early at 4, waiting on the buoys, just managing speed right here. And this is a textbook 34-mile-an-hour pass from Alexis Michler. All right, we see Alexis Michler there attacking one ball. She just really, really attacks the gates, attacks 1 and 2. So now, as she gets down this pass, she's kind of you see all the angles she creates across course. So she's early at the buoys, backside in each ball. All of that's coming from that across course momentum that she is creating behind the boat. And that is a great display of some slalom talent there from Alexis Michler. So now we're going to get to bring her back in at 35 off, which this is the top pass for these ladies so far. We have seen Charlesey Newman run 2 at 35 off. And I know Alexis Michler is sitting here thinking about getting down this pass, putting some heat on our top-seeded skier, Alana Jones. Would really like to run this one, though. Let's see if she can get rotated in here at the gate. Lost a little speed there when she turned in, so that might catch her here at 2-ball. See what it does. Yeah, you see she's narrow and blows the tail. So not able to keep her speed out. I don't know. We can maybe take a look at the replay and see what happened there, why she was losing speed. But that'll be 1.5 at 35 off. I mean, Charlesey Newman. So you see those hands are a bit away from her. So when she stands up, she picks the hands up high and then lets them get away from her body. So you start shedding speed. And then as a lefty, that really catches her here. She's narrow, running with the boat, pushes the ski. It starts to push back, and she is unable to hang on to that. So a little bit of a shakeup in this women's one slalom event. I was expecting Alexis to get down that pass, but that means Charlesey Newman is still in the lead with one skier left. And this is your top seed in this women's one slalom event. This is Alana Jones. All right, we got Alana Jones coming in. This should be 34 miles an hour, and I believe that's 28 off, so she is your top-seeded skier. Riding that good water ski. And looking good out there doing it. All right, Alana Jones threw that 28 off pass, so we will shorten the rope up, bring her in at 32 off. As we look at some scores here from Alana Jones, looks like she's got several scores into 38 off. Pretty good for 2 at 38 off. She ran 1 at 38 off last year at the Nationals to take home the win. So she was your girls 5 national champion last year in West Palm Beach, looking to become the women's 1 slalom champion here in Bakersfield, California. Okay, we've got 32 off here. This is Alana Jones. Got to run this pass if she wants to challenge the lead. I think she's probably thinking the next pass after this, but we've got to get through this one first. Let's see what she's got as she rounds 1. Unloads a little heavy into 2, so you see a little slack hit off of 2, but she's fine, managing it well. And looking good there over to 6. So that's 32 off in the bag for Alana Jones. All right, let's take a look at the replay here. Alana Jones coming in, big turn off a 1 ball. Now you see here, she lets go of that handle really early into 2, so that caused her to run with the boat a little bit. And now she's back into it after that turn there at 3, pull over to 4, and now she's waiting on 5 ball here. You'll see in just a moment right there. She's nice and early. So really good job there from Alana Jones getting through 32 off. Now it's 35 off. This is the top pass that we have seen so far in this women's 1 slalom event. All right, Alana Jones, 35 off. Nice turn in at the gate. Let's see what she can do here off of 1. A little slow off of 1. Big play off of 2. She's tied for the lead. There you go. She is your winner. Going to keep rolling through it. Can she get through this 35 off pass? It looks like she is going to, and yes, she does. Alana Jones, your only skier in this women's 1 slalom event to run 35 off. All right, we see Alana Jones out there rolling through this event. And that was a textbook-looking 35 off pass. And we saw all our other skiers in there just getting to 2 ball, but she got around 2, over to 3, ran the whole thing. So now we're going to get a look at 38 off. Again, she's got a best score this season of 4.5. So chasing down, trying to run this 38 off pass. Let's see if we can get her through it. See our men's 2 skiers down there on the dock getting ready here in just a moment. But right now we have got our top-seeded skier on the water. This is Alana Jones. We are bringing her back in. This is 38 off. See what she's got as she rolls in through the gates. Unloads heavy into 1. That's going to get her over here at 2. And there you go. Big hit out of 2. Can she get around 3? She does. Over to 4. So not able to get any more than 3. That kind of came from those at the beginning there. We'll take a look at the replay and see if we can't show you. All right, so you see she started losing a little bit of speed and angle there and unloads heavy into 1. So now there's a little slack. She was running with the boat, and then that got right there. She still has a little bit more speed than she'd like going to 2. So trying to manage it, trying to get out there, gets off the handle real early into 3, so barely getting outside of it and not able to get outside of 4. But she is your Women's 1 slalom champion with 3 at 38 off. I believe she probably could have hung out in this open women's event today with the likes of Yenna Grubbs, Erica Lang, and Taylor Woolsey. I'd say that might be pretty close to winning the open event today, but there she is, your Women's 1 slalom champion. So we're on Lake 2. This is the Slalom Lake. I am Zane Nicholson. I am your announcer for the day. We are getting ready to roll into Men's 2 slalom here. Be sure to check out Lake 1 with Tricks with Tony Lightfoot, or there's the jump event going on over on Lake 3 with Ryan Schipper. We have been flying through it. We have had about 25 skiers so far today, and we have got 77 ski rides on the Slalom Lake, so be sure to hit the bathroom, grab a snack, grab whatever, and get back in your seats. And we will be right back after this commercial break with Men's 2 Slalom.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Pentalago, South Florida's most anticipated water sports community. 5 lakes, 4 slalom courses, year-round skiing. Homes now under construction. Where you want to live. Visit Pentalago.com.
Only one water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA.
For over 20 years, Houston has been setting the standard of automotive excellence. Hi, I'm Dave Houston. I'd like to welcome you to the Houston family. We are committed to offering exceptional Cadillac models like the all-new electric Lyriq, redesigned XT4, and the legendary Escalade. At Houston, our personalized service and friendly staff will exceed your expectations. Feel the thrill of buying a new Cadillac from Houston Cadillac.
Pensacola, South Florida's most anticipated water sports community. 5 lakes, 4 slalom courses, year-round skiing. Homes now under construction. Where you want to live. Visit Pentalago.com.
Experience the sports evolution at USA Waterski and Wake Sports Foundation Hall of Fame in Central Florida's Polk County. From the pioneers of the sport to the stars of today, all 9 disciplines are honored. It's the most comprehensive and fun-filled tribute to the people and the sport we love. Located inside the Central Florida Visitor Information Center in Davenport, Florida, the Hall of Fame is open 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. 7 days a week.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
See you in Vienna. Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
We are Radar, and this crew is the backbone of the Radar Nation. They live on the water day in and day out, devoting their lives to bringing skiing to the masses. We have designers, innovators, free spirits, and badass buoy slayers, all charging at 100% to grow the sport. There's no better group of individuals to be driving the ship that leads water skiing.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights! Let's go.
You don't protect your car like a boat, so why protect your boat like a car? You need Ski Safe. Insurance for boaters, from boaters. For decades, we've protected boats, jet skis, and nothing else. So we know how to save you money. And with a history of safe boating, you'll save even more. Ski Safe. 1-800-225-6560.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Pentalago, South Florida's most anticipated water sports community. 5 lakes, 4 slalom courses, year-round skiing. Homes now under construction. Where you want to live. Visit Pentalago.com.
Only one water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA.
For over 20 years, Houston has been setting the standard of automotive excellence. Hi, I'm Dave Houston. I'd like to welcome you to the Houston family. We are committed to offering exceptional Cadillac models like the all-new electric Lyriq, redesigned XT4, and the legendary Escalade. At Houston, our personalized service and friendly staff will exceed your expectations. Feel the thrill of buying a new Cadillac from Houston Cadillac.
Pensacola, South Florida's most anticipated water sports community. 5 lakes, 4 slalom courses, year-round skiing. Homes now under construction. Where you want to live. Visit Pentalago.com.
Experience the sports evolution at USA Waterski and Wake Sports Foundation Hall of Fame in Central Florida's Polk County. From the pioneers of the sport to the stars of today, all 9 disciplines are honored. It's the most comprehensive and fun-filled tribute to the people and the sport we love. Located inside the Central Florida Visitor Information Center in Davenport, Florida, the Hall of Fame is open 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. 7 days a week.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
All right, welcome back. We are here, Lake 2. This is the Slalom Lake. We had a little bit of a delay because we had a challenge of the gates for our third skier off the dock in that women's one of Angie warning. So we had just gotten done with that. We are going to have a simulation pass ran here on the lake, and we are going to get rolling through men's 2 slalom. I'm Zane Nicholson. I have been your announcer today, but I am going to step away and let my friend Curtis Williams take the mic for this event. I'm going to get ready and go take a ski ride here a little later today. But right now, we'll swap over to Curtis, and y'all will have men's 2 slalom coming up right after this.
Still getting myself accustomed here. Pleasure to be joining you all here at the 82nd Good Water Ski National Championships. Like Zane said, we got some great slalom coming up. We got the men's 2 slalom event, some really strong competitors in that field, and then we get into the Open Women's, Open Men's. I'm sure fans around the world are eagerly anticipating that. Apologies for the delay. We had a technical issue, as Zane said, with a skier protest that was ultimately denied in Women's 1. And the boat now is just going to run a quick stimulation pass, and we'll get underway with men's 2 slalom. 24 skiers in the men's 2 slalom field, so it's a big, long division. Of course, these skiers aged between 25 and 35. They shorten at maximum speed, 36 miles an hour, 58k. And looking at the caliber of the skiers on the dock, it looks like it will take something deep down 38 off, perhaps even into 39.5 off to win this event. There's some very strong skiers still to come. Beautiful conditions here at Ski West Village here in Central California. Gotten pretty lucky with the weather this week. It can be sweltering hot out here in the desert, but temperatures for the most part have stayed down below 100 degrees in the mid to low 90s, and as you've been seeing on the webcast all week, barely a breath of wind, at most just a light little zephyr of a breeze coming down the lake, and often a headwind as well, which bodes well for some of the jump events we have coming up throughout the day. But it's a real water skiing oasis out here in the desert. It's a big agricultural community, a lot of farming out here, and a lot of dirt and desert as well, but some of the aerial views of this site are incredible. You know, you sort of turn a corner in the middle of some farm fields, and all of a sudden there's 10 man-made water ski lakes lined up in a row. A real water skier's paradise. Ski West Village hosting their first national championships in, I think, about 16, 17 years. And we're back here again in 2025. It's been great seeing so far this week. Had the pleasure to hang out on site all week. I've been doing some of the on-site announcements, but great to be joining you here on TWBC. And we should be just moments away from getting underway in the men's 2 slalom event.
Morris. In second spot, Katie Morton with 31.50, and your provisional national women's 2 trip champion with 32.80 is Emily Danmeyer, 3,280. So congratulations to her. Still getting point scores for men's free. We'll try and keep you updated with that as we work along there. Looking at the scores for men's three as we continue to roll right along into our next competitor. We've got Laura Birding.
Our first skier off the dock, I believe it will be Michael Bullock. He is opening up at 28 off. Yeah, and we're going to have a lot of skiers in this field capable of getting into some short lines. Michael Bullock, he is your first skier. Competed in the trick event just an hour or so ago over on Lake 1. We're here on Lake 2, the Slalom Lake, with Michael Bullock, making pretty easy work of this opening 28 off pass. Tidy opening pass from Michael Bullock, I believe a Midwest skier. Interested to see why he's first off the dock. A little bit turned around by that. He has an average all the way into 38 off, which is considerably better than some of the next handful of skiers still to come. So he's got some asterisks next to his name. Not sure what the situation is. I don't believe he's an international skier, so perhaps maybe he's slaloming an open men's as well, and he is competing in men's 2 slalom only as an overall skier. Yeah, actually, I have the running order in front of me, so I can confirm. So this is interesting. This is a relatively new thing they've introduced at the AOSA National Championships, but you have some skiers who may be qualified to ski in open men's or open women's, but only in a single event. And the challenge used to be for someone like Michael Bullock, he tricked and jump in men's 2, and if he goes in slaloms and open, he wouldn't be able to compete in overall. But because he's now allowed to ski in men's 2 slalom, not for placement, so he can't place in this event, but he can get an overall score. This is 32 off for him now. Not as tidy as his opening pass, but he will get through it in the end. A little bit shaky stuff through the middle. We'll get to see that on replay. But that is why Michael Bullock is first off the dock. And so this really is just about the overall for him. He will not, no matter what he scores, he will not be getting a medal here in men's 2 slalom. We'll get to see him later on, though, in open men's slalom. You can see there at 3 ball, he just reared up. It's not the best of passes, but in the end, full 6 buoys, out the exit gates, and Michael Bullock will have a crack at 35 off. So 35 off for Michael Bullock now, trying to post a solid score for the men's 2 overall race. He tricked okay earlier, right up around 2,000 points. But he's got a bit of ground to make up with the likes of Taylor Horton, Robert Morris, Storm Seltzer in this event. So far, 35 off, he looks to be getting it done. And Slalom obviously his strongest event, so it'll be very important in the men's 2 overall race for him to get a really strong score here. The difference between, say, a 1 or a 2 at 38 coming up or getting deep down it could be critical. This was actually, in the end, a much nicer pass than his 32 off. Looks to be building well into his campaign. The other nice thing really well for Michael Bullock is he slaloms again in open men's in probably 2 hours. So in a lot of ways, this is kind of like a practice set for him. He'll have the advantage over a lot of his competitors, and then he'll have felt out the conditions just a couple hours before the important, very important open men's slalom final. All right, the towboat spins around now at the southern end, bringing Michael Bullock in at 38 off, 11.25 meter line. This is real short line skiing now. The rope not long enough to reach outside of the buoy line. Could start on one, Michael Bullock. He's around two. He's making his way through this pass pretty well so far. He's a touchdown course and narrow. Needs a big turn on four. He may have got it. Michael Bullock, 38 off. He's going to run it, and this will be huge for his overall chances. Again, I'm looking through the field, and in men's overall, I mean, Storm Seltzer, if he jumps, is probably your favorite, but I'm not sure. He's carrying quite a few injuries, and you got Robert Morris, Taylor Horton right in the race as well. None of those guys, I don't think, are going to slalom this well. They're running 38. It's probably not in the cards for them. Michael Bullock didn't trick as well as those guys, but if he can get a big lead here in slalom, that could be very important in the men's 2 overall battle. Right, we've cut the line now to the very short 39.5 off, the 10.75 meter line. Michael Bullock trying to build as much of a lead as he can in the men's 2 overall race. Comes around one, blows the fin out. Great skiing, though, from him. He'll be happy just to have gotten through 38. That's a really solid score to post for his overall chances. But you can see the rope, the short, things get very, very challenging out there. And Michael Bullock went for the big aggressive turn and blew that fin right out of the water. That beautiful Malibu towboat heading back to the starting dock to pick up really our first skier in a lot of ways in men's 2 slalom. Bit of a cameo there from Michael Bullock. Again, he will be slaloming later on open men's, but skiing in men's 2 just for an overall score. So now we get into 24 skiers in total in this division. all vying for 5 medals. We give out 5 medals at US water ski events. I never quite figured that one out, but I suppose it's nice. If you pick up a 4th like I did earlier, that you get a medal for it. But these earlier seeds probably will not be in medal contention realistically. For a lot of them, it will be their first national championships. And just the experience to be here, a part of the biggest water ski event in the world, I think, in terms of participation numbers. They'll be looking for personal bests. And it will be Mark Zimmerman to take to the water. He is starting up at 32 miles an hour, 15 off. So we've slowed things down a little bit from 36, 39 and a half off. But Mark Zimmerman, he's having a bit of fun out there, isn't he? Scrapping his way through this opening pass. Jumps the wake, out the exit gates. Yeah, he's just soaking up the atmosphere, I think, as Mark Zimmerman. He knows that the winning of this event is going to be into 38, perhaps even 39. He does not have that in his arsenal, but he's going to have some fun while he's out here in the water. He gives the big thumbs up to the boat driver, or bump the boat speed up to 34. And that's it, isn't it? You come out here to these big events and get to enjoy the atmosphere, ski in front of a bit of a crowd, building throughout the weekend. There's definitely a lot more people on site here on Friday than there was earlier in the week. Obviously a lot of anticipation for the open divisions. We had the Temblor Brewing set up at a beer garden, opened yesterday down on Vendors Row, and I'm sure the brewing beer garden will be pumping later on this afternoon. It's probably where you'll find me, in all fairness. But get some shots there in the background of the orchid back there. Of course, the Central Valley here, the breadbasket of America. A lot of food produced here in Central Valley. And Mark, he is now at 34 miles an hour, 15 off. Pretty shaky stuff. And he's getting down course. He's bent at the waist. He's fighting his way through it. Great stuff here. Great work. Mark Zimmerman runs 34 miles an hour. Very unconventional slalom style. He probably could benefit from a little bit of coaching. A couple turns there where he left his hips back in a different postcode. But you know what? It's not about how you look out there. It's the score. As he chatters away. And just in case you're wondering at home, there are absolutely no rollers out there. The conditions are perfect. I'm not quite sure what's causing his ski to chatter around quite as much as is, but Mark Zimmerman runs that pass. Okay, Mark returning now for his third pass. Oh, he's really struggling here with the boat speed cranked all the way up to 36. That ski bouncing around. He's bent at the waist, but boy, he's getting it done though, isn't he? Fights hard. He's not quite going to make 6. Wow. He really pressed his luck throughout that campaign. In the end, came up just short. It looks to me like he may have shortened the rope rather than gone up to speed. This looks like it might have been 34 miles an hour, 22 off. Looks like he's playing a little bit less line than he was on the previous passes. And unfortunately, some of those technical flaws that we saw on pass 1 and 2 in the end got the better of him. But, you know, I recognize Mark's name from collegiate skiing back in the day, so it's great to see. You know, I'll talk some more about some of the skiers later on who I know a little bit better, but a lot of this men's 2 division are people that picked up the sport in college and NCAA and have caught the bug and stuck around. So it's great to see that pathway from collegiate skiing into sticking in the sport later on, and Mark Zimmerman is certainly one of those people. Okay, we head back to the dock. We pick up our next skier. It will be Alec Doman. Actually going to have Alec Doman followed by Cole Doman. They are identical twin brothers out of San Diego and California, and a couple skiers that I know quite a bit about. I went to college at San Diego State with the 2 of these guys, and we're actually roommates in college. So unlike, unfortunately, poor old Mark Zimmerman and Mark Bullock, who I don't know a ton about, Alec and Cole, I can give you quite a bit of backstory. This is 34 miles an hour, 15 off for Alec Doman to open up. Grew up in the Bay Area in Northern California, but attended San Diego State University, has been down there ever since. And he's competing, of course, in all 3 events. Outside shot in the overall. Jump probably the strongest of his 3 events, so we're looking forward to jumping tomorrow afternoon. But making his way through 34 miles an hour, 15 off. And these 2 guys, the Doman twins, they're incredible athletes. So before college, they had never competitively water skied. Their old man, Rob, he's here on site. He did a bit of slalom skiing back in the day, in his younger days, and they had a boat, and the 2 of them were actually quite into wakeboarding. I don't know that they'd ever competed in tournaments, but they were pretty handy on a wakeboard. They could, you know, do a few flips. Did a lot of skiing up in the Delta in Northern California, for folks familiar with that area. And I think they'd ridden a slalom ski before, but certainly had never been in a slalom course. They'd never seen a trick ski, never jumped. And we, recruited them to the water ski and wakeboard club at San Diego State. They joined ostensibly at first just to wakeboard, but ended up trying out the different water ski disciplines. And throughout their 4 years at San Diego State, they really developed into talented 3-event athletes. Both of them capable of cutting into short line and slalom. Slalom probably the weaker of their 3 events, but they took to that pretty well, and they're both, were able to transfer some of those skills they had in wakeboarding and recreational wakeboarding into trick skiing, and they're pretty strong trick skiers. Particularly Alec's twin brother Cole, able to do quite a few flips out there on the water, and they're very keen jumpers as well. Like I said, jump probably their strongest event. Really looking forward to jumping with them tomorrow. This now is Alec Doman returning, I believe, at 34 miles an hour, 22 off. And again, making pretty good work of this is Alec. But like I said, great guys, hard-working blokes, awesome to have around, and really talented athletes that have improved in leaps and bounds. And again, another great example of that pipeline of recruiting people in at NCAA and college. Basically they saw an ad for a team tabling with water ski and wakeboard on campus and joined the water ski team, and here they are now competing at their very first AWSA national championships.
Almost going down there on that surface 5, but let's see what she does with the wing line back. Settles herself down a little bit there, just taking a little bit of time to make that happen. She's edging away, she's going to try the back flip. Oh, in case of the weight there, but for the tricks that we were able to see there, that should be enough to deliver onto Jasmine Gagner the national title in women's 3. So congratulations to her. A great effort all the way throughout.
Right now, I believe we have bumped the boat all the way up to man speed, 36 miles an hour. This will be 22 off for Alec Doman. And again, he's in the lead, but he wants to post a big score. He's a guy who's capable of running this pass. He'll need a good start as he comes around one ball. Not a bad start out of one here from Alec. Oh, almost comes unstuck out of 2. He was early, but boy, did the boat get him. And he's going to slip inside 4. And probably not quite the performance he was looking for out there on the slalom ski 3 at 22 off. But again, he's still got the jump event to come. That's really his main event. Super excited. He'll be out there 5.5 feet jumping. Got a personal best in the mid-130s. I reckon tomorrow we could see him push up over 140 for the first time. So Alec Doman ends his first slalom ride ever at the AWSA National Championships, and hopefully the first of many for him. But no, folks, we're not seeing double. The boat will head back to the dock. It will pick up Cole Doman, which is, of course, Alec's identical twin. I've often wondered, they have different strength in skiing. Cole is generally a better tricker. For a long time, Alec was the better slalomer. They are very hard to tell apart. And if there would be some shenanigans where one could ski in place of the other to maximize scores, because it would be very difficult if you were the boat judge to understand what was going on. So Cole Doman next on the water. He will be opening up at 32 miles an hour, 22 off, taking advantage of some of these new zero-based scoring rules. And Cole really, in the last 6 months, has improved in leaps and bounds in the slalom event. This was always the weakest by quite a margin of his 3 events. He's always been a keen and avid trick skier. He was really able to transfer a lot of his wakeboarding skills into trick skiing. And, he got the bug for jump a little bit later. It took him a while to catch up to his brother Alec in the jump event, but at this point they're pretty hard to separate. But the slalom event was always really the event he practiced the least. He didn't put a lot of time into it. Throughout college, I don't think he ever really cut the rope. But in the last 6 months, he's spent a lot of time slalom skiing, and he's really improved in leaps and bounds. He started to post some scores, into 28 off. So he'll be looking to see if he can recreate that today, opening up very tidily at 32.22. Again, Cole, another skier to come out of that San Diego State program. He was a former president of the team and is now, alongside myself, one of the coaches. So he's still giving back to the SDSU team. He's coach of that water ski and wake sports club. And of course, the San Diego State team have been on site working hard all week. They've been doing the catering for the officials hospitality as a bit of a fundraiser for the club. And again, all part of efforts that, a strong push to try and bridge that gap between NCAA and AUSA. And could there be a better advertisement in this men's 2 slalom field? Looking at the names in it, I'm confident that 90% or more of the skiers in this men's 2 slalom field all came through NCAA programs. They all skied in college. So really showing that that pipeline is alive and well. Cole Doman, this now will be 34 miles an hour, 22 off from the southern end. Pretty strong, strapping young lad, spends a lot of time in the gym, probably uses the arms more than you'd advise through a slalom pass, but he has the strength for it, and runs that pass pretty comfortably in the end. So the identical twins, looking at their average, separated by 0.2 of a boy. So less than a quarter boy between them. When we say identical twins, they are, in a lot of respects, are identical skiers on the water. Nothing separating the two of them. First and foremost, though, Cole's goal is going to beat his older brother, only by a few minutes, but Alec got 3 at this pass, 36 miles an hour at 22 off. Cole will want to first and foremost beat Alec, make sure he has the bragging rights in the family, but also potentially run the pass. All starts here at 1 ball. Great start at 1 here from Cole Doman. He's around 2. He's in a bit of trouble here. He's being pulled unstuck. He needs to dig deep to get through this pass. He's taken the lead by half a boy. Wow. Not the score either of them were looking for. They would have liked to have run that pass. But the family bragging rights in the battle of the identical twins will go to Cole Doman, who managed to eke out just a half boy more than his twin brother Alec. Cole earlier today just narrowly missed out on the podium in tricks. He didn't have best of performances on the water, but he's a really strong tricker. But again, like his brother Alec, he will be most excited for the jump event. That is where he really shines. Personal best in the mid 130 range and knocking on the door of 140 plus. He's put the boat speed up, the ramp height up. He's keen. He told me today he's doing full doubles this weekend, so hoping to see him really push out a big score in the men's 2 jump event tomorrow afternoon. But for now, he is leading men's 2 slalom as the boat heads back to the dock. And we have a bit of a San Diego marathon here. Of course, the first 2 skiers, Alec Doman and Cole Doman, live in San Diego. They went to San Diego State. Cole, like I said, a former president of the SDSU Water Ski and Wakeboard Club. And the next skier, Newt Cutcliffe, also a San Diego State alumni who lives in San Diego, trains down there in Mission Bay. Get to do quite a bit of skiing with Newt. And a former president of the SDSU Water Ski and Wakeboard Club as well. So San Diego State rolling deep at these national championships. And Newt, he will be opening up at 34 miles an hour, 15 off. Newt, another competitor in men's 2 overall. Pretty solid skier across all 3 events. It's kind of tough to say with Newt what his strongest event is. He's, right there or thereabouts in all 3 of them. He's a solid, handy slalom skier, capable of, if he skis well, running through 22 off. He jumps in excess of 100 feet. He can go 110, 115 if he really gets it together, and he tricked right up around 2,000 points in the past. So really solid across all 3 events. Newt, another skier, had never, at least competitively, water skied before college. He may have gone out for a rip behind, a buddy's fishing boat on a slalom ski, but he really picked up water skiing in college and has improved in leaps and bounds throughout that experience and has stuck with it as well.
exactly doubled my score. 880. Yeah, she's only been tricking for a year, so that's not bad at all.
So Newt returning now for pass number 2. Looks like he may have cut rope as well. I think this is going to be 34 miles an hour, 22 off for Newt. And again, doesn't have the cleanest or tidiest of slalom styles. It's scrappy, it's a little bit unorthodox, but in the end, he will get around 6 out the exit gates and will run that pass. He will come back now at 36 miles an hour, 22 off, after running that 34.22 pass. Fighting his way through 34.22 was Newt Cutcliffe. He will be bumping the boat speed up in that beautiful Malibu towboat down at the northern end of the lake for Newt to come in for the crunch pass. Of course, this guy does a lot of training with the Doman twins. They're neck and neck in a lot of the events, and he will be keen to get one over his fellow SDSU alumni. Of course, the lead right now with Cole Doman at 3.5 at 22 off. Newt now will have a chance to challenge that lead, potentially be our first skier in men's 2 slalom proper to run this pass. So here he comes, Newt Cutcliffe, originally from the Santa Barbara area, now calls San Diego, California his home. Not a bad start as he heads across to 3-ball. He's scrapping and fighting his way through it. He's in trouble at 5. He'll push hard for 6. He won't get it. 5 at 22 off. He's your new leader, but he'll just be a little bit disappointed he couldn't eke out that last one. Skis are very much boy to boy. Does not get a ton of width, a ton of angle. And really bending at the waist on turn 1. Scrapping his way through this 22 off pass was Newt Cutcliffe. Okay, the boat is head back to the starting dock, and we have picked up our next skier, who will be Kevin Malik. Of course, originally out of the South Central region in Texas, in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, but attended college at Arizona State University and completed the trip westward by moving to San Diego, California a number of years ago. So already 4 skiers in this field out of San Diego doing their training in Mission Bay. Former host of Pro Tour stops way back in the day. And Kevin Malik seated perhaps a little bit lower than you might expect. He in the past has been a skier who's been capable of running 35 off, but he's pretty freshly come back from a major knee surgery and hasn't had a ton of training under his belt. And I don't know that the slalom event has gone hugely well for him so far, but he is a guy that, if things start to fall into place, he could go much higher than his average right now suggests. That was a tight enough opening pass there at 34 miles an hour, 22 off. Watching the replay here of Kevin's opener, of course, presented by Goode Water Skis, the title sponsor of the 82nd Goode Water Ski National Championships. And it's been a number of years, I don't know the exact number, but 20, 25 plus years that they have occupied that title sponsor role. A huge supporter of this tournament. And, you know, in addition to producing some of the best slalom skis in the world, of course, Goode has made a foray in recent years into producing trick skis, and you'd have to say the preliminary results of those trick skis are pretty positive, with Jake Abelson setting a world trick record using a Goode trick ski earlier this year. So they certainly know their stuff up there in Utah at the Goode Water Ski Factory. This now is Kevin Melton returning at 36 miles an hour, 22 off. He runs this pass. He will take the lead. And good start here from Kevin. A little bit shaky around 2-ball. He's getting down course and narrow. Needs a big turn here on 4 to get back in this. I think he may have got it as he heads now across to 6. Out the gates, Kevin Melton, your first skier through 22 off. And yeah, it's I mean, a bit of a wild card from Kevin because we really don't know. He's really only been back skiing for about a month or two. I mean, I think he started riding a ski back Memorial Day weekend, back the end of May, early June. But, you know, started off pretty easy, just cutting back and forth on jump skis, things like that. And I don't think he was able to really go full energy at any of the events until the last few weeks, making a late charge for regionals and nationals. Again, had to have a pretty serious, I believe, MCL reconstruction after a snow skiing accident last year. Okay, 28 off now, 14.25 meters for Kevin Melton out of San Diego in California. A pass he has run many, many times in the past, but right now with his limited run-up, I think he's going to struggle. He's around 3-ball. He's late, though. He needs a big turn here. He's still clinging on, though, as he, wow, not quite, slips inside 5. 4 at 28 off for Kevin Melton. You know, given the limited amount of practice he's had, taking over, 18 months out of the sport with that injury, this is pretty good skiing from Kevin. So 4 at 28 off for Kevin Melton. And moving now north out of San Diego, but still within the Golden State of California, your next skier will be Tai Veo. One of the hardest working blokes on site. He is the officials assignments judge here at these national championships for, I think, about the 4th or 5th year in a row he's taken on that role, which is a difficult, unenviable task, having to wrangle up officials to serve across all 3 lakes, particularly in the afternoons when the temperature reaches a sweltering 99 or even over 100 degrees. It's a lonely old assignment, finding someone to go sit in Tower B and roast in the hot sun. But Tai Veo, he's quite persuasive, I suppose, and he's able to get people to take those roles. And he's also someone who's very actively involved in the collegiate water ski scene. He is a Cal Poly San Luis Obispo alumni. He's a proud member of the Cal Poly Mustangs and is the new chairman of the NCWSA Western Region. So he is the regional chairman out west here. Big supporter of collegiate water skiing for a number of years. And hopefully Ty's had a minute to kind of collect his thoughts. I know he's running around frantically most of the week, working very hard on site, but hopefully he's got a minute to get his head right. He's opening up here at 34 miles an hour, 22 off. Does most of his skiing in the Sacramento area at Belacqua in California. And makes very tidy work with the inside hand drag, adding a bit of flair there at 34.22 for Tai Veo. Now, he keeps himself very busy, does Tai Veo. Of course, the assignments judge here at the National Championships. He served that role for a number of years. I believe he puts together the regional guide for AWSA in the Western region. And like we said, the incoming NCWSA Western region chairman, replacing Jeff Rush, who served that role for, I believe, 20-plus years. And, you know, always happy to volunteer, Tai. He's chief boat driver at, I would say, most of the collegiate tournaments these days. Or chief judge in a pinch.
There are the remaining events on the schedule with girls 5 going on right now. Then we go into boys 4.
And I've been really impressed with, you know, Tai skiing the last couple years. You know, a lot of times you sort of get into that late 20s, early 30s age bracket and you start to slow down a bit. I know I am slowing down at a pretty rapid pace. Oh, disappointing for Tai. Well, he's a better skier than that. And you just can't help but feel that all the hard work he's been doing all week, maybe that's just detracted a bit. It's very tough to, you know, be switched on mentally all week long doing some of these official jobs and go out and ski your best. But anyway, to pick up where I was going, I've been very impressed with Tai skiing the last couple of years. He's, you know, it's pretty rare to see someone, you know, continue to improve through that age bracket, but he's really picked up his skiing in the slalom event and particularly in the jump event where he has, you know, kind of transformed himself the last couple of years into a very, very capable jumper. He's done a lot of work on his technique, and you know, similar in the slalom event, I think he's really improved. We used to joke with Tai when he was in college that when they introduced the mini-course rule, it was introduced for Tai for when he missed his opener. That was sort of the running joke, but that's not really the Tai we see anymore at tournaments. He's improved a lot, so that's really disappointing. I expected a lot more from him. Okay, moving along through this men's 2 slalom field. Next up, we have Mitchell Kaus. Of course, the lead still held by Kevin Malik of 4 at 28 off. And he's got some work to do, does Mitchell. He's opening up at 15 off. Mitchell returning now from the southern end. And unlike the last 5 skiers who I have done most of my training with for probably the last 5 or 6 years, so I have plenty of background on, I don't know a lot about Mitchell, but I am enjoying his slalom technique. He's definitely looking a little bit more calm and composed than some of the earlier skiers. Coming a little bit unstuck here on pass number 2. A lot of arm movement, but in the end he will run the pass without too many concerns. And it looks like that pass he'd shortened up to 22 off. Possibly still at 34 miles an hour. We'll wait on confirmation, but I believe that was 34.22 for Mitchell on pass number 2. Just getting confirmation from our officiating team that was in fact 36.22 for Mitchell Kaus. Interesting start speed. So he opened up at 36 miles an hour, 15 off. That's a pass a lot of skiers avoid, but he, interestingly, he obviously is quite a fan of it. A full 58k long line. You see shots there of our TWC booth working hard all weekend. Mitchell Kaus now 28 off, has a chance to challenge the lead, of course, held by Kevin Malik of 4 on this pass. And he's in trouble here. He gets in very deep at 2, and he cannot hold on, or at least he doesn't attempt to. Of course, self-preservation starting to pop up just a little bit as we move into men's 2. Not as much as it is in some of the older divisions, but you know, these are guys who have jobs, careers. Some of them may have wives, kids as well. And starting to worry a little bit more about hurting their body than perhaps they were in their younger years. And Mitchell Kaus, he starts off with, well, it'll be a tight judge's call. To me, that was probably 1.5, but I don't have the best angle, so interesting to see what the judges score that officially. Great to see Tai Veo on screen there. Still has a smile on his face after what would had to have been a pretty disappointing performance in the slalom ski. He's got a great attitude out here. Like we said, working hard all weekend. And there's some really good collegiality on the men's 2 slalom starting dock, I'm sure. Had a great time earlier in the trick event today, this division. As the towboat heads back to the dock, about to pick up Joseph LaMonica. The big, strong Malibu TXI 6.0 litre engine in there. And a good friend of mine recently picked up a 2024 TXI, and I've had the chance to spend a little bit of time on it. And it is an absolutely gorgeous boat. They really pay attention to every detail there at Malibu Boats. Got a world-class sound system. He got the one with the tower, which I love. It's great for beginner skiers, or if you want to try a little bit of wakeboarding behind it. Can really do it all behind the Malibu. And it's a fitting match because Malibu happens to be one of my favorite drinks as well. Joseph LaMonica confirming he will open up at 34 miles an hour, 22 off. Pretty tidy start here from Joseph. Working his way through 34.22. Great opening pass there from Joseph LaMonica. The inside hand drag. Love a little bit of flair. Risky stuff because he didn't execute super well there at the end, but great stuff from Joseph. And yeah, just sort of picking up where I was saying about Malibu boats. It's really good to hear. I was talking to my local Southern California Malibu promo boat guy the other day, and he's actually just placed an order for his 2025 Malibu, and he has the full confidence, backing, and financial support of Malibu to continue his promo deal that he's been doing for a number of years. And they're out here in force of the national championships. They got a boat down in Vendors Row sponsoring the event. So some of the rumors that may have been circulating in the year, it seems like all of those are unfounded, and that Malibu Boats is very much here to stay in the water ski community. Joseph LaMonica, a little bit sketchy there towards the business end of that pass, the back end, but in the end he got it done there at 36 miles an hour at 22 off. But yeah, very excited to hear such positive news on the future of Malibu and its support of tournament water skiing. It is certainly one of my favorite boats. It's a fantastic 3-event boat, really good all 3 events. You know, some of the other boat brands may have specialized in certain events where that's where they really have their niche, but I feel like Malibu is very well rounded. It's a fantastic trick boat, slalom boat, jump boat. It's a great boat just for hanging out in the lake. And Joseph LaMonica there at 5 ball very nearly came unstuck, heart in the mouth stuff, but in the end managed to run the pass. He now will have a chance to challenge the lead, still held by San Diego, California's Kevin Malik. Crunch pass now, 28 off for Joseph LaMonica. Lead 4 on this pass. It's an okay start on 1. The boat is starting to win this tug of war a little bit, though. He needs to stay strong. He hits now around 4. I think he's going to take the lead. In fact, he got better and better throughout that pass. And in the end, he will be relatively early for 6 ball and will be your first skier through 28 off. Thought he may have been in just a tad bit of trouble here on 1. He pulled the arms in, got bent at the waist through the wakes, but actually from here on out he had a beautiful turn on 2, got himself right back in the race, and throughout the rest of the pass he seemed to be a man in control. Very strong 2.46 turn from Joseph LaMonica. Joseph LaMonica now returning 32 off. The mean green. He is your leader, but I think he can get deep down this pass. It's a great start on 1. He's a bit out of shape out of 2. He's in big trouble here as he heads now across to 4 ball. Needs a crunching turn. He may have got back in this. He's around 5. Joseph LaMonica, 32 off. He threw himself head first, almost at 6 ball. In the end, he knew that had he have seen that through to completion, it would have been ugly times ugly. So he made the safe choice to let go, and will score 5 at 32 off. Love to see this great scrappy skiing here from Joseph LaMonica. It was a good start on 1. Here's where things really started to come unstuck for him, though. Took a big hit, pulled him out of position out of 2 ball, got around 3. It almost seemed like he wasn't sure if he was going to go around 3 at all. And then 4. 4 was a great turn. He got himself right back in the race. Around 5, and here he finishes that turn, gets pulled over the front of the ski, and this could have been very bad. He narrowly avoided a full tumble crash there to Joseph LaMonica. Okay, next up on the water, another Southern California skier, Eric Larson. Recently bought a house at Canyon Lake and has moved out there in California. That's where he grew up, where his parents live. And he is making easy work of this opening 22 off pass. Another collegiate skier, he and his wife actually both attended UCLA, were on the ski team there. That's where they met. And they have one young whippersnapper running around site. I'm sure he'll be skiing at the Goode National Water Ski Championships in a few years' time. And really tidy opening pass here from Eric. Okay, we're right in the thick of things already. Eric Larson, 28 off, runs this pass. He will have a shot at the lead. Not a great one. And then he goes in the drink around 2, and that's disappointing for Eric. He's a much better skier than that. He will finish up with 1.5 at 28 off, and you can see the disappointment on his face. Well, disappointing stuff, Eric Larson. We move along into the 11th skier now in this 24 skier men's 2 field, a big division here at the 82nd Good Water Ski National Championships, and a big division across all three events, which is great to see. Next up, it will be Taylor Leach. Just opening up his campaign here in the slalom event is Taylor. Tidy enough opening pass for him. So tidy start here from Taylor Leach at 22 off, full speed. Really felt like he was in control of that right the way through. The boat will shorten him up at the southern end to bring him back in at 28 off. And we're starting to get into our skiers who are capable not just of getting into 32 off, but running 32 off, perhaps even threatening 35 off. So things are starting to heat up. And looking at the field, you know, we got really a lot of guys who are capable of winning this event or finishing up on the podium. So starting pretty soon, every skier is someone who is capable of picking up a medal. So it's going to get interesting. Things are heating up here on the slalom lake in the men's 2 slalom event. 11 skiers down. Still 13 left on the dock. Right now we have Taylor Leach returning 28 off. Tidy start for him. Yeah, touchdown course, but I don't think it's going to bother him. Doesn't seem like much would fluster this man. So Taylor Leach, he will have a chance now to challenge the lead. Shorten up to 32 off. Of course, Joseph LaMonica holding on to that lead, 5 on this pass. Taylor, though, the way he ran those first 2 passes, I don't think he's going to have any trouble with this. I think it would be an upset if he is not able to make it through 32 off. He is looking for scores much deeper than that. Okay, Taylor Leach, 32 off. Can he be the first skier through this pass? Good start on 1. He hooks up well. He's got nice tight line. He's continuing the trend at 2. Taylor Leach, 32 off the mean green. He's all over this pass. He's making it look easy. He's getting better and better with every consecutive pass. He runs 32. And I think that 35 off could be in danger if he is able to continue the superb form he has brought into this slalom event. This is good skiing from Taylor. His average is actually right here. It's, I believe, 96 boys is 6 at 32 off. So obviously already a pretty good score. It's always a good day if you can beat your average. But I just feel like he is capable of quite a bit more. He made that pass look easy. If he can carry that form into 35, we could see a big score, something for the next guys on the dock to chase. 35 off now, Taylor Leach. He has the lead. How much can he build on it around one? It's a good start on one. Geez, he's looking the goods. He heads outside 2 ball now. Taylor Leach, 35 off. Oh, dunks the elbow in the water on 3. Comes unstuck, but a solid score. 2.5 at 35 off. What a great start he had here at 35. Continuing that form, he came around 2. 2 wasn't quite as good. You see, he just kind of folded at the waist. And then around 3, he needed the Hail Mary, the miracle turn. He tried to drop the elbow into pivot, slam dunk style. Had too much speed, and in the end, the boat won. Okay, moving right along now. We are on Grant Schipper. Of course, out of the Great White North in Minnesota. Spent a bit of time down in Iowa State in his college days, and had the pleasure to spend a few years skiing with Grant when he had a job and lived in San Diego, California. So another San Diego transplant. He was out there for a few years. Really great guy to spend time with, really positive attitude. And he made easy work of that 22 off pass. Grant, certainly his strongest event is the jump event. Cannot wait to watch him jump tomorrow afternoon. But he's really picked things up now in slalom and tricks. And he is now back living in the land of 10,000 lakes in the St. Paul, Minneapolis area. He's a part owner at a lake development just about 45 minutes outside of town. He does a lot of skiing there with his brothers. Of course, Ryan Schipper, his younger brother, he's over there calling the action on Lake 3, the jump lake. And Brandon Schipper, he is skiing later on in this event. He's one of the real rock stars in men's 2 slalom. So great to see all 3 of the Schipper boys making their way out to California. And Grant, like we said, cruised through 22 off. He will be returning now at 28. So Grant Schipper, 28 off. Pretty regulation pass for him. Hooks up really well out of 1. He's all over this pass right now as Grant cruising. Comes around 5. You have time to whip out the cell phone and send a nice message back to Susie. I'm sure is watching on the webcast back in Minnesota. Super tidy stuff from Grant. Setting himself up here to run hopefully 32 off and challenge that lead held by Taylor Leach of 2.5 at 35. And he has started off very cleanly. Crunch pass, much run pass for Grant Schipper, 32 off. It's a bit of a shaky start. He has time, though. He's going to regain some composure as he heads now to the back end of this pass. Around 4 ball, Grant. I think he's recovered completely. Round 5. This is good skiing here from Grant. Well, it was heart-in-the-mouth stuff on the first couple turns. He looked to be in all sorts of trouble, but cooler heads prevailed, and Grant Schipper made his way through 32 off. You just watch the start here from Grant. Around 1 ball. It was a terrible one. It was a god-awful one. He was in all kinds of trouble. We'd written him off. 2 ball, he was late for 2, but he stayed calm, and this is where things really got back on track. Around 3, great turn on 3, and you can just tell this is a pass that Grant runs pretty regularly because he had the confidence after that horror start at 1 ball to stay in the fight, and eventually was able to run the pass. All right, 35 off now for Grant Schipper. We've shortened up to the 12-meter line. 2.5 the lead right now with Taylor Leach. What has Grant got in his bag of tricks? Could he get deep down 35? I know it's a pass he's run before, but not super regularly. It all begins here at 1 ball. Hits the go button on 1. It's not a bad start on 1. He pulls up narrow out of 2. He's in trouble. He'll slip inside 3. Little bits of some handle play there for the fans. But 2 at 35 off will be his final score. Well, he tried. He did not get the start he needed on 1. And then he really didn't attack 2 ball. He needed a bigger turn on 2 there. That was not it. I love this little handle pass around the body. Okay, just having a quick break here while we swap out the boat crew and tower judges, and we will be back with the second half of men's 2 slalom in just a few moments.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Pentalago, South Florida's most anticipated water sports community. 5 lakes, 4 slalom courses, year-round skiing. Homes now under construction. Where you want to live. Visit Pentalago.com.
Only one water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA.
For over 20 years, Houston has been setting the standard of automotive excellence. Hi, I'm Dave Houston. I'd like to welcome you to the Houston family. We are committed to offering exceptional Cadillac models like the all-new electric Lyriq, redesigned XT4, and the legendary Escalade. At Houston, our personalized service and friendly staff will exceed your expectations. Feel the thrill of buying a new Cadillac from Houston Cadillac.
Okay, folks, welcome back. We are continuing coverage of the men's 2 slalom event. 24 skiers in total to take to the water throughout this event. We have pulled our first 12, and out of that, Taylor Leach has emerged as your leader with 2.5 at 35 off. But the caliber of skiers to come is only going to get higher and higher from here. Of course, we're still quite a ways from naming your podium, but I am picking that any one of these next 12 skiers, they have the caliber, the ability, the skills to make their way onto the men's 2 slalom podium, starting with, first up in the second half, Taylor Horton. You saw him finish on the podium in men's 2 tricks just a few moments ago, earlier in the day. Believe he picked up the bronze in men's 2 trick. He's a fantastic flipper. He put on a front flipping clinic. He did 4 front flips in his second pass, including the regular and reverse back to front flip. The reverse being a brand new trick that was only added to the scorebook earlier this year. Unfortunately, it was out of time for Taylor. That knocked him down a couple placements, but he is looking to see if he can't make his way onto the slalom podium as well. Add to that, Taylor is one of the strongest overall skiers in this men's 2 field. He will be looking at the big score thrown down by Michael Bullock and thinking, boy, I had a lead in tricks, but I'm going to need to hang close in slalom to not put too much pressure on my jumping. He opens up at 34 miles per hour, 28 off, and makes very, very easy work of that path. Of course, a California native from that storied Horton family. His grandfather, Jack, dug the first ever man-made water ski lake, just a couple hours east of here in the high desert of the Barstow area. And, grew up doing most of his skiing in that area. Of course, went over in college and competed for the University of Louisiana Monroe, the Warhawks. Won a national title or 2 with them. And then has moved back now to Southern California, where he now lives and resides and does his training at Canyon Lake in California. And still maintaining a pretty high level across all 3 events is Taylor. And he is a guy that if he can get it together, he can run 35 off. He can even get pretty deep down 38 off. And that is the sort of scores we're going to need if he is going to want to make his way onto the men's 2 slalom podium, moving through his warm-up passes now. I believe we have now bumped the boat speed up to 26. This should be 28 off, 36 miles an hour for Taylor Horton on pass 2. Yeah, good solid start on 1, Taylor Horton. making his way through this pass. He's just getting into his work. Not the best of threes, but again, he's got that extra room and line at 28 off. It doesn't worry him too much. He's still just warming up as Taylor Horton. There's been a strong Horton contingent at these national championships. Of course, Taylor's uncle John took out a national title in men's 5 tricks earlier in the week. And I believe a podium finish in slalom. Like I said, Taylor on the men's 2 trick podium this morning. And Taylor's sister Katie picked up 2nd place in women's 2 trick. So it's been a pretty good tournament so far for the Horton family. I believe they're batting 1,000 on finishing on the podiums in the events they've skied. Can Taylor keep that hot streak up here in men's 2 slalom? It's going to take a big score from him, of course. He will have 11 skiers to follow him, all seated higher. But Taylor, he is capable of getting deep down 38 off. First off, though, he will need to come back in now and run 32 off to have a crack at challenging the lead. Still held by Taylor Leach with 2.5 at 35. This is 32 off. The 13-meter for Taylor Horton gets in deep on one ball. He's scrapping his way through this pass. He's still in the fight, though, as he heads around 4 ball. In the end, pretty calm, pretty composed. Taylor Horton runs 32 off, and he will have a chance to challenge the lead. Of course, the other Horton we didn't mention who skied this morning is Taylor's wife, Amelia, who skied in women's 2 tricks. She was first off the dock. She is not able to place for a medal because she has represented Finland and is a Finnish athlete, but did some great tricking out there, and I believe that had she have been eligible, she would have taken home that event. So good tricking from her, and she'll be featuring in some of the other events later on in the weekend as well. Taylor Horton, though, he has made his way through 32 off, and he'll have a chance to challenge the lead. I don't think he's going to be too focused on that 2.5 at 35, though. He's going to know with the skiers to come, he really needs to run 35 off today. .35 off now. Taylor Horton. Can he run this pass? He's got the head breeze helping him along. It's not the best of ones. He rears up a bit. He's in trouble. He breaks at the waist at 2. Well, he tries to skip the ski outside 3. I'm not sure he's fooling anyone with that. It looks like 2 at 35 will be his final score, tying with Grant Schipper. Well, watch the replay here. Maybe it's slow-mo. We'll get a better picture of what happened at 3 ball. Like we said, not the best of starts at 1, and then 2 he breaks at the waist. He tries to jump the ski outside of 3 to milk that extra half buoy, and I don't know. He hasn't fooled me. Looks to me like 2 at 35. Moving closer to that final 10. Next on the water will be Ryan Hinkle, who now calls Tennessee home, but grew up, did most of his skiing as a junior in the Northern California area. Went to the University of Alabama, was part of that storied water ski team. And in the last couple of years, he's moved out to Tennessee, and after taking quite a break from water skiing, he is now back competing in all 3 events. Jump, of course, the strongest of his 3 events. Very much looking forward to him jumping tomorrow. Ryan Hinkle cruises through that opening 28 off pass. It's going to be a fascinating overall battle here in men's too. There's a lot of great overall skiers. Taylor Horton, he just went out. He tricked very well, like we said. Picked up a solid 2 at 35. Michael Bullock early on. Trick's not his strongest suit, but boy did he post a huge slalom performance all the way into 39. And looking at some of the skiers left to come, Ryan Hinkle on the water, he is in the overall battle as well. He will rely very heavily on the jump event, his strongest, but Storm, Salsa, Robert Morris, potentially could be in that mix as well. Grant Schipper, he's an overall skier. Right now, though, we have Ryan Hinkle coming back in at 32 off the 13-meter line. And very tidy start. Confident start here from Hinkle. Makes easy work of 32 off. So we should be getting ready now to bring Ryan Hinkle back in at 35 off. Current lead 2.5 on this pass. But you're going to have to run it. There's no doubt about it. To have any shout at the podium, I think, with the caliber of skiers left on the dock, you're going to have to run 35 off here in the men's 2 slalom event. Ryan Hinkle, could he be the first to do it? He's got a little bit of a tail breeze behind him. That's going to give him maybe a bit too much speed at 1 ball, but he's handled it pretty well as he heads now around 2 ball. It's a shaky 2. He's in big trouble here as he gets outside 3. He will take the lead with a full 3 at 35, but probably will feel just a little bit disappointed he wasn't able to push on and run that pass. Let's watch now as Hinkle replay at 35 off. It's questionable whether or not he's made it through those entrance gates. That could be in question. Around 1, it wasn't the best of ones. He had far too much speed here at 2, and he wasn't able to handle that in the turn, coming unstuck as he headed across to 3 ball. And S turned his way in for the full 3. And we will wait to hear what the outcome is of the gate review, but it looked to be pretty close from our angle. Okay, confirming a score of 3 at 35. The gate review has been completed and Ryan Hinkle has come through unscathed. He'll head back to the dock And we will move into our final 10 competitors in the men's 2 slalom event. Beautiful TikTok to finish off things for Ryan Hinkle. Loving the showmanship from men's 2. We've had the inside hand drags, we've had some TikToks, we had Grant Schipper winding the rope around himself. And we're about to pick up Troy Crivello next on the water, a Northern California native. Very strong California contingent in this field. Obviously, with nationals being here in California, there's a lot of folks that maybe wouldn't necessarily make that trek to the national championships that have come out of the woodwork. And it made for a cracking men's 2 trick event. The strongest men's 2 trick fields in quite some time, I imagine. And it's a pretty strong slalom field as well. 24 skiers deep. We are about to take our 15th of 24. Troy Crivello, he is coming in to open up his slalom campaign. Troy opening up now here at 22 off. And tight enough start. Makes easy work of 22 off to Troy Crivello. Okay, we've shortened up now to 28 off for Troy Crivello. Just warming up here. Again, the lead, 3 at 35 off, held by Ryan Hinkle. But who will be the first to make their way through 35 off? That, I think, is what it will take to make the podium. Got a lot of very talented slalom skiers still to come. So again, just another warm-up pass really for Troy. Cruising through 28 off, no worries at all. The guy that likes to get a few passes under his belt before he gets in the nitty-gritty of his set. Right, we've shortened up now to 32 off for Troy Crivello, and he is getting it done. He will have a shot at challenging the lead. Another skier who has made 32 off look really easy. We've said this a few times, though. You know, someone ran 32 off easy, and I thought, well, maybe they've got a real shot at getting deep down 35, but it kind of shows you just how much harder things get when you shorten up from 32 to 35. Troy Crivello, 32 off, wasn't the cleanest of starts, but after about 2 or 3 ball, he was never really in any doubt of missing this pass. Managing the line there pretty well, and pretty easy, really, in the end, waiting for 6. Troy Crivello turns around now at the southern end. 35 off. Lead is 3 on this pass, but with 9 skiers left on the dock, he needs to find something more. I think he needs to run this pass. Can he be the first to do it? It's not a great one, but it's not over. A big 2, he could be back in it. He'll get himself outside 3. It looks like that will be all. 2.5. Not able to execute the S-turn for Troy Crivello. So Troy Crivello, again, that start is critical, and he had a bit of a horror 1 ball and was never really able to get back in the game. So 2.5 at 35, he joins that logjam. We've had a lot of guys in between 2 and 3 at 35 off. And about to take to water is your men's 2 national trick champion, Storm Seltzer, who has made a very, very late charge for this tournament. Storm had a pretty serious shoulder injury. I think he broke his collarbone, dislocated his shoulder, and had to undergo surgery for that. And only began skiing about 3 weeks ago. He had about 1 week of training in the lead up to the regional championships, where he was able to qualify by virtue of the scores he posted in 2023, and rocked up at the regional championships and skied okay, but he's battling quite a few injuries as Storm. He is turning 35 later on this year, and this will be his last ever tournament in men's 2 before he goes up to men's 3, opening up at 34 miles an hour, 28 off, and running it pretty comfortably. But Storm, of course, you know, super talented junior water skier in all 3 events, came up through the ranks, broke a slew of West Coast regional records. He was one of the most promising young overall skiers in the United States for quite some time. Represented the US on several teams. I think he picked up a medal or 2 at a University World Championships back in the day. Attended college at Arizona State University. Grew up skiing on the Delta in Northern California, and now resides down in San Diego. Another one of those very strongly represented San Diego skiers in men's 2, men's and women's 2 for that matter. And Storm, he won tricks earlier. He is capable of jumping a very long way. I'm not sure if he has made a decision yet on whether or not he will jump tomorrow at the regional championships. He passed his attempts. He did not go over the ramp. He scored 0. But he did take an attempt at jumping before regionals, and unfortunately re-injured himself slightly, so he's kind of on the fence about whether or not he jumps. If he jumps, he has a really good chance at winning men's 2 overall. Will probably depend a little bit on how the slalom performance goes. as he returns now on pass 2. This is 28 off again, this time at 36 miles an hour for Storm Salsa. One of the best 3-event water skiers that the US has ever produced in terms of scores. It's a guy that back in his heyday was capable of jumping up over 200 feet, running 38 off, tricking just shy of 10,000 points. Unfortunately, time and wear and tear has not been kind to Storm. He's held together by an assortment of braces and bionic knee parts and duct tape. And very limited run up to this tournament in practice. Like I said, he has really only been skiing for a few weeks post recovering from shoulder surgery. Storm Salsa here, 32 off, 36 miles an hour. And another skier making very, very tidy work of this pass.
Leaning back to hold there, not exactly the best way of actually unable to continue on in that phase.
Storm Salsa, we watch a replay here of him running through 32 off. He made it look very, very easy. He's got a great slalom style Storm. Again, he's very underdone in terms of practice. His body is aching. He's not feeling great. He had to go and go door to door with the men's 7 division earlier and ask if they had some braces he could perhaps borrow. That's the state he's in, unfortunately. But, you know, that sort of talent, that years and years of practice, that doesn't really ever go away. Even though he hasn't had a ton of run up, he has the, you know, the mental awareness, that, you know, the muscle memory to go out there and still post a big performance. And I think he could be our first skier through 35 off. First skier through 35 off, I think, has a really good chance at making the podium here in men's 2 slalom. Could it be Storm Salsa? Another San Diego, California representative. Not a bad start at 1. That's the best start we've seen at 35. He's looking good as he heads across to 3. He's in a bit of trouble. He'll push for 4. He won't get it. He ties the lead. 3 at 35. And these boys, they're really struggling at 35 off. Storm Salsa 3 at 35. Of course, he won tricks earlier. And it will be interesting to see whether or not he takes to the water in the jump event tomorrow afternoon. If he does, he has a really strong chance at winning a men's 2 national overall title. Another skier who I think has a good shout in the men's 2 overall is Robert Morris, another San Diego, California native. taking to the water. He picked up second place in men's 2 tricks earlier. He's a very strong jumper, and he is a guy who is capable of running 35 off if things go well. Right now he's opening up tidy enough here at 22. Robert Morris makes his way through his opening pass. So Robert Morris, of course, grew up, lived in San Diego his whole life, did a lot of skiing in Mission Bay. His mother, Connie Bergmark, she has a place out at Imperial Lakes, just an hour and a half east of San Diego. And I get the fun opportunity to get to quite a bit of skiing with Robert, whether it's in Mission Bay in San Diego or out at Imperial Lakes. And again, he's another skier. It's really hard to say what his strongest event is. He's really strong across all 3 events. He's a great flipper in particular on the trick ski. He's got really good balance. Love watching him jump. He's got a really explosive style, kicks the ramp, gets a lot of lift. And in slalom, he's pretty handy as well. He's not the tallest guy, but he's pretty handy to pick up deep down 35 and, occasionally even run the pass. We've had some great battles over the years, Robert and I. And another San Diego State alumni. He likes to remind people that he holds the school jump record, just 1 foot further than I was ever able to go. But no, it's, Robert, of course, Western Regional overall champion. He took that title at Wetset Village just 2 weekends ago. And he would be one of the front runners, you assume, in men's 2 overall. Tricked well this morning. Can he back it up with a solid slalom score? He's gotten through 22. He's gotten through 28. This now is 32 off. A pass generally Robert runs all the time, but the first pass that perhaps might trouble him just a little bit. Robert Morris, 32 off the 13-meter line. A must-run pass if he wants to stay in this overall battle. It's not a bad start out of 1 and 2 ball. He's drifting a little bit down course, but he's not letting it worry him as he heads now around 5, and he will get there early in the end of 6. Robert Morris runs 32 off. He too will have a chance to challenge the lead. We have a log jam forming midway through 35 off. The last 6 skiers have all scored between 2 and 3 at 35 off. Can Robert be the first to break free of that logjam? Right, big moment coming in the men's 2 competition, both in terms of the slalom and the overall. We're getting into the business end. We've only got 7 skiers left in the dock. Robert Morris, 35 off. Current lead is 3. If he can break past that, he gives himself a good chance at a medal here in slalom. It'll also be very valuable for his overall chances. Ooh, scratchy start on one, but he holds on. The fin almost coming out of the water. He's scrapping his way through this pass. Oh, we're going to have yet another score of 3 at 35, and the logjam continues to build higher and higher. That is now 7 skiers in a row with a score in between 2 and 3 at 35 off. Yeah, watch this replay here. This one ball at 35 off was absolutely bonkers. He very nearly blew the fin out of the water. Watch this. Pops up, the ski tail slides, and he's able to hold on, use his strength, get outside 2. He was in trouble, obviously a bit too much speed into 2 ball, threw himself at 3, and got the full 3. But what a crazy one ball. It was a little bit similar to what we saw from Danilo Fuchenko a couple weeks back. He completely blew the fin around 1 ball. That's World Water Skiers overall tour stop back, and managed to somehow get the ski back in the water and get across to 2. Incredible stuff. And Robert doing something similar. Amazing skiing. I mean, not the score he was looking for, but the strength, the composure to hang on after blowing out the fin around 1 ball. And next up, we move to Austin Bykirk, a young man who I don't know an awful lot about, except that he is clearly very, very safety conscious, sporting that helmet out there on the slalom ski. He's opening up at 28 off and making pretty smooth work of it. Okay, coming back now, Austin Bykirk. We need to confirm what he's at. I heard provisionally he may have started at 34.28. Whatever it is, he is cruising through this pass. And a tidy second pass there from Austin. Yeah, just confirming that was 36.28 from Austin Bykirk. We will now shorten up to 36.32, and he will come back in for his third pass. It can be a bit confusing, some of these folks that utilize the zero-based scoring, combining all kinds of different line lengths and boat speeds. But I think some of these guys are maybe a bit anxious, looking too forward to aging up into men's 3 and getting to put that boat speed down. There seems to be a huge preference for starting at 34 miles an hour from these guys. Austin Bykirk now, this is 32 off, a must-run pass for him. shaky start on 1, but he's actually ended up fairly early here from 2 to 3, and is making his way through now 32 off without too many wobbles. Full pass there at 32 off. So we shorten the rope now for Austin Bykirk to 35 off. And like basically most of the skiers before him, he has made 32 off look really easy. But all of these guys who have got through 32 off without really breaking too much of a sweat have really struggled at 35. And it's tough to see why. I mean, they've pretty much all taken it here from the southern end, which means they have a beautiful little head breeze. I mean, conditions do not get better than this for slalom skiing. A light little zip of a head breeze coming down the lake. You know, perfectly graded shorelines. There's not a roller to be seen. Austin Bykirk, can he be the first to put a real dent in 35 off? Around 1, it's a pretty good start on 1. He gets us across to 3 now. He's going to take the lead, I believe. He'll get himself a piece of 4. But why stop there? He can keep going. He can run this pass here if he stays composed. He breaks at the waist into 6. It's scrappy stuff. He takes the hit. He can't hold on. Oh, no. He's your new leader. It looks like a score of 6 with no continuation for Austin Bykirk. You can feel the frustration. So close to running 35. And he knows the difference. You know, if he just holds on at the exit gates, he gets to come back in at 38 off. Maybe he's good for a 1 or a 2. But the odds now of him getting on the podium, because he wasn't able to take that hit out the exit gates, have been greatly diminished. Things started pretty well here from 1 to 2. 2 was a little bit shaky. Obviously, he broke at the waist. But he got to 3 with enough time to take a real good turn at it. He was pushing down course here. Things were getting trickier, but it was a great turn out of 4. Felt like maybe he just undercooked it a bit, skied a little bit straight at 5 ball. And then the safety turn on 5 almost cost him. He got all out of shape into 6. Tried to take the hit. Through the wakes. Perhaps 5.5. And disappointed. Well, you see there, we've headed back to the skier to pick them up, and the news is coming through that in taking that hit, you know, he really tried to hold on. He's broken his finger in the process, so I love to see the gutsiness, the determination from Austin Bykirk, and maybe that's why he wears the helmet. He knows he's the sort of guy that's going to lay it all on the line. He's going to go for that gutsy play, and he wears the helmet, so he feels like maybe a little bit more invincible out there. Great to see. He's your new leader, 6 at 35 off. You don't see that score very often. With just 6 skiers left to come, He only needs 2 of our next 6 to not exceed that, and he will be in the medals here at the 82nd Good Water Ski National Championships. I'm Curtis Williams. A pleasure to be joining you here for the men's 2 slalom event. Probably I should be skiing in this, but I retired from slalom, unfortunately. But great to see my fellow competitors out there in the slalom event. Things shaping up in the overall event as well, and that's going to be a tense battle right down to the wire. Austin Bykirk, your new leader. We're going to have a slight delay while the medical team assesses him. And then we'll be back underway with the final 6 skiers in men's 2 slalom. Okay, folks, slight delay here while the medical team assesses Austin Bykirk. We try and get that finger reattached. And we will be back with the final 6 skiers in men's 2 slalom right after this. Okay, folks, welcome back to the 82nd Good Water Ski National Championships. We are right at the business end. We're getting ready to hand out medals here in men's 2 slalom. Just 6 skiers left to go. The current lead, Austin Bykirk, 6 at 35. I'm hearing positive news on this finger reattachment. And really gutsy stuff from him, trying to hold on right out through the exit gates at 35 off. And getting himself a little bit injured in the process. Unfortunately, the helmet he was wearing wasn't much good for that particular injury. And we move now to Brandon Schipper, the human ball of muscle. That guy is... the ground shakes when he walks right now. He is in such prime physical shape. And that is all built to attack a jump ramp. But in the process, he has become quietly a pretty handy slalom skier. He's a guy who can, if things go well, potentially even run deep down or run 38 off. So we're really getting into some of the rock stars of this event. Brandon Schipper competing in men's 2 overall. Really was a crowd favorite this morning in the trick event, going out on 2 trick skis. Throwing some fashioneers, attempting a flip on 2 trick skis. And opening up strong here in the slalom event is Brandon Schipper, your 6th to last skier in men's 2 slalom. Of course, if you're just tuning in, we have a full agenda, a full day of slalom skiing to come. Men's 2, we're almost wrapping that up. After men's 2, we go right into the marquee events. Open women's slalom, followed by open men's slalom. 15 of the best female and male water skiers in the country will be taking to the beautiful waters of Ski West Village. Following that, we will have Masters Women's and Masters Men's. Again, a very solid group of strong slalom ski competitors. But right now, we have Brandon Schipper coming back in for pass number 2. This now is 32 off for the big strapping Minnesotan. Crunching turn on 1. That Malibu is certainly using all 6 liters right now to keep Brandon Schipper in the course. The boat driver, he's going to have some sore forearms after trying to keep this boat straight. I'll tell you that for free. And Brandon Schipper runs 32 off. Big fist throw. Big fist throw from Brando. He's happy. He's excited. Really, this is all just a warm-up for jump for him. So Brandon Schipper, the rope now shortened to 35 off. He is sitting at the northern end of the lake. We are about ready to bring him in. Of course, the lead, you remember, is held at 6, a full 6 at this very pass by Austin Bykirk just moments ago in one of the most heroic and gutsiest efforts of this national championships. Completely mangling his fingers in the process. Brandon Schipper, he will want to do this with brute and strength. That's how he skis. He gets in very deep. He's pulling that boat all over the place, but he's scrapping his way through it. Oh, mere mortals. There's no way they would have run that past. They would have been pulled out the front of their ski off his turn on 2 ball. But Brando, all that time in the gym, coming in handy, and he is able to hold on to the impossible out there. Incredible skiing. Watch him here. He comes around 1. It's a good start on 1. 2 ball. This is where almost any other skier in the world would have been gone, but somehow he is able to hold on to that and ends up early to 3 ball, runs 35 off, and he, barring a major upset here, like missing the gates, will take the lead, you imagine, in men's 2 slalom and give himself a very, very strong chance of a podium finish. Shortening up now to 38 off. The first skier in this men's 2 field, barring Michael Bullock, of course, who isn't able to compete for a medal because he's just skiing for overall, to make it to this line length. Brandon Schipper, he is going to take the lead. He is going to give himself a really good chance at a medal in men's 2 slalom. The boat driver fatigue must be setting in. It's a hell of a thing to keep the boat straight when this 250-pound ball of muscle is behind the boat. And, geez, he just threw himself the whole kitchen sink at 1 ball. Never looked to be in any kind of control. Hoped it would come off, and he has gone down in an explosion of spray here. Pyrotechnics on the water. Brandon Schipper, what a showman. throws himself at one ball. The ski pops out of the water. He's tumbling in a half at 38 off, but crucially, a half boy more than your previous leader, Austin Bykirk. Well, this is it, folks. Time to start handing out the medals in men's 2 slalom. Just 5 skiers left. One of them taking to the water now is Peyton Miller. And he knows anything more than a half at 38 off will be enough to guarantee himself a top 5 finish here at the 82nd Good Water Ski National Championships. 28 off to start for Peyton Miller. Beautiful, tidy opening pass here. He's just getting himself a feel for the conditions. And that may be the cleanest 28 off we have seen all morning. It's Peyton, of course, out there on an HO ski, one of the sponsors of this national championships. And a bit of a funny story to tell about HO skis. It just kind of illustrates how popular and in demand they are. But I have been trying to get my hand on an HO slalom ski, a hovercraft, for the past couple months, and I contacted my local HO rep, and he ordered one in for me, and there was some delays getting it in, and I think it was actually the bindings. The bindings came from somewhere else, and the ski's been here a while, but he was waiting on the bindings, and he called me last week, and he said, "Curtis, I've got your ski. When can you come pick it up?" And I said, "Well, you're coming to the Nationals. Why don't you bring it to me at the Nationals? I'll buy it, pick it up off you then." So I see him on Thursday morning, and he tells me, "I got your ski. It's over at this lake. Come pick it up when you get a chance." And later that very day, he lets me know, "Hey, somebody showed up cash in hand and asked to buy a hovercraft at the HO booth, and we didn't have any there in stock. And so I sold him your ski. Tough luck. Be quicker next time." So that's just how in demand HO skis are right now. You got to be careful. If you don't have cash in hand, you could get swooped like I did. But that's enough of that. Peyton Miller, he's coming back in now at 32 off the 13-meter line. And I've been really impressed what I've seen so far from Peyton. He has got that slalom ski turning on a dime, cruising through this 32 off pass. No worries at all. Great work from Peyton Miller, running 32 off. Textbook stuff here from Peyton. Not really breaking a sweat. He's got his warm-up passes under his belt now. He's ran 28. He's ran 32. He will shorten up at the northern end to tackle 35 off. Now, there isn't a lot of wind to speak of, but he will have 35 off with just a light little zephyr of a tail breeze behind him, which will set him up, of course, for 38 off with the headwind. You see those banners down the lake. Just a slight breeze buffeting them, and that is something he will have to think about. Conditions pretty much perfect, though, and that is the beautiful thing about this place is the weather is so consistent. It's I've spent a lot of time in this area, and I've pretty much never seen wind higher than about 5 miles an hour. It's a very calm, placid area. 35 off now. Peyton Miller. Must-run pass if he wants to be in the medals of these national championships. And so far, he is looking good as he rounds 4 ball as Peyton Miller. He's all over this pass. 35 off. He's making it look easy. Peyton Miller. He will now challenge for a medal at the National Championships. You can tell we've just lifted a gear with the caliber of the athletes. Peyton Miller, 35 off. The pass that has troubled so many of our men's 2 competitors, and he has run it with relative ease today. Of course, all kinds of exciting action. If you go over to Lake 1, we got the tricks going on. We're getting down to the top seeds and boys 4 tricks. And over on Lake 3, we're right in the top seeds of men's 4 jump. So all 3 events, 3 channels on TWBC, slalom, trick, and jump. Thank you for joining me here on the Slalom Lake. We are getting to the close of men's 2 slalom, and open to follow. Open women's, open men's will be starting shortly. We're probably only 20-25 minutes away from getting underway with open women's, but right now we have Peyton Miller on the water. This is 38 off. The current lead, 1/2 on this pass. Any more than that, he will be guaranteed a medal. What color it will be, that will be determined by how far down he gets. Around 1. He's got himself a medal. He's secured that. It's a great start on 1. He heads across another 3 ball. Peyton Miller, 38 off. He's getting it done. He's down course to 4. He tries to throw himself outside 4. I do not think he has gotten outside 4 ball, but that will be a tight judging decision. It was very close. Bare margins, and that could be important. The difference between 3 and 4 at 11, that is huge, and we are hearing a confirmed score of 3 at 38 off for Peyton Miller. Your new leader, he will do no worse than 5th, but he'll be kicking himself. He couldn't get that ski out just the extra inch or so he needed for the full 4. Watch the replay here. He comes into 4 ball. He was late. He had to throw it out, and he skipped just inside it. You can see he submerged the boy, and he has scored 3 at 38 off. And then there were 4. Zachary Davis, he will be your next skier. He will be followed by Ryan Nason and Christopher Walwind, California's 2 last hopes. And the top seed, Kyle Damemeyer, out of the Midwest. But can Zach Davis make his way onto the men's 2 slalom podium? We will find out over the next few passes. He too will open up at 28 off. He's got some work ahead of him. Little bit shaky, just getting rid of some nerves there on pass 1. His turnaround 4 ball was nothing to write home to the folks about. But with that extra line at 28 off, it didn't trouble him too much. Zachary Davis now, men's 2 slalom. Can he make his way onto the podium? I believe this man, he's a slalom specialist. He wasn't in the trick event. He won't feature in the jump event. He has flown all the way to California for this one ride, this one shot at glory. And for now, he is making smooth work of 32 off. Still just warming up out there, getting a feel for the conditions. Potentially his first ever time skiing on this lake. And wanting to take that opportunity to feel things out before he starts getting into the crunch passes still to come. In just about 45 seconds or so, we will see him back at 35 off as we watch him cruise through 32 off again on the Goode water skis replay. Okay, now Zachary Davis, warm-up passes done. He's gotten through 28. He's gotten through 32. And although this is a pass, this man would run most days of the week blindfolded. Still, at 35 off, things do start to get a little bit more challenging, and even a little mistake could become critical as he starts off well, very well indeed. He's early as you like as he heads now across to 3 ball. Zachary Davis, he's in trouble. He pulls up poorly out of 4. No! He's blown it. Oh, Zachary Davis, you can see the disappointment. He's such a good skier, such a strong slalom skier. This is his only event. He came out here to slalom. He wanted to be on the podium of the national championships. He will not, we do not think, be on the podium. But Brandon Schipper now, he is guaranteed of no worse than 5th in men's 2 slalom with that early fall from Zachary Davis. This is where it came unstuck. 3 ball. He got pulled all out of position. He tried for a big turn on 4. The handle came up. He couldn't take the hit. Finished up with 3.5 at 35 off. Well, the tension, it continues to build. Just 3 skiers left in men's 2. And if you thought this was exciting, I have great news for you. It only gets better and better from here. 3 skiers left in men's 2. We go next to open women's. That will be an exciting battle for the national title. Some new names, perhaps winning their first ever national title in open women's. And then open men's. 12 open men's skiers, 12 of the best men's slalom skiers in the country. That will be up after open women's. Coming to you, of course, live on TWBC. It is going to be a fantastic afternoon. Super Slalom Friday here at the 82nd Goode National Water Ski Championships. I'm sure a lot of folks are starting to filter in to watch that event. They certainly are on site. The brewery, I believe, is open now. We've passed midday. Tembler Brewing down there, starting to do a roaring trade in the beer garden. That's where I'll be heading pretty shortly, I'd say. But first, we need to get through men's 2 slalom. 3 skiers left. The lead, 3 at 38 off. And these next 3 guys, they are going to see if they can't take that down. The first to challenge will be California's own Ryan Nason, who will be taking to the water very shortly. So Ryan Nason coming in. He had a day to forget on the trick ski. He's not a jumper. This will be his last act at these national championships, opening up at 28 off. And he would dearly like to take home some silverware from these national championships. Could it be in the slalom event? Could it be a national title for Nason? One of our appointed judges this week. He's been working hard. Seen him trick judging in the slalom boat, measuring jumps. He's done it all this week and taking a break today to do some skiing. Starts off very tidily here at 28 off. Of course, Nason was the chief judge at the 81st Goode National Water Ski Championships in West Palm Beach in Florida. Had the, I guess, misfortune to preside over some fairly controversial circumstances at National Championships. I think ultimately he had to take out a restraining order against a couple of overzealous ski parents who perhaps crossed a few lines in their dealings with him. And it's always sad when you see that sort of thing, but he really was on the receiving end of a mountain of abuse at those national championships. And I'm not sure he's going to be raising his hand to be chief judge again anytime soon. But he's a great bloke, a hard-working guy. And again, like I said, the tricks didn't really go his way this morning. He would very much like to redeem himself here in the slalom. Got some warm-up passes to get through still. Coming back in now from the southern end. This will be 32 off. You see in the background there, agricultural field, a bit of a dust tornado. Very interesting landscape, the mountains. Beautiful in its own unique way. This is Ryan Nason, 32 off the 13-meter line. Beautiful start at 1. He's cruising through this pass so far. And he will make no bones about running 32 off, will Ryan Nason. This is Ryan Nason. Just another look at him cruising through 32 off. Another warm-up pass for him was really never going to worry him, a skier of his caliber. He's a guy that, you know, I don't know what kind of form he's been in, but in the past he has ran right through 38 off and had some scores all the way into 39.5. So we've shortened the rope now to 35 off. A must-run pass, you would imagine, if he wants to be in the medals. And, you know, I think he's not just shooting for a 4th or a 5th, a consolation medal. He wants to be in that top 3, and to do that, he's going to need more than 3 at 38. He's going to have to run this pass. It's a good start here at 35. Oh, he's in a bit of trouble out of 2. He needs to get back on. This is Ryan Nason. He's clawing his way out of the hole. It's not a good turn on 4, and another skier goes down around 4 at 35 off. Ryan Nason, wow, it has not really been his tournament. That means now that Peyton Miller is guaranteed no worse than a bronze. Brandon Schipper and Austin Bykirk will be standing on those top 5 steps with 2 skiers still to go as we watch Ryan Nason at 35 off. 2 ball, he came in with too much speed, he couldn't control it. It wasn't a bad turn on 3, but he knew he needed the Hail Mary turn here at 4. He tried for it, he broke over, he couldn't get it. So Ryan Nason, right now he is on the outside looking in of the men's 2 slalom podium. So, 2 skiers left. Will your men's 2 national champion, will it be Peyton Miller? We've already seen go out 3 at 38. Will it be California's Christopher Allwyn? Or will it be the Midwest Kyle Dammeyer? 3 very capable skiers, beautiful conditions. I think we could see some big scores go down. I think 38 off could come down. So it's all still to come. 2 skiers left, and of course, potentially a runoff in play, but that would take one of these next 2 skiers to go down early, which we certainly do not hope for. Up next, when the boat goes back to dock, that will be Christopher Woolwin, of course, skis out at Cheyenne Lakes in Central California, over there in the high desert of Newberry Springs. And then, of course, in some ways, one of the most famous water skiers of all time, Kyle Dammeyer. We'll talk a little bit more about that when he's out there on the water. Probably not the reasons you'd want to be famous for, but he certainly has that acclaim. But just 2 skiers left here in men's 2 slalom. Of course, after men's 2, we go right into the open divisions, open women's, open men's. You will definitely want to stick around for that. Okay, so Chris Woolwin, slalom specialist out of California. And he is looking to see if he can't pick up a national title in the slalom event. The door been left open, you'd say, by some uncharacteristically poor performances from Zachary Davis and Ryan Nason. He's opening up here at 28 off. And so far, he's making very, very easy work of it. Full pass, 28 off to kick things off. Again, he will have a couple warm-up passes before he really gets into his work. So Christopher Woolwin, he's on the water. He has an average of 4 at 38 off. And boy, what he would give to ski his average today. Of course, the lead, 3 at 38. If he can do that today, he will take the lead and guarantee himself of no worse than a silver at these national championships. Before he gets there, though, he will have to make his way through 32 off. Another pass that will really just be warming up for him, building into his set. Is Christopher Woolwin cruising through 32 off. And as you'd expect, not giving a skier of his caliber any trouble at all. Well, while we wait for Christopher to make his way through these warm-up passes, let's take a look at some of the skiers to come in the Open Women's and Open Men's divisions. For those of you eagerly anticipating that event, of course, in Open Women's, we got 3 skiers, and the battle for the national title in slalom is probably going to come down to a shootout between Erica Lang, of course, used to seeing her in the trick event, but she is a very capable slalom skier as well. Finished runner-up at a Junior World Champs back in the day. Actually losing that one in a runoff, so very, very capable. And Taylor Woolsey Van Majdijk, great to see her back in the pro slalom ranks, skiing a few tournaments on the Pro Tour this summer. Of course, the daughter of the great Jennifer Leachman Lapointe, and she is a very capable slalom skier. That will be a great battle in Open Women's. And open men's, looking through the list of skiers, we have got a huge number of guys capable of making their way deep down, if not even running 41 off. We'll talk a little bit more about that after we watch Christopher Woolwin come back in here at 35 off, a pass you expect him to run, but it's sped up and chewed out a couple of his previous competitors. It's a solid start here from Chris, though, as he heads across the 4 ball. He's early for 5. He will make no such mistake. Oh, maybe I've spoken too soon. The commentator's kiss of death. Well, I've cursed him, haven't I? I take full personal responsibility for that. How did that happen? He was as early as could be. He was cruising through that pass, and then coming around 5 ball, he's absolutely butchered it, and all of a sudden, Peyton Miller is edging closer to a national title in men's 2 slalom. Well, I'm lost for words. I don't know what's going on out there. Christopher Woolwin was running that pass for all money. I'd already called it. I thought he was done. I'd moved on to the next thing. I was going to start reading out the running order again. This is devastating. You watch this again here on the replay for Christopher Woolwin, 35 off, a pass again. He runs incredibly regularly, and he started off so well. I mean, look how early and composed and great bottom position he was there, out of 2 across to 3. 3 ball was good as well. He comes around 4 ball. 4's good too. He's early for 5. He has all the time in the world, and then he just chokes. He completely implodes here at 5 ball and ends up pulling up short, it looks, of 6 ball, and that's it. It's all over. Christopher Woolwin, he will not be your national champion. He will still pick up a medal. He's sitting right now in 4th place with 1 skier still to go, but hugely disappointing. And it now comes down to a shootout between Peyton Miller, your current leader, 3 at 38, and the last skier still to come out, Kyle Demmeyer. And while we wait for the boat to head back to the dock, pick up Kyle to open up his set, let's just run through some of the rock stars in open men's slalom that will be gracing the waters of Ski West coming up. We've got guys like Cole Jacopuzzi, Carter Eaton, Zane Nicholson, Blaze Grubbs, and we start getting into that crew that's gotten deep down 41 off. Guys like Terry Winter, Ryan Canepa, California's finest right there. Cory Vaughan, he's a member of the 43 off club. In fact, each of your top 4 seeds have run 41 off before. You've got, again, like I said, Cory Vaughan, Brian Detrick, Jonathan Travers, and your top seed, Nate Smith. So that is going to be an absolutely cracking open men's slalom event. Before we get there, though, we will pick up Kyle Demmeyer, your top seed, final skier in men's 2 slalom, to see if he can't pick up a national title in the slalom event. So Kyle Demmeyer on the water. He's coming in, you would imagine, at 28 off, and he is making very, very easy work of this pass as the Midwesterner. He picked up a 5th place finish in men's 2 tricks earlier today and looks to see if he can't potentially take home a men's 2 national slalom title. Yeah, so just watching a replay here of Kyle Demmeyer's 28 off pass, cruise through it, and like I said, Kyle Demmeyer has the distinction of being one of the most famous, you could argue, water skiers of the past decade or so. Probably not for the reasons you'd want, though. A video of Kyle Demmeyer jumping at the NCAA Nationals, I think back in 2011, went viral. And I tried to get Tony Lightfoot, who's sitting over there announcing on the trick leg, to come over and do a little bit of a recreation of that famous water ski moment. But he's got bigger fish to fry in the girls' 4 trick event. But he had a horrific jump crash coming into the base of the ramp. He lost a ski. He slid up the ramp. And that was, the video was picked up on ESPN's Top 10 on Sports Center. It was on, comedy shows like Tosh.0. This now is Carl Danmeyer running 32 off, coming in from the southern end. But it was an horrific crash, and I think Tony Lightfoot's announcing from that moment was pretty iconic. I don't know that I will do a very good justice to a Tony Lightfoot impersonation, but it was something along of, Kyle, are you okay, Kyle? Trained swimmers and medical personnel only, please. Tony's shaking his head. I don't think I've quite nailed it. I'll stick to my day job on that one, but it was one of the most iconic moments in water skiing, I would say, of the past decade. Or I guess it's over a decade ago now. But Carl Danmeyer recovered from that crash, came away from it relatively unscathed, luckily. And he is out here slaloming in the men's 2 slalom event. Your top seed, challenging for a national title. I'm sure a link to that video on YouTube will be recirculating as we speak. It truly was an horrific crash. But right now, the last thing he'll be thinking about is his jump performance at the 2011 Collegiate National Championships. He will be thinking about, how do I run this 35 off pass that has caused trouble for the last 3 competitors, all guys who should run this every day of the week. He's got a slight tail breeze behind him. This is it. This is the final moments of the men's 2 slalom final. Carl Danmeyer, great turn on 1. He's early now as he heads across the 3 ball. He's cruising through 35 off. Can he take home a national title in slalom? I think he's going to set himself up to do it. He heads across to 6, and a 35 off pass is in the books for Carl Danmeyer. He will shorten up at the southern end. He will take a crack at the lead, still held by Peyton Miller of 3 at 38 off. He made no doubt about that one. It was an aggressive turn on 1, perhaps the only part of the pass where he seemed a little bit outside of his comfort zone. But from here on out, it was smooth sailing for Carl Danmeyer. Conditions pretty much perfect out there, as you can see on your screen. There really isn't much wind to speak of. It's flat, calm. We're a balmy 92 degrees, I believe, right now, heading into the afternoon of Friday here at Ski West, but only about 10 or 15% humidity, so it is fairly pleasant, especially when you're in the shade. And the boat now sitting there at the southern end. We are 1 pass away from crowning your men's 2 national slalom champion. Will it be Peyton Miller or will it be Carl Danmeyer? That is the question that remains. 3 is the lead. He needs a piece of 4 ball for the national title. A full 3. We will send them back out in a runoff. Anything less than 3 and Peyton Miller will be your national champion. This is it, the moment he's been training for all year. Carl Danmeyer. Can he deliver on all that practice? It's not a great start on 1. He's pulled up narrow. He's fighting, though. It's a great 2 ball. He's still in it. He's around 3. He gets to 4. The national title. It goes to Carl Danmeyer. He keeps going. He blows the fin out around 5. It doesn't matter. He is your national champion. 4.5 at 38 off. And the crowd, well, they've been relatively sedate. Perhaps maybe the beer garden has started to pick things up because we heard our first big loud cheers there from across the lake, and it's because this man, Carl Danmeyer, has taken the national title. It was scrappy. He really had a shocking 1-3 turn, but his 2 ball, that's what won him the national title, and he got himself outside 4, and for there it was all just bonus points. Great skiing from Carl Danmeyer. Well, huge congratulations to Carl Danmeyer, national champion. Peyton Miller picking up a well-deserved 2nd. And we will be back with Open Women's Slalom next. Do not go far, folks. We have Open Women's, Open Men's coming up very shortly. and they'll be up in the next few minutes. But for now, it's time to do some business with America. Of course, a reminder that we've got live continuing coverage of the tricks. We're moved into girls 4 tricks with Tony Lightfoot to my right, and there on the far right, it is Ryan Schipper bringing you the action in the men's 4 jump event. So all kinds of excitement happening out there on the water. Do not miss a second of it. I imagine there are plenty of people around the country who have 3 screens running at once so they can see every second of every lake. And the Slalom Lake, well, the excitement is about to build and build and build with the open events still to come. And they will be kicking off after a quick officials change in just a few minutes.
Pentalago, South Florida's most anticipated water sports community. 5 lakes, 4 slalom courses, year-round skiing. Homes now under construction. Where you want to live. Visit Pentalago.com.
Experience the sports evolution at USA Waterski and Wake Sports Foundation Hall of Fame in Central Florida's Polk County. From the pioneers of the sport to the stars of today, all 9 disciplines are honored. It's the most comprehensive and fun-filled tribute to the people and the sport we love. Located inside the Central Florida Visitor Information Center in Davenport, Florida, the Hall of Fame is open 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. 7 days a week.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Okay, folks, welcome back. Open women's slalom underway. Your first skier on the water, it will be Yenna Grubbs out of California, kicking things off. And, you know, Yenna realistically probably will not be challenging for the Open Women's Slalom title, but she is the only competitor, I believe, in Open Women's overall. So pretty cool for her. It looks like, barring a major upset, she will be taking home a national title in Open overall. And what an incredible achievement that will be for her. She just opened up there at 22 off here in the Open Women's Slalom event. Just 3 skiers in this. And Yenna, you know, she has someone who has a personal best, I think, into 32 off. Perhaps 35, I'm not 100% sure, but she's a pretty solid skier across all 3 events. And she is looking to see if she can't add an Open Women's overall title to the Grubbs family pool room, of course, originally out of Oregon in the Pacific Northwest, but at a relatively young age, the Grubbs family moved down to Northern California, skiing out of Balaqua Lakes. And, of course, both Yenna and her brother Blaze, who we'll be seeing later on in the Open Men's Slalom. Very strong 3-event water skiers. And they operate a number of Dutch Bro stands there in the Northern California area and have been huge supporters of tournament water skiing across all levels, at the college level, at national championships, junior tournaments, Dutch Bro Sacramento. So huge thank you to them for all their support over the years. Right now we have Yenna Grubbs coming back now at 28 off. Recent graduate from Arizona State University. Oh, a bit of trouble there on 2. She's going to have to fight hard to get back in this pass. She's getting down course. She may have done it, though. Really good recovery there from Yenna Grubbs. She was gone for all money at the start of that pass, and she managed to just claw her way back in, boy by boy, and gets the full 6 in the end. Watching the replay here. It was 2-ball here. She got pulled almost out the front of the ski and managed to regain it. Interesting, Yenna on my sheet has an average of 0. I'm not sure if she skied any tournaments in the past 12 months. I certainly haven't seen her in any. She wasn't at the regional championships a couple weeks ago. I'm not sure how that works with qualifying for Open, but full credit to her. She saw that nobody else had entered an Open Women's overall, and she is going to be an Open national champion, a very, very prestigious title, by dint of showing up. Little bit of a side claim to fame, I guess, or we'll talk about as Yenna comes back in at 32 off, but I used to spend a bit of time up in Northern California where she does her skiing when her and her brother Blaze were quite young, and when I met them they were slalom specialists. Both of them only slalom, very good slalomers, and I actually encouraged them and was their first ever trick coach. I taught the 2 of them how to trick, and since then they've moved on to much better coaches, and that's why they've improved so much. And Yenna, disappointed, she's not able to run 32 off, but in terms of her overall campaign, by going through the entrance gates on pass 1 and getting a piece of 1 ball, she has done what she needed in the slalom event. It really doesn't matter all that much what she does in each of the individual events. As long as she doesn't zero in any of the 3, she will be a national champion. But yeah, I had the pleasure to work with these 2 young kids when they were, just starting out, and encourage them to take up the trick event, and then from there, they really caught the bug and became jumpers later on. But a great family out of Northern California. But I can't take too much credit. Thankfully, they very quickly moved on to coaches who knew a lot more than I do. So the ski nautique will head back to the starting dock, and we will pick up our next skier, who will be Erica Lang. Of course, Erica Lang, women's world record holder in tricks, one of the greatest female trick skiers of all time. She's taken that sport to new heights, but some folks will remember that in her younger years, she was a very promising 3-event overall skier. Oh, actually, I misspoke. It doesn't look like Erica Lang is here. That individual jumping in the water is about a foot or so too tall to be Erica Lang, and the hair is the wrong color. So Erica Lang, it appears, must be a scratch, unfortunately. Hopefully we'll see her in the trick event tomorrow. It'd be a huge loss not to have her on the water. So we are going to move right along to Taylor Wolseley Van Maasdijk. Apologies to Van Maasdijks all around the world, but it's Van Maasdijk apparently. But no, really good to see her back. She took, I think, a few years of break from top-level competitive water skiing, but she popped up at quite a few Pro Tour events, particularly in Europe over the summer, and looking to claim a national title here in Open Women's Slalom is Taylor Wolseley Van Maasdijk. Of course, the daughter of the great Jennifer Leachman Lapointe, one of the greatest female water skiers of all time, and her daughter very much following in her footsteps, making very easy work of that opening 28 off pass. And if she runs this next one, she will, of course, be your national champion. Really tidy stuff here from Taylor. It is a shame we don't have a slightly deeper field here, particularly in open women's. You would have thought perhaps with the California Pro-Am going on next week that a few of the pros would have made their way out west to compete here at these national championships, but on the women's side at least that's turned out not to be true. But of course this is an amateur event. There's no prize money here at the national championships. These are people going out there skiing for the love of it, the glory, and the professional women's skiers across all three events have largely chosen not to make the trip out to California. It gives some new faces a chance to shine out there on the water. So Taylor Wolseley coming in for the national championship, the title. If she runs this pass, she'll get ahead of Yenna Grubbs and she will be your women's slalom champion. Good start on 1 here from her. She heads across from 2 to 3. She's almost got it in the bag as Taylor Wolseley Van Maasdijk. Around 4 heads across to 5. She is your national champion, running really what in the end was a very, very easy 32 off pass. But the fist is thrown. That's a big lifetime achievement ticked off for her. She'll be happy. What I believe to be her very first national title in Open. Taylor Wolseley Van Maasdijk. And again, following in the footsteps of her mother, who was herself a multiple-time national champion. Well, she's won the national title, and now she is really just skiing for her own benefit. She is someone who is capable of running all the way into 39.5 off. This now will just be 35, but she would love to post a big score to show that, this national title is really, take away that asterisk. She posts a big score. She'll show the field that, hey, if the best of the best had shown up, I could go toe-to-toe with them. And right now at 35 off, she is doing that a little bit out of sorts and down course towards the end of that pass, but recovered generally. And Taylor Wolseley Van Mazdik throws the fist again. She's having fun out there. Good on her. Running 35 off. Uses that tall frame to great effect, doesn't she, out there, Taylor? But it would be great. Hopefully, maybe next year we can run some sort of professional event in conjunction with the national championships to get a few more of the open competitors out here. It would be nice to have full fields, full podiums in the open divisions. Just the two open women's competitors with the scratch of Erica Lang. But with a very busy season it has been for a lot of the professional athletes, you can understand why they haven't made the trip out to California in the absence of prize money. 38 off now, Taylor Wolseley Van Mazdik. A pass, she has the goods to run, but it's not the best to start. She's in a bit of trouble here. She heads around 2 ball, pops the handle, finishes up with 1.5 at 38 off. Your national champion in open women's slalom, Taylor Wolseley Van Mazdik. Just watching a replay here of her final pass, 38 off. Not a great start around 1, and she went for the big turn on 2, wasn't able to hold on, but she is your national champion. And stick around, folks. We have 12 of the best the best open men's slalom skiers in the country. Unlike the women's, this is pretty much a full field. I cannot really think of anyone that is missing in terms of open men's slalom. It is going to be an absolute cracker. 12 skiers to come, 4 of them members of the 43 Off Club, and open men's slalom will be up in just a few minutes.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
See you in Vienna. Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
We are Radar, and this crew is the backbone of the Radar Nation. They live on the water day in and day out, devoting their lives to bringing skiing to the masses. We have designers, innovators, free spirits, and badass buoy slayers, all charging at 100% to grow the sport. There's no better group of individuals to be driving the ship that leads water skiing.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights! Let's go.
You don't protect your car like a boat, so why protect your boat like a car? You need Ski Safe. Insurance for boaters, from boaters. For decades, we've protected boats, jet skis, and nothing else. So we know how to save you money. And with a history of safe boating, you'll save even more. Ski Safe. 1-800-225-6560.
Okay, folks, exciting news. We are about to get underway with Open Men's Slalom, and we have an incredible field of skiers to take to the water. 12 of the best Open Men's Slalomers in the country A lot of guys capable of getting deep down 39, into 41, deep 41, dare I say even into 43 off. Looking down the list of skiers, we've got a strong West Coast contingent. You got guys like Gage Jarvis, Cole Jacopuzzi, Michael Bullock, who we saw ski so well earlier in men's 2, Carter Reeton, your Zane Nicholson, who's been up here on the mic all week, Blaze Grubbs, Terry Winter, some of the legends of the sport, Ryan Canepa, he's an exciting young talent, and the final 4 are absolutely stacked. We've got Corey Vaughan, Brian Detrick, JT, Jonathan Travers, and Nate Smith, 4 guys who have all run 41 off, still to come in this 12-man open men's slalom field. It is going to be one of the most exciting events of these national championships. It's about to get underway. Stick around. You don't want to miss it. Shots there of our first couple competitors just warming up. Gage Jarvis, a recent graduate of Arizona State University. He is looking to stake his claim, competing in open men's overall. Cole Jacopuzzi, he's warming up down there as well. He's a really strong skier. This is going to be very exciting. Conditions perfect out there on the water, like we said. Really little to no breeze to speak of. It's glass calm. There's no bounce back from these perfectly graded shorelines at the skiing oasis that is Ski West Village here in Arvin, California, just under 30 minutes outside of Bakersfield in the Central Valley of California. It is a balmy 98 degrees. And if that wasn't hot enough, things are about to heat up seriously on the water. The Malibu towboat is heading back to the starting dock, and we are about to get underway in open men's slalom, one of the marquee events of these national championships. Really, if you look through the open fields, we were talking earlier during open women's, not all the pro skiers choose to attend nationals. That's understandable. It's an amateur event. In a lot of the other events, we do not have full fields. It's going to be some new names, new faces, fresh faces coming through. But open men's slalom is really a who's who of American elite water skiers. Cannot really think of any major name that is missing from the start list. It's going to be a very, very exciting open men's slalom event, starting in just a few moments with young Gage Jarvis. Of course, this event will be pulled by the Malibu TXI, the big 6.0 litre engine, to get the perfect possible speed for these elite level slalom skiers. And none of this is possible without high quality fuels in the boat, which of course being supplied by Kern Energy. Kern Energy is leading California's clean transportation fuel evolution while being good stewards of people and planet. We are meeting California's goals while fueling the people who fuel our state. And first up, it will be Gage Jarvis, 28 off, young man out of Alaska. Doesn't have a particularly long season to train up there in the Great White North, but really cool to see an Alaskan here in the open men's slalom event. Wouldn't be many times a skier from that state has made it all the way into an open slalom final. He opens up at 28 off with a little bit of a cheeky hand drag to finish things off. Gage is not a super tall skier, but he has really good ski control, as you can see out there. Makes that ski work super well for him, gets in deep and tight on some of these turns, and made easy work of this opening 28 off pass. We'll see him later on in the open men's trick and jump event. And beautiful textbook hand drag. Some of the men's 2 skiers probably need to go back and watch this tape, see how they can improve their hand drag. It was a little bit lacking, Gage Jarvis showing us how it's done. We've shortened things up now, a 32 off from the southern end for Gage Jarvis. Again, another warm-up pass for him. He's a guy who's capable of getting deep down at 38 off, perhaps even running it. So this really should be a warm-up pass. Light little zephyr of a head breeze, making things pretty much perfect. This is the end you'd want your crunch pass from, the southern end. And Gage cruising through this pass. You see a lot of shelter at these lakes, so there's just a slight little ripple of a head breeze for the first half of that pass. It dies down to glass calm by the second half, which means that when he returns here at 35, he'll have pretty much no wind for the start and the gate, and just a little bit of a tail breeze behind him through the second half. Super tidy stuff. Gage Jarvis runs 32 off. Just getting some text through. Everyone loves a good corrector, don't they? So somebody's pointed out a few of the bigger names in American slalom water skiing that are not here. I actually think, though, that the big one that we're missing probably is Dane Michler, but I understand he's been battling some injuries, so I'm not sure he's actually at full fitness right anyway. So I would say that we have certainly the top 5 fit and skiing men's slalom skiers in the country here today. It's a very, very strong field. 12 skiers in it. Exciting stuff. This is 35 off, a pass that Gage Jarvis runs with quite a fair amount of regularity, but it is where things start to get a little bit more tricky. Good start on one. He heads across now to Tubal. He's a little bit down course, carrying a lot of speed into the buoy, but he's controlling that ski well. He has that syndicate turning on a dime, does Gage Jarvis. And a full pass at 35 off for him. Very impressive. You know, a guy that grew up, lived in Alaska. Remember when he rocked up to Arizona State University as a freshman and already was a very strong slalom skier. He wasn't much of a tricker or a jumper back there, but he really, through his 4 years in college, put a lot of work into the other 2 events and picked them up as well. But, you know, we got 2 skiers from Alaska in this open men's slalom event. Great to see the 50th state represented in this open men's slalom event. Solid start here from Gage Jarvis. He's done, you know, the warm-up passes, 38 off. This is where things start to get pretty tricky for the Alaskan. He's run this pass before, but it is one he struggles with. He goes deep on one ball. Wow. Had to pull out the snorkel. He had the face in the water through the back end of that turn, and I am no expert on things, but I have very rarely seen a turn like that be successful. And Gage Jarvis will be a little bit disappointed with a half at 38 off. So moving right along, and we move to the local, really, the most local skier in this field, Cole Jacopuzzi, who does the lion's share of his skiing, not specifically here at Ski West Village, but if you have not seen an aerial shot of this facility, Ski West Village is a 3-lake site. Of course, we got the webcast running on all 3 of the sites, but it is lined up in a row of, if all full of water, 12 water ski lakes lined up in a row from east to west. And the very first lake as you drive in, Creekside, that is where Jacopuzzi calls home. His family has a place on that lake. So he does all of his skiing up here in Arvin, California. I'm sure he's very good friends with a few of the owners over here at Ski West Village. I'm sure he does a fair amount of training on this lake. All the lakes ski pretty similarly, though. Of course, it's mainly about sort of depth and water temperature and variables like that. But Cole Jacopuzzi, really nice guy. He's in his sort of late 20s, early 30s. He's got a young family. He's got a wife and an infant newborn to care for. And he is out here repping his radar ski and looking to see if he can make an impact on this open men's slalom event. Starting off very confidently. And Cole has a beautiful slalom technique. He's a guy that probably, had he have put the time and the resources into it, could have made it on the Pro Water Ski Tour. But he got himself a real job pretty early on in life, and now that he's got a wife and a kid to support, the Pro Water Ski Tour probably isn't in his future. But if he were to put in the training of the amount of training that the top pros do, I have no doubt that he could be a guy that's running deep 41. As it stands, he has posted some scores in the past all the way into 41. I'm not sure how much training he's been able to get through this year. I know it's tough with a young child to care for. It does eat up a lot of your spare time. But he's a great ambassador for the sport. He hosts a few demo days and Radar Nation Tour events out here in Bakersfield. And Jacopuzzi will be coming back in for pass number 2. The local Californian. This now will be 35 off, not mucking around. He started at 32. Beautiful start, hooks up well on 1. He's cruising so far with that little bit of a head breeze helping him along here at 35 off. Cole Jacopuzzi, this is tidy, this is clean. And like I said, he is one of the most technically sound slalom skiers you'll ever see. Doesn't do a ton of tournaments. I think he mainly just does it for the love of the sport. He just enjoys going out there and having a rip. But it's really cool to see him out here at the National Championships. Just watching a replay here. For those of you following along at home, this is a great skier if you want to find someone to model your technique off. The way he stands on the ski, his control is excellent. Crunch pass now coming up, though, for Cole Jacopuzzi. The warm-up pass is 32-35. They're done. This is where we separate the wheat from the chaff. 38 off. Must-run pass if he wants to put out any kind of score that will challenge the 10 skiers left to come. Comes around 1. It's a good start on 1. Hooks up tight line. He's looking in control as he hits now around 3 ball. A little bit unstuck. He's still going to hang on, though, as Cole Jacopuzzi, 38 off. In the end, losing too much speed and direction. He'll finish up with 4.5 at 38 off. A little bit disappointing, but like I said, probably hasn't had the amount of training he would have liked in the build-up. It's always tough with a young family to support. Father duties start to take their toll on you. Those lakes at the weekend become fewer and far between. And Cole Jacopuzzi, despite a pretty strong start at 38 off, was 3 ball here where he really didn't hook up very well. He got very little angle, kind of skied straight at 4. And from there, he was behind the 8 ball and couldn't make it up. Interesting strategy, the S turn there at 5. Was 4.5 or 5 at 38 really going to make that much of a difference in the day? He didn't end up getting the 5. I just feel like in that situation, do you not go for the miracle turn? I mean, yes, there's a 80% chance you're going to fall, but on the off chance that you're able to come out the other side holding onto the handle, there's a chance you could run that pass. So the S turn there at 38 off with 10 of the best water skiers in the country still to come didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. But then again, I'm up here, I'm not out there. These are the best of the best. I'm certainly not. But 4.5 at 38 off, I don't think that's going to challenge too much the skiers left to come. Like I said, 10 of the best slalom skiers in the country about to take to the water. The boat will head back, pick up Michael Bullock. We saw him go out earlier in men's 2 skiing for an overall score, run all the way into 39.5 off. Exciting stuff still to come, and we're expecting some scores deep down 41 from the skiers left. Like I said, some of the biggest names in men's slalom skiing still to come. Nate Smith, JT, Jonathan Travers, Bryan Detrick, Cory Vaughan. You got Ryan Canepa and Terry Winter. Some of the best water skiers out of California for a long time. And it is going to be very, very exciting indeed. I'm Curtis Williams. I'm here on the Slalom Lake. Interesting choice of slalom announcer, but here I am. We got Tony Lightfoot to the right of me. He's calling the tricks over on Lake 1. We're moving through. Men's 1 trick has just got underway. And all the way to the far right of me is Ryan Schipper calling you through some jumping on Lake 3. It's wall-to-wall action here on TWBC. Do not miss a minute of it. And we move right along in open men's slalom. Michael Bullock, he is coming in now at 32 off. And he has a bit of an advantage over some of the other skiers in that he has already skied today, just about an hour and a half ago in the men's 2 slalom event. So he really has himself dialed in these conditions. And a very, very smooth, tidy 32 off pass to start. So Michael Bullock really has himself dialed in. He ran 38 off earlier in the day in the men's 2 slalom event. Put himself in a good position in men's 2 overall. So, of course, he slalomed earlier, not for placement in men's 2, purely for the overall score. And he's out here slaloming for placement in open men's. Great to see him opting to ski in the big dance, the open men's slalom. But that is a bit of an interesting advantage, isn't it? That he has gone out just about 2 hours ago in basically the exact same conditions and gotten to feel things out. With the rest of the field, they are coming in cold. A lot of them may have never skied on this lake before. Maybe they got a practice ride. Maybe they didn't. I know with some of the delays in skiing yesterday, we ended up having to cut a lot of the planned practice for last night. So probably a few of these skiers who might have wanted to have practiced yesterday didn't get that opportunity. This now is 35 off from Michael Bullock. Tidy start here as he heads from 2 across to 3. Big strapping lad making his way cruisily. Oh no! Wow, an inexplicable fall from Michael Bullock. He was all over that pass and then pops the handle around 4 ball. Really tough to see what went wrong there for him. And that's really disappointing for Michael Bullock. I mean, it wasn't the best of 3s, but here he comes around 4 ball. And, it really doesn't seem like there was much of a reason for that. I mean, I tell you one thing for three. Brandon Schipper, with his 250 pounds of pure muscle, he would not have popped that handle there. Neither would have our friend Austin Bykirk, who lost a finger trying to hold on to a bigger hit out 6-ball. And strange fall there from Michael Bullock, and he is going to be disappointed with that effort. So moving right along, we go to another Alaskan. Great to see two Alaskans in this field. Carter Eaton, of course, has spent a lot of time over the past 4 or 5 years down in Arizona, Tempe, skiing for Arizona State University, a recent graduate of that program there. And he's another skier, very similar to Gage, who showed up to college skiing as a very handy slalom skier. I mean, he already had a solid foundation, but he really wasn't much of a jumper or a tricker. And he, over the past 4 years, skiing out there with some of those world-class athletes they have at ASU, has put a ton of work, obviously, into his slalom skiing, but also into his jump skiing and his trick skiing as well. He will be competing, I believe, in the Open Men's Overall. And another guy capable of getting very, very deep down, 39.5 off. I mean, it's tough to imagine much more of a juxtaposition, isn't it, between the site we're at here, this sort of desert oasis where it's pushing 100 degrees in heat, and it's basically you can guarantee year-round you're pretty much never going to have any wind or rain, versus Alaska, where Carter Eaton grew up skiing, where you're breaking the ice, you're warding off polar bears to get out there and do your training. So it's a very much night and day situation for him. And I was talking to him before this. He has spent much of the summer up in Alaska. Gets in very deep there at 1 ball at 35 off, does Carter Eaton. So he'll be used to much colder, much faster water than we got here at Ski West. So far, though, he seems to be handling it well as Carter Eaton as he rounds at 6 ball, and he gets it done at 35 off. Now, let's have a look again at this 1 ball. He dropped a bomb on 1 ball out there. Boom. The strength to hold on to that across the wake's incredible. So Carter Eaton, he runs 35 off. Watching the replay now. He is stopped now at the northern end and will be back shortly at 38 off. Pass, surprisingly, we have yet to see a run from our first 3 competitors who have been struggling out there. It's interesting. I had to put my finger on what's going on. We haven't seen particularly big scores from the men's 2 division that just went before, nor from Open Women's. And it's tough to put your finger on what's happening out there. I mean, it's could not get much better conditions than we've seen out there. There's just a slight little breeze coming down the lake, but if anything, a gentle head-tail can often be an advantage to the skiers. Carter Eaton, let's see if he can navigate 38 off, 11.25. He's going to have the wind at his back. It's a great start on 1, though. It doesn't get better than that. He blows the fin out around 2. Oh, no. Well, disappointing for Carter Eaton. 1.5 at 38 off. And the boys are falling early out there today. You watch the start from Carter Eaton. Beautiful hook up out of 1. He seemed to be all over this pass. And then 2 ball, maybe just bit off a little bit more than he could chew. Popped the fin on that ski. Well, the Alaskans have failed to fire in open men's slalom. Perhaps the transition from the wintry conditions of the most northern state to the balmy, sweltering conditions of Arvin, California have proved too much for the Alaska contingent. And we move into now the final 8, the top 8 in open men's slalom. Very excited for the next guy to go out there. He told me earlier that if he runs 39 today, we will not be seeing him back on the broadcast tonight. He will be sitting straight to the Trembler Brewing Company beer garden, and he will post up there for the rest of the night. I'm breaking the news to Vinny over the airways as we speak, but he's hoping for a big performance, and if he can get it, he will be neck deep in some wonderful Tremblant brewing before you can say the word go. Of course, up next will be Zane Nicholson, who has worked so tirelessly all week to bring you the slalom skiing. And I understand he's been bringing a lot of insightful coaching analysis. Hopefully you've been enjoying at home, learning a thing or two as you watch the best water skiers in the country take to the water at the 82nd Good Water Ski National Championships. My name's Curtis Williams. I have been tasked with droning on endlessly and trying to keep this entertaining. It's a tough gig by myself up here, but I'm doing my best. Bear with me, folks. We got 3 lakes running at once. Tony Lightfoot, he's over on the trick lake, geeking out on some wonderful trick performances. Ryan Schipper, I don't know who he paid off to get the jump lake, but he's got the hot seat as far as I'm concerned. But right now we have Zane Nicholson coming in at 32 off. Hopefully he had a chance to recharge the batteries while I took over during men's 2 slalom. It's been a long week for him. He's been trying to bum rides around site whenever he can after the action's over, and he makes easy work at 32 off. Inside handle drag there. Not sure it was quite as clean as Gage's hand drag, but certainly better than what we saw from most of the men's 2 skiers. So Zane, of course, the coach of the ULM Warhawks. He's been in that position for a few years, trying to rebuild that program. And opening up very smoothly at 32 off. Does a lot of coaching around the country, much sought after coach. And surely he will be our first through 38 off, and we would love to see him through 39. Certainly the Tremblant Brewing Company would. It will be bumper for business if he has a good day out there on the water. .35 off now for Zane Nicholson from the southern end with a slight little head breeze to help him along. He's been waiting a long time, this bloke. He's been here all week. Finally, it's his turn out on the water, and he's going to take it with both hands. He's a little bit down course as he heads across to 4, but at 35 off, he's got time to make things up. And in the end, pretty solid second pass there for Zane, still warming up into his set. Now this turn here at 3 ball, it's probably the only time in the past where he got a little bit behind things, but in the end was able to make it up pretty comfortably. Again, only 35 off, a pass he's pretty comfortable with. A warm-up pass really still for Zane. And he'll be back shortly at 38 off, a pass we have yet to see run, surprisingly, in this open men's slalom event. I feel like it's one of those situations where you need one skier to go out early, post a big score. Let's get Zane into 41, and then from there on out, with that sort of hoodoo lifted with a big score on the board, we'll see the rest of the guys go out there and post big score after big score. First, though, Zane needs to make it through 38 off, 11.25. This is when real short line skiing starts. The rope no longer long enough to reach outside the boys. Zane, not a bad start on 1. He's in and out of 2. Rears up a bit on the tail of the ski. Great turn on 3. Great control. He's cruising here as he comes around 5 ball. Gets in deep to 6. And Zane Nicholson is your first skier through 38 off. Throws the fist. He's happy. Get those nerves. Get those jitters out of the way. But really, his work is just about to begin. The crunch pass, 39.5, coming up in just a few moments after we watch this good water skis replay of Zane Nicholson running 38 off with the tail breeze behind him. Stays nice and low, really strong position where he's able to take some of these bigger hits throughout the pass. And here, this 5 ball was huge. Watch the way he turns that ski almost a full 90 degrees, drops that left shoulder almost parallel with the water to make sure of it as he runs 38 off.
He's the first person in open men to run 38. I think before he went on, I would have had the highest score, 2.5. Rewrite Chunk 2. They lost the video. Rewrite Chunk 2.
Zane Nicholson now returns to course, 39.5 off. A pass he has run before, but not super consistently in 2024. He knows he has to run it to put the pressure on the big dog still to come. He hooks up around 1. It's a crunching turn on 1. He's outside 2. The ski is skipping, and he's disappointed. He's leaving his passion out there on the water. 1.5 at 39. He is your leader right now, but it will not be good enough. You have to feel with the caliber of skiers still to come. The good news, of course, for a Tremblant viewing is that commiseration beers are often just as sweet as celebration beers, so I'm sure they'll still be doing a roaring trade later on. The even better news for the folks tuning in is this may mean that Zane returns to the commentary box at some point and we tap into someone a little bit more technical for the folks at home trying to learn a thing or two. The next skier, the first of 3 Californians in a row, 3 Northern Californians in a row, it will be Blaze Grubbs, who not only is competing for a podium position here in Open Men's Slalom, but also you would have to imagine is the favorite in Open Men's overall, and he will need to open up strongly here in Slalom if he wants to claim that title. And what a moment that would be for the Grubbs family if they could have both siblings sitting on the top step of the Open overall podium. Blaze Grubbs opening up 28 off. Young man, he's about 21 years of age. Goes attending Arizona State University. Is very far along in getting his pilot certification. He's been flying planes for at least 6 or 7 years now and has all kinds of high-grade jet flying licenses, and I think is planning on going into a career in commercial airline flying once he graduates from college. And it's pretty convenient having your own plane. Of course, earlier this week, Blaze's grandfather, Randy, was competing in, I think, men's 8 or men's 9 slalom, and the family flew down just for the afternoon to watch Randy slalom, and then flew back. There's actually a couple airport runways in between the lakes up here in this water ski oasis, and so rather than making the 4-hour drive down, he was able to fly down just for the afternoon to catch his grandfather on the water, flew back, and then they loaded up the motorhome and made the drive down from Northern California for this weekend when Blaze, Jenna, and Steve skis. And Father Steve, of course, winning men's 4 slalom last night in pretty dramatic fashion, of course, tying for the win and coming down to Runoff with Jeffrey Schmid. And Steve Grubbs ultimately taking out that men's 4 slalom title. Can Blaze add some more hardware to the Grubbs family household? This now is 32 off for the Californian. One of America's leading overall competitors, and making very easy work of this warm-up 32 off pass. So great couple opening passes there from Blaze. He is now parked up at the northern end, ready to get underway into the crunch passes, really. These were a foregone conclusion. We always knew Blaze was going to run 28. He's always going to run 32. 35, there's no reason he shouldn't run. But the pressure's on, and we've seen stranger things. Michael Bullock struggled with 35 off just moments ago. And in terms of the overall battle, we will be taking on the likes of Carter Eaton and Gage Jarvis. It will be important for Blaze to get a strong slalom score out here on the water. Job 1, run 35 off. Great start on 1. Blaze is cruising so far. Very, very tidy 35 off pass here. No worries at all. And 6 in the books. Blaze made his way comfortably through 35 off. And he will be looking at the mark set by Zane Nicholson into 39.5 off. As we approach the halfway point in open men's slalom, Blaze is the 6th skier of 12. We'll start to get a picture of where the medals will lie in this event. I am picking to finish on the top 5 steps. You are going to need to score deep down 39, probably perhaps even into 41. We have got a lot of superbly talented slalom skiers still standing on the dock. The cream of the crop of American water ski about to take to the water. Blaze Grubbs, he will need to run 38 off to be in contention. And in terms of the overall, he needs to get at least deep down this pass to keep himself in the hunt. Around 1. It's a great turn on 1 from Blaze. He turns around 2 now. This is a really good here from him. He's pushing through this pass, Blaze. I think he's going to end up running it. Big turn on 5. And in the end, that was tidy. Tidy work from Blaze. He's happy. Bit of a fist throw from him. Like to see the emotion, the passion from these skiers on the water. And Blaze Grubbs, he will have a crack at the lead, currently held by Zane Nicholson. It was a beautiful start of this pass, wasn't it, from the Californian? 3, starting to get just a touchdown course there at 3 ball, but he didn't panic. And great turn on 4. Right foot forward skier, really leveraging his onside. And finished up pretty comfortably in the end. Okay, 39.5 off now for Blaze Grubbs. Current lead 1.5. Every boy is huge in terms of the overall. It's an okay one. He'll get outside 2. He'll S-turn for the full 2. Oh, barely squeaking in. And a very undercooked TikTok. He needs to take some lessons there from some of the other competitors on these TikTok. Ryan Hinkles was much better. But he is your leader in open men's slalom 2 at 39. It's really solid in terms of overall. He's kicking himself because he knows that deep 39 is what it would take to make this podium. But in terms of the open men's overall, he is off to a commanding lead. Yep, the look of frustration on Blaze Grubbs there. He ran 38, he had a crack at 39. Everything was feeling good, but did not get the start he needed to post a big score. And a big score indeed it will take, looking at the final 6 skiers in open men's slalom. And this is a real who's who of not just American water skiing, but this is a strong field for any pro tournament in the world. You've got Terry Winter, Ryan Canepa, Corey Vaughan, Brian Detrick, Jonathan Travers, and Nate Smith still to come. That's 6 guys with personal best no worse than 3 or 4 at 41. 4 guys who have run 41. So expect some big scores to fall. We have lifted gears here into the elite of the elite. And the first of this elite group will be Terry Winter, T-Whisper. You know, for a long time, we always talked about how, you know, on a handicapped height basis, Terry Winter and Marcus Brown were probably the 2 best slalom skiers in the world relative to their height. Terry Winter probably more so than Marcus. I think he's just a touch shorter than Marcus. I think that has been a little bit thrown out the window with, you know, guys like Joel Poland and Dane Michler coming on the scene who have achieved great success despite relatively shorter statures than some of their competitors. But Terry Winter, one of my favorite slalom skiers to watch. He has a beautiful style out there. You know, he's getting older now. He's not as young as he once was, but he's still slalom skiing at a very, very high level and cruising through that opening 32 off pass. Of course, one of the most sought-after slalom coaches around the world, Terry Winter. A bit of a professor of slalom skiing, an elder statesman. And cruising through that opening pass, no worries at all for him. We've shortened the rope. Malibu towboat is spinning around, coming back in for Terry Winter's second pass. Of course, with 5 skiers left in the dock. After Terry, we will know definitively what it takes to make the podium in open men's. First, though, Terry Winter will have to run 35 off the 12-meter line. Start strong. Really no concerns here as he heads now from 4 across to 5. The Northern California native cruises through 35 off. course, Terry Winter in his younger days, alongside Marcus Brown, did a lot of skiing with the great Mike Siderhoud. Certainly a legend of California and American and really even world water skiing, and had a little bit of an unorthodox technique. They used to call it West Coast style, pioneered by Mike Siderhoud and sort of exemplified by his proteges, Winter and Brown. And over time, I think a lot of that has disappeared from Terry's style, but there's still some remnants of it out there on the water. A lot of hip movement, staying relatively low to the water. And a beautiful, beautiful 35 off pass. 38 off now for Terry Winter. Great start. Jeez, he's got that ski working well for him as he heads now across to 4-ball. He's cruising through this pass, not breaking a sweat. So efficient with his movements, not doing anything more than he absolutely has to out there as Terry Winter. And that is a very, very clean 38 off pass. Just watching this beautiful slow motion replay of Terry Winter running 38 off, making it look like a walk in the park, is the veteran of the field. And he is about to return now at 39.5 off. Of course, we've seen two skiers, Zane Nicholson and Blaze Grubbs, make their way into 39. They did not push as deep down the pass as they would have liked. The current lead, Blaze Grubbs, at 2. Whatever Terry gets, that will be the mark the following 5 competitors have to exceed to guarantee themselves a podium position. But I do not think Terry Winter is going to take this conservatively. I think he's going to come out swinging. He's going to be aggressive right from the word go because he wants a national slalom title. He comes around 1. It's a great one. He's crunching through this pass. These are big turns here from the veteran, Terry Winter, 39.5 off. He's around 4-ball. He's still looking the goods. He's getting a bit narrow, a bit down course. He needs to hold on. He's throwing himself at 6. It's scratchy. There's a big hit to come. He can't hold on. No, he can. I saw the big ball of spray. I thought he was gone, and he's held on. And he's got some serious finger strength. That was the sort of hit that we saw rip Austin Bykirks clean off in the men's 2 slalom event. And Terry Winter has run 39.5 off. A statement performance, selling the pressure down, throwing down the gauntlet for the 5 skiers still to come. And even though he started to drift late here, his 4-ball I thought was not very good at all. He was narrow. He didn't have much angle. He skied straight at 5-ball. It's amazing at 39.5 off. He was able to turn 5, throw himself at 6, and watch this hit. He takes out the exit gates. Boom. Well, his local chiropractor is going to do a world of business after that one. There is no way that felt good on Terry Winter's lower back. And we shorten up now to the very, very short 41 off, 10.25 meters. The elite of the elite. Dream of running this pass. Terry Winter with 5 skiers still to come. What kind of score can he post? A 2 would be decent. A piece of 3 would be incredible. A full 3 or more, that would be Herculean. This is 41 off. Terry Winter around 1. It's a good start on 1. He's going to get outside 2. Well, judges call. He goes down into a full body slide. Was the quarter there on offer, or is that just 1? The quarter could be very significant in the end. Well, watch the slow motion replay will be very revealing. So Winter, the replay here, 41 off, around 1 ball. Things looked okay. He took a bit of a hit. The timing wasn't quite there. Pulled all the way to 2. And to me, that looks like he has secured that quarter. We will wait for official confirmation. But I think he has done well to pick up that potentially crucial quarter buoy. Incredible skiing. 5 skiers left on the dock in open men's slalom. Terry Winter is in the lead, we think, with 1 1/4 at 41. Ryan Canepa, he's up next. He is one of the most exciting young talents out of California. He's made the final at the World Championships as recently as last year. He started to really pressure for the top spots at pro tournaments around the country. And could he pick up a national championships medal? And then we get into some of the veterans, the biggest names in the sport. Brian Detrick, another Californian, a member of that exclusive club of people to have run 41 off. He's in this field. Cory Vaughan, who picked up his first pro win just a few weeks ago in England at the Oxfordshire Pro-Am. He's coming up. Jonathan Travers, who also picked up his first pro win in a while recently in Italy. He is still on the dock. And then, of course, Nate Smith, who really needs no introduction. He will be your top seed. So getting confirmation, that valiant effort from Terry Winter. Picked up the quarter, confirmed. 1 1/4 at 41 is your leader. 5 skiers left to challenge that lead for the national title in open men's slalom. And Ryan Canepa, he will be the first up of that final 5, looking to see if he can't finish today standing on that top step. He's got a personal best deep down all the way to 4, I believe, at 41 off. He's certainly on paper the goods. He's done it in the past. It is one thing to do it in a no-pressure situation in a backyard record tournament. It's a whole nother thing to pull out those big scores when the pressure is on. The big dance, the national championships. This will be 32 off to start for Ryan Canepa, a Northern California native. Has done a lot of his skiing over the past decade or so at Shortline Lake, which will be the host of the California Pro-Am in just a weekend's time. I'm sure he will be featuring at that event. For now, he is chasing a national title, opening up cleanly at 32 off. You know, and a little bit of strategy starts to come into play for these skiers. There isn't a lot of wind out there. It's not very strong, but there is a pretty distinct head-tail coming down the lake, and we've seen different strategies from different folks. Terry Winter, he took 39 with the head breeze. That gave him, though, 41 with the tail breeze, and that's, you know, a tough ask. I know it's not strong, but just to have that little bit of extra speed behind you on your gates at 41. Ryan Canepa opening up at 32 off. He looks set to repeat the same as what we saw from Terry Winter. But you wonder as we get into the final seeds if we might see a 35 off start. You know, someone who backs himself to run 39 downwind. But right now we have Ryan Canepa on the course at 35 off from the southern end. And he is cruising through this pass. 6 in the books. Ryan Canepa will advance to 38. But yeah, it's interesting. You wonder if you might see a Nate Smith or a JT or someone like that opt to start at 35 off once they see the scores they need to beat. That way they will get 41 with the head breeze. And that wind has just picked up a little bit throughout this event. Again, it's still pretty light. It's beautiful, very favorable slalom conditions, but perhaps not, something that has to be considered by these skiers as we move through this event. Okay, moving right along in the open men's slalom event. You see the crowd starting to build. We got swimmers in the water trying to cool off, get some respite from this Bakersfield heat. And Ryan Canepa, he is coming in now at 38 off from the northern end with a slight tail breeze behind him, pushing him along. It's a good start, though, here from the Californian. He's cruising so far here at the 11-meter line. No worries at all. He hooks up well on 3. And Ryan Canepa, no worries at all, strolls effortlessly through 38 off. I mean, if you watch this slow motion replay, no context, you don't know the line length, I think you'd do well to pick it was 38 off. He made this look so easy. It looked as in control and calm as his opening 32 off pass. Ryan Canepa putting on a clinic out here, running 38 off without breaking a sweat with the tail breeze. And he now will reload with a shot at recreating what we just saw from Terry Winter, running 39 and potentially taking the lead here in open men's slalom. The final 5 competitors. We are about to name our first medalist. Big moment, Ryan Canepa, 39 and a half off. What can he do out there? Big turn on one ball. He's struggling to hold on. He needs to regain composure. It's playing in the back of his mind. He seems to be fighting through, though. He's across to 5. Ryan Canepa, 39 and a half off in the books. Wow, great effort. He almost came unstuck there on 1. It was heart-in-the-mouth stuff. But after that, boy, he made that look almost as easy as his 38. Watch the replay here. He was dangerously close to a lean lock as he came around 1 ball, just falling in a little bit, was able to take that hit. And then from here on out, it was pretty cruisy here for Ryan Canepa. Obviously, this is a pass he's got a lot of confidence at. Knows that, even with a bit of a shaky start, he can recover, he can make it up. So full 6, done and dusted. Ryan Canepa, he's run 39, and he will load up at 41 to challenge the lead held by Terry Winter. And this is kind of a cool little battle because, Ryan Canepa, the young guy, he's about 25, 26 years of age. His, mentor, I'm sure he got a lot of coaching from Terry Winter as a junior growing up in Northern California. He was the skier before him off the dock. He's the leader, and he has a chance to take down his old coach and show him the new generation is here to play. 41 off, 10.25. Ryan Canepa. The lead is 1 1/4. He'll want more than that, though. He wants to put out a message, something to scare the boys still on the dock. He comes around 1. It's not a bad turn on 1. He gets himself outside 2. He'll S-turn for the full 2. No. He'll slip inside. So 1.5 at 41 off. It's enough for the lead, but he'll feel like he's just left the door ajar for the 4 skiers still to come. Watching the replay here of Ryan Canepa at 41. Just slightly overdid that turn at 1 ball. And then the S-turn, well, it's a tough thing to execute. And he is unable, gives himself a slap of the head, knows that half boy could be critical in the end. Again, 4 skiers left to come. Cory Vaughan, Bryan Detrick, Jonathan Travers, Nate Smith. Will they be your national champion, or will it be Ryan Canepa with 1.5 at 41? Only time will tell. We are in now to our final 4 skiers in open men's slalom at the 82nd Good National Water Ski Championships. And the action, well, it's only going to get hotter and hotter out there. 98 degrees, that perhaps wasn't enough. We are heating things up. We've got Tony Lightfoot. He's wrapping things up over on the trick lake. We just had our final trick of the day. We got a delay on the jump lake. Now is the time to come on over to the slalom stream. Get yourself hooked and engaged for the finals of open men's slalom. We got Vinny working hard in the booth. He's been busier than a one-arm roofer and raffer over the past few days, trying to bring you 3 streams at once. And the boat, the Malibu, heads back to the dock to pick up our next skier, Cory Vaughan. And what a cool storyline that was at the final event of the European leg of the Water Ski Pro Tour, the Oxfordshire Pro-Am, under the lights, the night slalom. Cory Vaughan, I believe he's just shy of 40 years of age. He's maybe 39. He's been on the Pro Tour for over a decade, almost 2 decades, and had never tasted victory. And finally, that final stop after 4 weeks in Europe, he finished on the top step, taking his first pro victory. I heard he became the oldest skier to ever win their first pro victory on the men's side. Incredible stat, that. And, you know, he's on a hot streak. That's the last event he skied. Can he keep the train rolling on finishing on top of podiums? He'd surely like to. Guy would love to finish on top of the open men's slalom podium here at the National Championships. Cory Vaughan from Virginia. He will be coming in to start things off at 32 off. And tidy stuff here. Again, you would never expect 32 off to worry a pro like Cory Vaughan. And he is early as you like for 6. Of course, runs a ski school back there in Virginia. Mr. Peace, Love, and Water Skiing himself. They're on that KD slalom ski. Making it work for him. And very tidy, of course. Just a warm-up pass for him. He's getting a feel for these conditions. And he'll start to build slowly into the set. We have shortened up now to 35 off. Cory Vaughan on the water, chasing a lead with Ryan Canepa of 1.5 at 41. This is just 35. Another warm-up pass for the Pro Tour veteran. Big, tall, lanky lad from the eastern region. And he makes that 35 off pass look plenty easy out there. That breeze that we talked a little bit about appears to be backing off, and I can tell you that primarily because the temperature here in the TOC booth has just picked up by about 5 degrees without that cooling breeze coming through. So we'll keep an eye on the conditions, but you can see it's glass calm for the second half of this pass here for Cory Vaughan. Of course, it's quite a jarring transition from skiing under the lights in the generally cool and overcast conditions of England to the sweltering hot with never a cloud in sight conditions here in Arvin, California. I do not think we have seen a cloud in the 4 days so far we have been on site. And it is heating up as well with Cory Vaughan at 38 off, 11 meter line. Getting into real short line stuff now. And he's making this look pretty good. It's not as tidy as Ryan Canepa's, but he will get the full 6 and advance to 39. Maybe just working through a bit of pre-ski jitters and nerves out there at 38 off. It wasn't quite as clean as you might expect from a skier of Vaughan's caliber. Got a little bit behind par here throughout parts of this pass. We hear at 4 ball he took quite a hit and he had to ski fairly long and hard at 5, but in the end he got things done. And we are not too far now from naming our national champion, Open Men's Slalom. Of course, Ryan Canepa, he is in the lead. He is guaranteed of no worse than 5th place. He will be standing on the podium. The question is just what color will be his medal? Will it be gold, silver, or bronze, or whatever color we use for 4th or 5th? I've yet to establish. This is 39. He's got the head breeze. He's got to run it. Terry Winter did it. Ryan Canepa did it. Cory Vaughan, if he wants to be in the conversation, he will have to as well. He comes around 1. Bit of a slow 1 ball, but he's held on to it well. He's come out the other side looking pretty. On 3, it's not the best turn on 3. He's shaky, but he's around 5, and Cory Vaughan is going to run 39.5 off. Well, it wasn't the cleanest, but again, this is a guy, he has the experience. He goes to these big tournaments week in, week out. He knows he doesn't need the best start. He doesn't need every turn to be perfect. He just needs to stay in the race, and he has the experience to pull through the other side. For Cory Vaughan, he's run 39.5 off. He set himself up to challenge the lead. We had Terry Winter with 1.25. Ryan Canepa with 1.5. A full 2, he will guarantee himself of no worse than 4th. But he knows Brian Detrick, he's still to come. The Californian, he'll want to win a title for his home state. Jonathan Travers, he's in great form right now. And then Nate Smith, a bit of a wild card. No one's really sure what sort of form Nate is in. He hasn't been doing quite as much practice or training as he usually does this season, but he will be your top seed. Right now, though, we have Cory Vaughan, 41, 10.25. Lead is 1.5. Can he take that? He comes around 1 ball. It's a good one here from Cory Vaughan, the Virginian. He slams 2 ball. He fights hard for 3. Well, he ejects hard. It was a nasty fall. It looks like the full 2. He will take the lead in the Open Men's Slalom. but he'll be a little bit disappointed. You can see the frustration on his face. He wasn't able to get a piece of 3 ball after that 1 ball. That 1 ball to me looked like money. Watch the replay here. He cranks 1 ball. Great one. He hooks up. He comes out of it fast, in control, casts out well. And then 2, huge hit, slingshots himself into the wake for a 2 at 41. Your new leader in open men's slalom. So we move down to the final 3, an open men's slalom. Getting to the business end of this event. We've got more skiing to come after open men's. We've got the Masters women's and Masters men's, some of the best over 35 slalomers in the country. But right now it is all about who will take home this open men's slalom final. Will it be Cory Vaughan, what we just saw, 2 at 41, or will one of the next 3 skiers, Bryan Detrick, JT, Nate Smith, will they have what it takes to pick up more than 2 at 41? And you just have to start to wonder, will it take someone going out at 35 off and setting themselves up for 41 with that head breeze? The last 3 skiers, they've all run 39 into the head breeze. They've had to tackle 41 with the tailwind. It's not optimal. It's very tough to get the start they want through the gates around 1 with the wind at their back. It's not super strong, particularly from the northern end, but it is there. Who's going to make that first bold call and start at 35? Warming up on the dock, it is California's last shot, the Western region's last shot here in open men's slalom. Bryan Detrick. Of course, skis out at Northern California. He is a member of that very, very exclusive club of men to have run 41 off. Has been largely absent from the professional elite scene over the past year. I understand he was battling some injuries. And, of course, other life events taking priority. He will be, he's engaged to be married. He'll be tying the knot in just a couple of months in October, is my understanding. So, big congratulations to Bryan Detrick. But good to see him back to fitness, back out on the water, looking to see if he can't challenge for the national championship. Bryan Detrick from Northern California. He, too, will be opening up at 32 off, the conservative option from the big, tall, strapping Californian. And it's a very tidy opening pass from him. Great to see him back out on the water at the highest level. And Detrick, of course, out there on his Goode water ski, the presenting sponsor of the 82nd Goode National Water Ski Championships. Of course, all their skis handcrafted in the USA, made to the highest quality. And they have the technology you need to get deep down or all the way through 41 off. Bryan Detrick, he'll be hoping he can do that today. Bit of a dark horse. I'm not sure what sort of form he's in. Like we said, he's been out with injury for much of the past 12 months. Does he have deep 41 in him today? Meanwhile, that wind has largely dissipated. Maybe no longer a factor as Bryan Detrick returns at 35 off. Another warm-up pass for him. Hopefully this signals a return of Bryan to more top-level events. I'm sure we'll see him at the California Pro-Am next weekend. Of course, taking place at his home site at Shortline Lake in Northern California, just outside Sacramento and Elk Grove. And perhaps we'll see him at some of the later events in the season. I know we've got quite a few slalom events to come. You've got the Mastercraft Pro, hotly anticipated. Believe there is some slalom at King of Darkness as well. Miami Pro, I think, is happening in November. So lots of pro slalom skiing to come. A lot of it will be coming to you live on Tito BC. Okay, we're shortening up now to 38 off for Bryan Detrick. Another pass, you'd expect him to run pretty comfortably. Just feeling out conditions is Bryan. This is 38 off now for Bryan Detrick. Californian cruising through this pass. Again, you wouldn't expect a skier of his caliber to have too much of an issue at 38 off. And he will run it with relatively little energy consumed. As we watch the replay here presented by Good Water Skis of Bryan Detrick cruising through a 38 off pass. This now, 39.5 off for Bryan Detrick. A must-run pass. Of course, we've already seen our last three competitors make their way through it and start to challenge 41. Bryan Detrick, if he wants to be in the medals, he needs to do the same. Comes around one ball, rears up on the tail of the ski. It's a horror start here from Detrick. He's in big trouble. He'll get outside three. He'll fight to get back inside. Not sure if he got the full three or the 2.5. Either way, it's good enough to get ahead of Blaze Grubbs. But it will not be enough, we believe, to get him amongst the medals. And Cory Vaughan's lead of 2 at 41 will hold for just a while longer. You can see here the start. One ball is where it all comes unstuck. He finishes the turn right on the tail of the ski, leaning back. And then he ends up skiing pretty much straight at 2 ball. Wasn't able to get that ski to arc out, get the good turn he needed. And then from there it was all over. He was never getting much more than that 3. He does his best to make it back to the wakes. He gets the full 3, finishes up with 3 at 39. And then there were two. The penultimate skier in open men's slalom, Jonathan Travers, JT, as he's known to his many adoring fans all around the world. He will be looking to see if he can take home some hardware at the 82nd Good National Water Ski Championships, opening up here on pass number 1. The big tall man out of Central Florida, and makes no bones about that opening pass. And JT opting to get a few warm-up passes under his belt as well. He opened up at 32 off. We'll see him out there for a while longer yet. JT's been around a long time. He's been around so long, I often think he's older than he is, but he did have a long time between drinks. He hadn't won a pro tournament in a number of years, and then in the European Tour this summer, he took gold at the San Gervasio Pro-Am. Very excited about that. And would love to follow that up here with a gold medal at the Good National Water Ski Championships. He's got a few more passes to get through, though, if he wants to be in that conversation. That was 32 off. He is about to return now at 35. Shorten the rope up now. This is 35 off for Jonathan Travers. Another warm-up pass for a skier of his caliber, just feeling out the conditions. I was talking about how the water would feel hot and slow compared to some of the skiers from Alaska, but for him coming from Central Florida, this water, which clocks in probably around 80, 85 degrees, is probably going to feel a little bit cooler and faster than he's perhaps used to skiing in Central Florida, where the water typically reaches in the summer a positively balmy 90-plus degrees. So there will be some adjustment for some of these skiers, switching between conditions and climates. And JT, no worries at all, as you'd expect, at 35 off. This is it, coming down to the final moments, the closing moments of open men's slalom. You see world record holder Nate Smith standing on the starting dock, getting ready to take to the water. Meanwhile, Jonathan Travers, he has shortened the rope up and will be returning to course at 38 off. Hooks up around 1 ball. Not a bad start here from JT. He's cruising so far through 11 meters. It's a little bit deep across the 5 ball, but he will hold on. He will scrape out. Has to take some serious slack, but he's got the experience. He figures it out, and he runs that pass. Well, JT, not the smooth, controlled 38 off pass he would have liked. He was in all sorts of trouble here towards the end. He just got a little bit lazy almost. He didn't have a great turn on 4, and then rather than go for a big turn on 5, he took it pretty easy, had to pull long and hard for 6, and then here he kind of coiled in some slack and took a monster hit there out the gates. And his chiropractor is going to be able to put his kids through college probably based on that. Jarring, wrenching stuff there from JT. your second to last seed on the water currently, about to return at 39.5 off. Okay, that Malibu roars into course. JT, 39.5 off. He has to run it to be amongst the medals and to challenge for the lead. What can he do out here? It was shaky at 38. Can he regain composure? It's a good start here as he heads now across to 3-ball, the big tall Floridian. He's looking good so far at 39.5 off. He's early for 5-ball. Oh, no! He's butchered 5. And JT, that will end his campaign. And we come down to the final skier with Cory Vaughan still leading with 2 at 41 and a very, very frustrated Jonathan Travers who picks up only 5 at 39.5 off. It was a great start here from JT. He backsided 1 ball. He was early and controlled out of 2. It was a beautiful hook up on 2 ball. The left foot forward skier, he turned 3. He was still looking good. And then 4-ball. 4-ball was a little bit slow, but still, there was no need for this. He came into 5. He was early. He had the angle, and then he just wasn't able to turn the ski. And the immediate look of frustration from him, choked, absolutely choked out there to Jonathan Travers. And there will be no national title to add to the Travers household from 2024. So we move now to our final skier in open men's slalom, and it is one of the greatest to ever slalom ski. Your world record holder, Nate Smith, multiple-time world champion. The guy, I think I saw a stat, has run 41 off more times than every other slalom skier combined. He is that good. But 2024 has shown that Nate Smith, after all, is a mere mortal. He puts his pants on one leg at a time like the rest of us. He's opening up here at 32 off, is Nate Smith, and cruising through it as you would expect. But, you know, Nate Smith in 2024 has really shifted focus in life. He's been doing a lot of work on getting certain pilot ratings to pursue a career as a commercial airline pilot, and has had to put his ski training on the back burner. And because of that, you've seen him show up at several pro events, and he hasn't looked like the old Nate Smith that we'd expect. He's found himself outside the podium, I think, at just about every event he's been to. He's made a couple finals, but it has not been the Nate Smith of old. And I think on the positive note, what that really shows is how much work and effort and training went into him being so good all these years. And that now he's not able to dedicate quite as much water time. You know, he is, in fact, human. And so while we would generally expect more than 2 at 41 to be a walk in the park for Nate Smith, right now, I don't know. I don't know how he's been skiing, how much he's been skiing. Could it be Cory Vaughan that takes that national title, or will it be this man, Nate Smith? He's got a few more warm-up passes to go as he comes back in for pass number 2. Here comes Nate Smith, 35 off. Making easy work of this pass. And no worries at all there for your world record holder on the water, Nate Smith. Beautiful control control from Nate Smith there, making his way through 35 off. No worries at all. Interesting to see him not starting at 35. It's generally you see Nate go out at 35. I think that maybe just speaks to how he hasn't been skiing at his best in 2024. He's been struggling a little bit. He's making sure of it out there, and he's about to cut the line down to 38. Still a couple passes from challenging the lead. Currently held by Cory Vaughan of 2 at 41. Nate Smith returning now, 38 off, 11.25 metres from the northern end. Final skier in the open men's slalom. 2 at 41, the score to beat. He's got to get through this one. He's got to get through the next one. But you take things one boy, one pass at a time. And for now, Nate Smith has done his job, running 38 off. The replay here of Nate, one of the best to ever do it. And he has found a way to ride his slalom ski with a level of efficiency that we really do not see from almost anyone else in the world. And that is what has allowed him to be on top of the sport for so long. One of the most dominant athletes in water skiing over the past decade. Does not take no for an answer when he's out there on the slalom course. Coming to the closing moments, the final moments of what has been an absorbing open men's slalom event. 12 skiers in it, all of them the best of the best, the cream of the crop of US water skiing. And we close now with Nate Smith, your world record holder, coming in 39.5 off. A must-run pass to keep his campaign alive. The American, one of the best to ever do it. Starts off now. He's got that head breeze helping along. A beautiful start on 1. He couldn't be much earlier as he heads now across to 3. Nate Smith, he's cruising through this 39.5 off pass. He gets himself outside 5 towards 6. He'll wait for 6 in the exit gates. And incredible skiing from Nate Smith. He has left that 39.5 pass battered, broken, and bruised in the characteristic Nate Smith style. Yeah, this is the sort of thing, you watch this on replay, and if you were the boat judge, you start to have your heart drop and think, boy, did I even shorten the rope? Because he made that look so easy. You start to wonder, was it even 39? But that's just the way Nate Smith skis. And maybe, just maybe, we're seeing signs that he is returning to his form from past seasons here at these 82nd Goode National Water Ski Championships. So Nate Smith sitting now at the northern end. The boat picks him up. We spin around. Will it be Cory Vaughan with his 2? Will it be Nate Smith that is your national slalom champion? In just about 10 seconds, we will know the answer. Nate Smith pulls out behind the Malibu towboat. He is pushing to add yet another national title to his pool room. It's a good start on 1. He gets outside 2. He'll S-turn. He'll force the runoff. And they'll have to do it again. Nate Smith ties for the lead, 2 at 41 off. And we are going to extra time here in open men's slalom. Well, just when you thought we couldn't get an even more exciting finish, We have a tie for the lead. Cory Vaughan, Nate Smith, both with 2. And you know what? We saw the frustration from Ryan Canepa with his botched S-turn where he missed it, because if he had have made it back through those gates in the S-turn here like we saw from Nate Smith, he would be in this runoff too. And he knew, we thought, is this going to come back to haunt him, this botched S-turn? And in fact, the answer was yes. Ryan Canepa could have been in this runoff, but unfortunately it's not to be, and it is a 2-horse race between Cory Vaughan and Nate Smith. So we'll bring back the dock. We will confirm who goes first. There'll be a coin toss, and they will have to start cold from the dock at 39 to decide who your national champion is. Exciting stuff. Cannot wait for the action, and we'll be back with the runoff in just a few moments.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Okay, welcome back. We are into the runoff, a tie for first in Open Men's Slalom. And to bring us through the runoff, I have brought in a special guest, Mr. Lightfoot himself. It's been a long week. You've been Mr. Trickski over there, bringing us the action on Lake 1. But excited to have you tap in and help bring us the action here in this runoff. The news coming through from the officials. Nate will be first off the dock, starting out cold at 39.
Yes, indeed. It's Nate Smith versus Cory Vaughan. It's basically a clash of the titans, as it were. Nate Smith, a perennial champion over the last few seasons, and Cory Vaughan, who gained his first ever pro title in 15 years of being a pro by taking the night slalom title at the Oxfordshire Pro-Am about 3-4 weeks ago.
An exciting event. It must have been a tough one to call, Tony, in the dark. You must have lost track of the skiers from time to time.
Yeah, absolutely. The lighting situation was certainly an interesting feature of the Oxfordshire Pro-Am, and that on top of the rollers that were typically in that course, even during the daytime, provided a unique challenge for our competitors, and one that Cory Vaughan ultimately prevailed through against a really large competitive field over there at the Oxfordshire Pro-Am. But we have Nate Smith coming off the dock first, and he's going to be going into the course at 39.5 off to start this runoff. But the boat has to make its way up and down to provide equal conditions for the skiers.
That's right. I mean, things couldn't be much more different to the, like you said, there was a lot of rain in England over the summer, even more so than usual, so some flooding in the lake, rolly conditions. It was brisk and chilly. I tuned into some of the coverage. I saw them there in their parkas and beanies, and cold water, and of course, nighttime under lights. You couldn't be much more different the conditions we have today here in Arvin, California.
Absolutely, the water temperature is in the high 80s, early 90s, and I mean this is the first really cool week that we've had during the course of the summer. I mean, summer's here, you know, into triple digits. I mean, basically, you could mortgage the house on the whole notion that any time throughout the summer it's going to be like in the hundreds of degrees Fahrenheit. But this week, you know, the weather gods have kind of blessed us a little bit by giving us a little bit of reprieve from those scorching temperatures. And you know, the conditions out here, I mean, just couldn't be better. You know, I mean, there's still a little bit of a wind that provides a little bit of chop on the water. You know, but it also provides a good basis so far as determining whether you want to take a pass in with a tailwind or a headwind, whichever's your fancy. And as the Malibu Response towboat makes its way back to the dock, it is battle royal for the top two places in open men's.
Absolutely, and a little bit interesting. So both skiers, when they ran 39, they ran it from the southern end. But of course, in the runoff, they're going to have to start at 39. And if the southern end, they had the head breeze, they're going to have to come off the dock cold, start at 39, and they're going to have to do it with the tail breeze. It's not super strong. There's enough there, though, to make it tricky.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as you can plainly see there up on the screen, there's still quite a significant amount of wind activity going through the sponsor banners right now. It's certainly going to be one of those battles. It's a battle of D3 versus KD Skis, and I wonder who would prevail at this point. Now, Nate Smith has slallomed a little bit this season, but not as much as he typically has on a typical Pro Tour scene. You know, he's got to have responsibilities these days, and he openly admits that even to me at the Masters, when I interviewed him for the TWBC podcast, that people are just going to have to get used to the reality that Nate Smith is not going to be as well practiced for events such as this as he has been in the past, and by that he means he can't promise to be as dominating as he's been before in the past. But you know, you're in this situation, 39.5 off, a start right off the dock, you know, and it's anyone's match here.
Absolutely. I mean, this is going to be critical here. The start at 39 with a tail breeze. You know, we've seen that Nate Smith he's a mere mortal. You know, he's human after all. And I do not think this is a done deal here as he comes into course 39.5 off in the runoff for the national title. Nate Smith, your world record holder. If he runs this pass, he'll be a long way towards yet another national title. It's a great start on one there from the world record holder. He's on time and early across to 3 ball. He's not letting the tailwind bother him one little bit. He's going to be early for 5. Nate Smith, 39. Bit of a shaky 5. Took it conservatively, but he never looked in doubt, really, did he, Tony?
No, he could have two-handed it round number 5 and done the same round number 6. He still would have made the pass. Well, maybe not, but I mean, you get where I'm going with in that one. And I mean, it all started with the gate shot. You know, he just loaded up on the ski and just that legendary and Nate Smith release on the outside of the buoy line, and we'll go a little bit down course off number 2. I mean, number 2 is your strong side turn, but I mean, you'd have to make a strong argument to say that Nate Smith really has a weak side on the slalom course, because this is number 5. You know, he just basically safeties up on that one and gives it a go around number 6.
But wait, Tony, I have got some of the most interesting breaking news ever through the earpiece. The call has come through. 0 gates. 0 gates. He has left the door not just ajar, but wide enough open you could drive a 2-ton lorry through it here, because he's missed his gates. He had one job, Tony. We'll watch the slow motion replay. Look at him through. It's tough to see from that angle, but the judges have decided 0 gates. Nate Smith, tidy pass, but Cory Vaughan, I mean, all he needs to do is get a piece of 1 ball, and he is your national champion.
Yeah, and that opens up a whole can of possibilities there for Cory Vaughan. You know, I mean, he could just go around number 1 and just square up to the wakes and win it with that, or he could try and please the crowd a little bit more by running another 39.5 off. But here we go. This is Nate Smith I don't believe they shortened the rope here, but just to prove that he's out there having a little bit of fun at the end there. So for all intents and purposes, you're probably looking at the runner-up. But Cory Vaughn, it's all ABCs. I mean, he could be just as susceptible to taking a 0 score on the gate, but with that kind of score from Nate Smith, as you rightly said, he's opened up a gap about the size of a barn door right now, and all that Cory Vaughn has to do is go through the gates and just put the ski outside number one, and it's a done deal.
I mean, it's one thing if you're an amateur skier and maybe it's the concept of just getting a piece of one ball might play in your head and you'll screw it up or something like that. But Cory Vaughn is a 2-decade veteran of the Pro Tour. I don't think he'll have any issues cutting through the gates. I'd say he'll middle them. He won't make any doubt about it. He won't be pushing close to that right-hand gate ball and getting himself a piece of one ball for the national title.
All right, and we continue on with this competition. A big shout-out to our boat companies that have provided examples of their boats for use in these championships. Big ups to Nautiques by Correctcraft, the Response by Malibu, and the Pro Star by Mastercraft. Without those boats, we would not have a national championship competition. And, each of those boats are fueled by Kern Energy. The good folks there that have been innovating for the last 90 years, and they look set to do it some more going forward. So providing us with greater energy, greater jobs, and a cleaner environment. That's Kern Energy. Here we go. This is Cory Vaughn for the Natty. Let's see what he's got. Tight line through the entrance gates, squares up, wins it, and there's your national champion.
Yeah, and what a well-deserved guy. I don't know for sure, Tony, but I would suspect that is Cory's first ever Open Men's national title. He's been around a long time. He's a great, ambassador for the sport, volunteer. He spends a lot of time coaching juniors, and it really makes my heart smile to see Cory Vaughn to stand on top of the podium in Open Men's Slalom. He'll pick up first, Nate Smith second. Ryan Canepa, he'll be kicking himself. He was a botched S-turn away from being in this runoff with 1.5. And then fourth place will go to Terry Winter with his impressive 1.25.
So excellent skiing all the way throughout. And there you go, Mr. Peace, Love and Water Skiing himself, hailing out of Bumpus in Virginia. That is Cory Vaughn. This season's bit has had a number of firsts for him. His first ever professional tour victory over the Oxfordshire Pro-Am, and from what I can gather, his first ever national title in the Open Men's category. So he's receiving quite a few cheers, and I'm sure that he'll be celebrating very, very soon. And there we go, Cory Vaughn, your national Open Men's Slalom champion.
It's been a pleasure, Tony. Thanks for jumping in. I say we're going to do some business with America while we switch over to Masters Women's. And then I'm sure the fans at home will be excited to know you'll be tapping in to close out the day.
Yes, indeed. And we'll be back right after this.
Pentalago, South Florida's most anticipated water sports community. 5 lakes, 4 slalom courses, year-round skiing. Homes now under construction. Where you want to live. Visit Pentalago.com.
only one water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA.
For over 20 years, Houston has been setting the standard of automotive excellence. Hi, I'm Dave Houston. I'd like to welcome you to the Houston family. We are committed to offering exceptional Cadillac models like the all-new electric Lyriq, redesigned XT4, and the legendary Escalade. At Houston, our personalized service and friendly staff will exceed your expectations. Feel the thrill of buying a new Cadillac from Houston Cadillac.
Okay, welcome once again to the Slalom Lake number 2 here at the 82nd Good Water Ski National Championships, and there is your remaining schedule. Masters Women, Masters Men, all said and told, we've got about another 4 skiers to go in Masters Women, and then we've got about another 9 to go in Masters Men. This division is specifically set aside to determine who the best 34-mile-an-hour slalom skiers are in the nation, irrespective of how old they are. A quick reminder there for you to hit that subscribe button and be a part of the TWBC YouTube channel family. That gives you the ability to live chat alongside the player right now, and also informs you as to when our next live event is going to be. Now, beyond the scope of the U.S. Nationals, our next line event is going to be the European U14, U17 Championships, coming to you live from Rocchetto in Italy. That's just outside Milan, and that should be an absolutely cracking event. This is the 82nd Good Water Ski Nationals, where we just crowned a champion in open men's in the form of Cory Vaughan. This is Masters of Women's Slalom. All right, so skier on the water is Brandi Nagel. Looks like she's coming in on the opening pass. I believe this is going to be 34 miles an hour. The question is, how short is the line? It is going to be at 28 feet off the standard 75-foot line, or 14.25 meters if you'd like to express it using the metric system. Brandi Nagel, 28 off. Okay, so setting up well there on the opening pass, and Brandi Nagel, let's have a look at this again. Okay, just being informed that that opening pass was at 32 miles an hour. It looked a little bit sluggish out there, but Brandy Nagel equal to the task up there, using the zero-based scoring system to navigate a way through to the 34-mile-an-hour pass whilst keeping the line length the same. So Brandy Nagel not looking bad at all with that opener. So we got 4 skiers in this Masters women competition. We'll have Stephanie Stange, Jennifer Lapointe, and Erin Peckham to round off the Masters women's competition. There's number 1, a little straight path into number 2, but still making a good play on number 3. She's still very much on top of this. This is 28 off at 34 mile an hour. Now that boat's starting to motor up on her a little bit, and she is equal to the task. It is a 6 buoy count. 6 buoys at 28 off. Brandy Nagel, probably not one of our taller skiers in the Masters women's slalom event, but she uses that lack of height to better control her slalom ski with a lower center of gravity. She can afford to make the odd dramatic turn to make up for the fact that she doesn't have as much reach on each buoy. And being able to turn that hard on a dime obviously gives her the ability to increase her resistance sooner behind the boat and get back on track at a moment's notice. These instant replays brought to you by Goode Carbon Technologies. I remind you that their new ski, the Ventura, is making waves out there on the slalom scene. You can find out more about the Ventura by going to goode.com. That's GOODE.com. Here we go. This is Brandy Nagel. This is at 32 off. The boat speed is now set at 34 miles an hour. Still trying to work her way through this. Brandy Nagel inside buoy number 4. Didn't get the best of starts and ended up going down course with 8 successive turns, so just unable to make up for that lost time in the slalom course. And there we go. That is Brandy Nagel. Yeah, just a little narrow on number 1 and not able to backside that turn as she almost had a straight path in towards that buoy. There you go. That is Brandy Nagel. Let's have a look at this and see. Yes, well inside buoy number 4, and that sets the target. Brandy Nagel, 3 at 32 off. And so for a top 3 place on the podium, the remaining 3 skiers have to exceed that score of a 3 at 32. All right, so Brandy's being transported back to the dock, and she'll make her way for our next competitor, who will be Stephanie Stange. So Stephanie Stange about to take an appearance on the water. All right then, so Stephanie Stange taking the opposite approach, going in at max speed but with a longer line. And this is a perfect way to illustrate the merits of the zero-based scoring system, because after 6 buoys, whether Brandy Nagel came in at 28 off 32 or Stephanie Stange came in at 34 miles an hour, they would both have the same buoy count because of the zero-based system. There we go. Looking good, looking strong. Stephanie Stange, 22 off, 34 miles an hour. She'll now shorten the line as opposed to Brandy Nagel, who would have upped the boat speed at that time. But by the time everything settles down after pass number 2, there would be on the same speed and line length, just 2 different ways of getting there. So, 22 off on the opening pass. Or for those of you folks from outside of the United States that are watching in on this coverage and prefer to use the metric system, it is 16 meters. Of course, during the course of the season, both units are displayed on the top left-hand corner of the screen as the skier approaches each pass, as part of our commitment here at TWBC to properly inform our audience as to the status of each skier as they come in for their passes. So, boat speed 34 mile an hour, line length 28 off, or 14.25 meters. Here she comes, Stephanie Stange. Really having to work hard to stay on top of the water here. She's good to go round number 3 for 4, 5, and makes a play round number 6. There you go, Stephanie Stange. And now is within half a pass of tying the lead of Brandy Nagel. The 3 buoy count at 32 off is within her grasp, and anything more than that would give her the outright lead at this time. Looked a little bit out of sorts coming off buoy number 2, but you know, with the ski technology being the way that it is these days, you don't have to ski perfectly to ski effectively out there on the slalom course. Used to be that with the past ski technology, you had to ski pretty much perfectly every single time to get to deep enough down the passes to where you could challenge for medals and that kind of stuff. But now the skis have enough variance and enough ski ability surrounding them that you can actually make up quite a bit of distance down course even if you're not perfectly aligned or positioned on the ski. All right then, folks, here we go. We have got Stephanie Stange. This is 32 off. Anything more than 3 on this run would give her the lead with 2 competitors remaining. There's number 1. This is 32 off. There's number 2 getting broken over. Round number 3. Does she make a play? I don't think she does, and it looks like we could have a potential for a runoff even here. 3 at 32 off, and there would be a runoff as well, you know, because it is for a placement in the top 3, in the top 4. So there is a runoff between those 2 competitors, between Brandy Nagel and Stephanie Stange, and we still have 2 competitors remaining to ski in regulation. We got Jennifer Lapointe coming up next, and followed by Erin Peckham. Getting in all kinds of shape there off buoy number 3, and knew where the lead was and just couldn't really get the job done. And by the way, once again, illustrating the point and the merits of the zero-based scoring system, Stephanie Stange went in at 22 off at 34 miles an hour, so went in with max speed on a slightly longer line, whereas Brandy Nagel went in at sub-max speed with a shorter line. And all said and told, both of those competitors ended up after pass number 2, after the second pass, being on the same line length, and both of them producing a score of 3 at 32 off. So now, next competitor to go, and coming to us out of Central Florida, but originally from West Virginia, it is Jennifer Lapointe. All right, now working her way in towards the cuts, the slalom course, Jennifer Lapointe. Now she's going to go in at 32 off. She's going to go in at 28 off at 32 miles an hour. So sub-max speed, much like Brandy Nagel. Shorter line, much like Brandy Nagel. There's number 1. There's number 2. Keeping everything flowing on that Lapointe slalom ski. So not a problem there on the opener at 32 miles an hour, 28 off, Jennifer Lapointe. So Jennifer Lapointe out of, originally out of the state of Virginia, not West Virginia. I was incorrect in saying. So continuing on with this competition, we've got Jennifer Lapointe. From what I understand, she's going to return in at 32 miles an hour, but with a shortened line length. It still produces the same buoy count as if she would come back in with a higher speed and the same line length. But this is just another way of just getting more and more buoys out there. Here she comes, Jennifer Lapointe. Let's see how she gets along. 32 off now. The boat speed is still at 32 miles an hour. Look at her go. 32 mile an hour. 32 off. And we'll see her continue on to the next line length. It's going to be 35 off at 32 miles an hour now. Certainly a consummate professional out there. Has skied for many years on the Water Ski Pro Tour and its various incarnations, whether it be the Michelob Dry Water Ski Tour, the Coors Light Water Ski Tour way back in the day. And even the WOW Tour, which she was instrumental in creating alongside Sherry Sloan in the latter portion of the 1990s or the early part of the 2000s. Certainly been one of the more influential skiers and athletes in women's professional skiing in years past. That is Jennifer Lapointe. Here comes Jennifer Lapointe, 35 off. The speed is still 32 miles an hour. Good extension on buoy number 1. Allowing the ski to come round on buoy number 2. She's having to fight this one a little bit. Round number 4, managing to get the ski outside number 4, but unable to S-turn her way out of that hole she created for herself. So it looks like it is going to be 3.5. 3.5 at 35 off at 32 miles an hour. Now 3.5 at 35 off actually gets counted the same as a 3.5 at 32 off 34 miles an hour. So she actually takes the lead by half a buoy if my calculations are correct. And that being the case, she does have the lead with half a buoy, with her score of 3.5 at 35 off at 32 miles an hour, ahead of the potential runoff tie that exists between Stephanie Stange with 3 at 32 off 34 miles an hour, and Brandy Nagel with exactly the same score, 3 at 32 off 34 miles an hour. All right, so continuing right along, we've got our next competitor to take to the water to round off the Masters Women's Slalom competition. Save for the runoff for third spot. It is going to be Erin Peckham. All right, so another skier coming into the course at 32 miles an hour at 28 off. It is going to be Erin Peckham. Employing the same tactic as a couple of our previous skiers, 28 off at 32 miles an hour. Now, what she decides to do after running this opening pass is anyone's guess, whether she decides to go up in speed and keep the line length the same, or whether she goes the opposite direction, shortening the line and keeping the boat speed the same, much like Jennifer Lapointe. So nicely done there with the opening pass. Not putting much of a foot wrong, as a matter of fact. All right, so it looks like from the radio communication I've been able to obtain that she will be coming back at a higher speed, with the line length being exactly the same as it was before. So this is pretty interesting, though, because we have 4 skiers, and half of them have gone that direction, and half of them have gone in the opposite direction, where they've gone up where 2 skiers have gone up in speed after pass number 1, and the other 2 going shorter in line length on pass number 2. So if you ever want a little bit of schooling or a little bit of education so far as the zero-based scoring system is concerned, here is your round. Here we go. This is Erin Peckham. 28 off. Same line length, increased boat speed. And Erin Peckham not looking too bad, I would say. Good skiing there. Nicely done there with pass number 2 with the increased boat speed. So now that she's committed herself to the 34 mile an hour boat speed, that is where that boat speed stays from here on out. She'll come back in at 32 off, or 30 meters, with the boat speed now locked in at 34 miles an hour or 55k. And in order for her to take the win, she's got to ski better than Jennifer Lapointe, who scored 3.5 on the next pass. Now, just to clarify, with Jennifer Lapointe, she came into the course on this pass at 35 off with the slower boat speed. Erin Peckham, for her part, comes in at the higher boat speed, but with a longer line length of 32 off. Here she comes. 34 miles an hour. Needs to get outside of 4 and to the wake to take the title here in the Masters Women competition. There's number 3. She needs to make a play on number 4. She wins the title by getting round number 4, round number 5, and she'll continue to ski your Masters Women champion for the 82nd Good Water Ski National Championships is Erin Peckham, and she'll have a crack at 35 off with the boat speed at 34 miles an hour. That is 12 meters with the boat speed of 55K. So just looking at this, knew exactly where she needed to be so far as title aspirations were concerned. Got round number 4 to the wakes. From here, she started to smile, and then that smile became as broad as a barn door. There you go, through the exit gates. Wonderful skiing, Erin Peckham. And now coming in back into the course. It's 35 off now, 12 meters. At 34 miles an hour, 55K. Let's see what she can do. 35 off now. Entrance, buoy number 1, takes the hit. Long pull into number 2, but she manages to sling the ski round. Look at her go, round number 3. Long pull into number 4, but there you go. It's going to be a 4 buoy count. 4 buoys at 35 off at 34 miles an hour. That gives her the win. But we're not done so far as this Masters Women's competition is concerned. Although we have determined the winner and the runner-up, we're still yet to determine the third-place finisher between Brandi Nagel and Stephanie Stange. All right, so continuing on with this competition, I believe actually from what I've been able to ascertain over the headphones that the positions are already set so far as third and fourth are concerned. But Erin Peckham, her score of 4 at 35 off, 4 at 35 off at 34 miles an hour is good enough for the win again, ahead of Jennifer Lapointe, ahead of Stephanie Stange and Brandi Nagel. All right, so continuing on with this competition. So, yes, we do continue. It is a runoff. I see Brandi Nagel at the dockside and also see Stephanie Stange in the water. Both of them were with a score of 3 at 32 off. At 34 miles an hour. Here comes Stephanie Stange to resolve the tie. Stephanie Stange in the course here and now. At 28 off now. The last completed run. Oh, yeah, nicely done there for Stephanie Stange. That was at 34 miles an hour as well, don't forget. So now setting up the scoring, which Brandy Nagel will have to supersede. Again, a little bit stretched out into number one, but trying to hold everything down off number two. And using that D3 ski to extremely good effect, I believe. At least I think it's a D3. But not much to pick apart so far as that run is concerned. That is Stephanie Stange, who has competed at World Championship level before at the Senior Worlds. And not too sure whether she'll be traveling to the Senior Worlds this year, which will take place in Toledo in Spain. But all of that is in the future, possibly for Stephanie Stange. Boat speed now accelerating up to 34 miles an hour. This is now 32 feet off the standard 75-foot line. She got round 3 buoys, and that was her score on the original regulation round. But here she comes with the runoff. She's round number 3. She's still there for number 4. She drops in hard off number 4, and look at this. Stephanie Stange really taking it to Brandy Nagel. Good skiing there from her all the way through. And now is going to attempt 35 off. Now, officially, her score will stand at 3 at 32 off, or 3 at 13 meters, because the only reason why we use this situation with the runoff is to basically break a tie and not to increase upon one's score if in terms of being the official score. So here we go. Stephanie Stange. Looking extremely good out there and staying focused from one buoy to the next. And giving Brandy Nagel a really tough target to aim for. I'm Tony Lightfoot. And a reminder once again for you to hit that subscribe button on the YouTube channel and be a part of the greater YouTube channel family for TWBC. You'll be informed as to when the next time we go live when you hit that bell icon, and you can also participate as well in the live chat. Here we go. This is Stephanie Stange. There's one and getting broken over into buoy number 2. Whether that is going to be 1 or 1.5 is yet to be determined. I'm keeping an eye on the live scoring right now to find out exactly what that score is. She definitely got round number 1, but let's see how far through the wakes that she got. I think that's going to be 1 buoy. I firmly believe in what I'm seeing out there is good enough for 1. It was either going to be half a buoy or 1, and I believe that is going to be 1. The judges may have a different call, of course, based upon evidence that they may have from inside the boat. So Stephanie Stange. It is 1. It's 1 at 35 off at 34 miles an hour. So 1 at 35 off, 34 miles an hour. Some extra skiing taking place, and we've got Brandy Nagel. She is going to go into the course at 28 off at 34 miles an hour. Or she may have a different way of getting to exactly the same spot. Maybe she'll go in at 32 miles an hour, but go in at 32 off to give her the same buoy count after one pass as Stephanie Stange had after she went into the slalom course at 28 off at 34 miles an hour. Longer line length, faster boat speed against shorter line length, slower boat speed. Right, just waiting on the information to be given to me in regards to the starting line length and boat speed. Each one of those elements very, very important to determine how she gets along and where her tactics are. All right, then. So it is at 34 miles an hour, 28 off. So Brandy Nagel. So she went in originally at 32 miles an hour. At 32 miles an hour at 28 off. But now she's been forced into this situation here. 28 off, 34 miles an hour. And nicely done there. That is Brandy Nagel. Opens up with 28 off. With the boat speed at 34. Really squatted down a little bit round buoy number 3, but still able to make a decent play. On the opening pass for 6 buoys at 28 off at 34 miles an hour. Now comes the challenge. She's got to run through this next pass. The next pass being 32 off at 34 miles an hour. She's got to get through this run, and then, provided she does, she's got to score more than 1 at 35 off for pass number 3. Now the boat speed's at 34. That boat speed does not move. The only element that moves between the passes for Brandy Nagel is the line length shortening, much like Stephanie Stange. Here we go. Entrance, buoy 1. Little high-sided round buoy number 2, and unfortunately unable to take the turn, which means that Brandy Nagel takes 4th place, and Stephanie Stange takes the third spot with 1 at 35 off. In the runoff, Brandy Nagel scored 1 1/2 at 32 off, 34 miles an hour. So in 4th place, Brandy Nagel, Stephanie Stange in 3rd, Jennifer Lapointe in 2nd, and your Masters Women's Champion in the 82nd Good Water Ski National Championships is Erin Peckham. So congratulations to each of those 4. We now have however many skiers we've got left. We've got 9 skiers remaining in the Masters Men's. And we'll continue on with that competition in a moment. You are continuing to watch, continuing coverage of Lake 2's action during the 82nd Good Water Ski National Championships. And we will return right after this.
Pentalago, South Florida's most anticipated water sports community. 5 lakes, 4 slalom courses, year-round skiing. Homes now under construction. Where you want to live. Visit Pentalago.com.
Experience the sports evolution at USA Waterski and Wake Sports Foundation Hall of Fame in Central Florida's Polk County. From the pioneers of the sport to the stars of today, all 9 disciplines are honored. It's the most comprehensive and fun-filled tribute to the people and the sport we love. Located inside the Central Florida Visitor Information Center in Davenport, Florida, the Hall of Fame is open 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. 7 days a week.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
right, back on with continuing coverage of the 82nd Good Water Ski National Championships. This is the Slalom Lake 2, and there is your final event of the day. It's Masters Men, and getting ready for our first competitor to hit the water. It should be CC Brown. And then we'll follow on with Scott Larson, and the remainder of the list will consist of Kevin Bishop, Seth Stisher, Mark Manaski, Darren Montgomery, Jason Peckham, Adam Cord, and then finally Cale Burdick. So let's see how things turn out in this Masters Men's Division, our very, very last division of skiing to take place today. Looks like we've had a change of boat. I believe Nautique is pulling at 34 miles an hour at... Okay, so 34 miles an hour at 32 off to get things up and running. This now is CC Brown. And the Masters divisions, it's basically one, the maximum speed is one below ultimate maximum speed. Ultimate maximum speed is 36 miles an hour, so he's in at 34, and after completing 32 off, he'll shorten down to 35 off, which I surmise is going to be the next pass for him. And using a slightly modified one-handed gate shot. Still relatively unusual in the grand scheme of things to see anyone using a one-handed gate shot so much anymore. It used to be all the rage in the early part of the 2000s, but then worked really well for places that had pristine conditions. But its reliability was severely tested during the course of skiing in less than perfect conditions, and for many skiers, that lack of reliability was just too much of a cost for them to continue on with it. So many of those early advocates of the one-handed gate shot soon returned to the two-handed traditional gate shot, proving that some things should just be, I would surmise. All right, so CC Brown coming back in at 35 off at 34 miles an hour. Good start here at 35 off. 2/3 the way down the course roundabout now. And there you go. Don't see much wrong with that. Was all over that pass at 34 miles an hour, and that was at 35 off, or 12 meters at 55K. This is CC Brown. Just absolutely slayed that pass behind the Nautique by Correct Craft, a boat and a company that is celebrating its centenary in 2025. But technically, the 2025 season has begun with the national championships. So they're celebrating 100 years on the waters of the world since 1925. Correct Craft, producers of the Nautique towboat. And this continuing webcast action being brought to you by Pentalago, where you want to live. You can find out more by going to pentalago.com. Good extension on buoy number 1. This is 38 off, bringing the ski hard round off number 2. He's a right foot forward skier, which means he has better turns on 2 and 4. He's still there. He's still upright on top of the water. Oh, look at this. Oh, almost overloading into buoy number 6, but managing to make a great play there. That is C.C. Brown. 39.5 off comes up next. Great looking turn off buoy number 1. Just absolutely stopped and turned that ski on a dime round buoy number 2. Had to wait for the ski to come round a little bit further off number 3 before he piled on the beans. Round number 4 and number 5. And should have a real easy time getting round number 6. He created that much space and room off number 5 in order for himself to do that. So there we go. That is C.C. Brown, Men's Masters at 34 miles an hour, max speed for these individuals. And he gets through a 38 off. Now he's going to have a shot at 39. Here he comes, C.C. Brown. Pulling out. 39.5 off, 10.75 meters. Needs the turn off number 1. Needs a better turn on number 2 to stay on track, and unfortunately doesn't get it. So it looks like it is going to be a 2 buoy count. 2 buoys. Two at 39.5 off at 34 miles an hour. So great skiing there from C.C. Brown. That brings on our next competitor, Scott Larson. We'll get the particulars from him shortly. We'll also give you the buoy count as well for C.C. Brown. The buoy count there for him with 2 at 39.5 off. 2 at 39.5 off, 10.75 meters. Okay, so continuing to work. 32 off at 34 miles an hour. The opening salvo from Scott Larson. Exactly the same speed and line length. So waiting for the Nautic towboat to tighten up on that line and to bring him into the course for pass number 1 in the Masters men competition. All right, so here we go. Scott Larson, 32 off, 34 miles an hour. Letting the ski roll here. A good slalom ski, slicing and dicing its way through the course. Once again, doing a fine job out there with the opener. Just to remind you once again that Kern Energy is here leading California's clean transportation fuel evolution by being good stewards of people and the planet. We're meeting California's goals whilst fueling the people who fuel our state. That is Kern Energy. So looking at this, once again, 32 off, 34 miles an hour. So, working away towards the very end of the day's action here at Ski West Village. I'm Tony Lightfoot. Coming in. This is Scott Larson. 35 off now. Boat speed still at 34 miles an hour, where it has to stay between now and the end of his performance. Look at him go. Scott Larson, nice extension on buoy number 5, round buoy number 6, and he gets it to go. They're skiing over towards the huge palm tree that adorns the north side island on this second lake of 3, the main slalom lake. We're going to see more action here tomorrow. We've still got some age category slalom skiing to take place on the main slalom lake. But I tell you what, there's some great action going here right now with Scott Larson. Getting through 35 off and getting ready to attack 38 off. All right, just to remind you of the events that will take place tomorrow. Tomorrow being Saturday, the 5th and last day. On this Lake 2, we will start off the morning at 8 a.m. with men's free slalom, followed by women's 4 and women's 3 and women's 2. Those are the only 4 divisions taking place tomorrow on this lake. In the meantime, Scott Larson at 38 off, a good extension on number 1. Round number 2 needs to run this past to give himself an outside chance of staying in the hunt here in the slalom event against the likes of C.C. Brown. Gets round buoy number 5 and takes the hit. Round buoy number 6 through the exit gate. And he certainly left it late, I give him that. So Scott Larson getting a 2 buoy count. Getting not 2 buoys, actually the 6 buoy count at 38 off. Almost sold him short there. A right foot forward skier, which means that he's reliant upon some hellacious turns on his left side to give him enough power and enough poise and enough space to be able to stand up a little bit on 5 and do something like that into buoy number 6. Gets round all 6 through the exit gates, and he'll have a crack at 39.5 off. Now, as I mentioned, tomorrow's lake activities on Lake 2, slalom, men's 3, women's 4, women's 3, women's 2. The lake, the trick lake, which is Lake 1, starting also at 8 a.m. Masters women, Masters men, International women, Open women, International men, Open men, and our final division of tricks is Women's 1. And I'll give you the full rundown on lake number 3 in just a moment. In the meantime, coming in at 39.5 off. He gets round number 1. Does he make it around buoy number 2? Yes, he does. Does he make it outside buoy number 3? He S-turns. Oh, and he collapses on the S-turn. but I believe he got enough of number 3 to give him that half buoy lead ahead of Scott Larson. We'll double check with the live scoring to make sure that is all kosher. But as we take a look there, I'm prepared to give you the schedule for tomorrow's events on lake number 3, which is our jump lake. So Scott Larson scores, yes, 2.5. That gives him the lead, 2 1/2 for Scott Larson as we continue to roll right along from one page to the other. Skier number 3, it's going to be Kevin Bishop coming up next. And just to end off on what I was continuing to say, Saturday, Lake 3 jump tomorrow morning starting at 8 a.m. Men's 1, women's 2, men's 2, men's 3, masters women, masters men jump, international women, international men, open men. So those are the remaining events to take place tomorrow on the 5th and final day of the 82nd Good Waterski National Championships. Kevin Bishop going in at 32 off at 34 miles an hour. So going in at 32 off, although the boat speed looks a little sluggish to me, I do have to say I'm going to have to double check on that. But just suffice to say, so it is 34 miles an hour from what I'm able to ascertain through radio communication, 34 miles an hour at 32 off. So exactly the same speed and line length as our previous skiers. So yes, confirming that is at 34 miles an hour. At 32 off, he'll come back at 35 off with the same boat speed. So in the water right now, and not an awful lot of time between the passes, about 45 seconds at best. Behind that Nautique towboat here is Kevin Bishop. Do have to give a big shout out to our boat vendors, Correct Craft with their Nautique, Mastercraft with their ProStar, and Malibu boats with their Response. All providing us with the tools necessary to put on this event with the on-water action. And here we go. 6 buoys, 35 off, absolutely safe as houses there for Kevin Bishop. So just looking at this once again with the instant replay provided to us courtesy of Goode Carbon Technologies. And these are simultaneous webcasts that have taken place on Lakes 1, 2, and 3, provided to you courtesy of Pantalago. It is a way where you want to live, South Florida's most anticipated subdivision development, and you can find out more by going to pantalago.com. It is pantalago.com. All right, here we go. This is Kevin Bishop. 38 off. First three skiers have selected exactly the same speed and line length as each other. And this is 38 off. And there you go. Look at this. He gets round buoy number 6. Oh, no, and he doesn't come away with the handle. So hurling himself at breakneck speed off of buoy number 5, round number 6. He gets round number 6, but doesn't have the rope or the handle to survive, taking a huge hit. It is going to be 5 1/2. 5 1/2, which puts him in third place. Puts him in third place after 3 skiers. So 5 1/2 at 38 off. And that brings us down to our remaining 6 competitors, starting off with Seth Stischer. So as we continue to rock our way towards the end of this list, we are on skier number 4 of 9. That skier is Seth Stischer. So Seth Stischer, a Conley brand ambassador. And a big shout out to all of our water ski industry brands that are currently supporting us at this time. And amongst the brands that we have supporting us are OJ Props, Masterline, Ski Safe Insurance, Eagle Wetsuits and Accessories, along with Radar Skis, HO Skis, and of course Goode, the title sponsor for the national championships. We have a Conley brand ambassador out there on the water in the form of Seth Stischer now. So coming in at 32 off at 34 miles an hour. And just absolutely just pummels that pass. The guy's butter because he's on a roll. Just looking at this. Well early. Getting a really good swing off buoy number 1. Almost too good. He actually had a little bit of slack in the line. There we go, keeping it a little bit tighter on number 4. I'm sure that he identified that he had a little bit of too much slack to contend with, so he took a little bit out and still was able to run the pass with a little bit of a tailwind to work with or against, depending upon your point of view, of course. So that is Seth Stischer, who comes to us originally from the Palmetto State of South Carolina. So Seth Stischer, who is the patriarch of the Stischer family of skiers. Landon Stischer has already competed here at the Goode Water Ski National Championships, the 82nd edition of, and also competed at the Junior Worlds. And fair to say that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, especially when you've got a tree as tall and as imposing as Seth Stischer is out there on the slalom course. Good skiing there from Seth Stisher on the opening 2 passes. All right, Seth Stisher using that Conley C1 to great effect. A ski that he had a hand in developing along with the boffins at Conley Skis to come away with a shape that really works well with a whole variety of skiers, including former world champions Joel Howley and Manon Costar. And Manon Costar herself has just recently won the European Women's Slalom Championship yet again using a Conley ski. So let's have a look and see what Steph Stisher can do. Boom. Number 1 at 39.5 off, 10.75 meters. 34 miles an hour, the boat speed, or 55 kilometers an hour if you're so inclined to use the metric system. And he was early and waiting at 38 off. Started at 32, came back at 35. That was 38. So just looking at this once again, Seth Stisher knows what it's going to take to actually supersede the lead, which is held by Scott Larson right now, with 2.5 at 39.5 off, which is the very next pass to be attempted. All right, so skiing behind the Red Baron, that all-red Nautique that seems to have made a reappearance here in Central California. Here we go. This is Seth Stisher, 39.5 off, needing more than 2.5. He's got to essentially get at least round... Oh, and he goes down round buoy number 1, and that gives him a half. 0.5 at 39.5 off at 34 miles an hour. So Seth Stisher currently in third place right now with that score, behind CC Brown with 2 at 39 at 34 miles an hour. And our current leader, Scott Larson, with 2.5 on that same pass. So now we're down to our final 5 competitors, and the bar is set for a position on the top 5 at the very least. You have to take the lead and ski more than 2.5 at 39.5 off at 34 miles an hour. But I wonder if anyone has a tactic a little bit off the beaten path going forwards. We've got Darren Montgomery coming up in a few moments. We got Jason Peckham, Adam Cord, and Cale Burdick. But before all of those, it's Mark Manaski. So, Mark Menashe coming into the course here and now. This is at 32 off at 34 miles an hour. Mark Menashe. Looking pretty early on buoy number 2. And he is a lefty, as you can plainly see. He's able to just whip that ski round buoy number 5 and stay early enough for the last buoy on the slalom course, which is number 6. So 6 buoys on the opening pass. At 34 miles an hour, 32 off, exactly the same starting line length as everyone else that has come in so far. Boat speed still at 34. All right, here we go, folks. Mark Menashe taking a big hit on number 1 at 35 off. Guides the ski round buoy number 2 and number 3. Trying to stay composed and calm. Being patient enough to allow the ski to fully rotate before getting on the gas and going across course. Mark Menashe. All right, so Mark Menashe. Looking at him on the instant replay powered by Goode Carbon Technologies during the course of this webcast. And these are 3 simultaneous webcasts being brought to you by Pantalago. It's where you want to live. And check out that new development in South Florida by going to Pantalago.com. That is Pantalago.com. All right, Mark Menashe. He's gone through 32 and 35 off. Now, this is 38. Only one skier has come up short of this pass, and that was Kevin Bishop a few minutes ago with 5.5. Mark Menashe having to get on the good foot here, and he has to do it quickly. Getting back into frame. Oh, look at that. Relying upon a big turn on number 5 and just dropping the handle and saying, I'm not going to go for shoulder reconstruction injury. Not for surgery. Not today. Discretion being the better part of valor. So he will score 5.5 for that effort. 5.5 at 38 off, and what that potentially does is it puts him into a tie-break situation for one of the minor placings possibly, but we still have 2 scores that are above that, actually 3 scores that are above that at the moment, so we're going to determine very, very soon whether a runoff could potentially ensue for 5.5 at 38 off, and then Mark Menashe just dropping the handle and saying, I don't want to be sore tonight. But there you go. That's Mark Menashe. Still in the lead is Scott Larson with 2.5 at 39.5 off 34 mile an hour. In second spot right now is CC Brown with 2 at 39.5 off. And currently in third with half at 39.5 off is Seth Stischer. And currently in a tie, a 2-way tie for fourth, Kevin Bishop and Mark Menashe with 5.5 at 38 off. So now we're down to our final 4 competitors, and we can confirm that because Scott Larson has the lead with 4 competitors to go with 2.5 at 39, he has 1 spot on the podium at the very least. He can finish no worse than 5th. So we've got Darren Montgomery coming up next. And anyone want to guess what he's going to go in at? Everyone else has gone at 32 off, 34 miles an hour so far. And I should surmise that this competitor will do pretty much the same. There you go. 32 off, 34 mile an hour. Darren Montgomery rolls in for the entrance gates around buoy number 1. Darren Montgomery choosing to ski on the Denali. That ski that, when it was launched a few seasons ago, certainly turned some heads and also turned some buoys as well, as he gets round all 6 of them on the opening pass of 32 off at 34 miles an hour. So looking at this once again, Darren Montgomery just staying up over his ski. So Darren Montgomery using a ski, the Denali, that features a rocker that goes along the entire length of the ski. Most of slalom skis by design have a flat and a sweet spot in the middle, and doesn't taper too much beyond that towards the back. Now, Adam Cord and Adam Caldwell's design philosophy totally turns that on its head and uses a full-length rocker, which means that that in relative terms the tip is almost completely flat compared to a lot of other skis out there on the market. Some people like it, and some people really revel in the situation and the performance that the Denali offers. So there you go, good skiing there from Darren Montgomery. He gets through 32 and 35 off and sets himself up now for 38 off. So now the bar score, in order to get into the top 5, has got to be more than 2 buoys. 2 buoys at 39.5 off. Anything more will guarantee that person's spot on the 5 placement podium. And then if that happens, then the score resets to the 3rd best score right now, which I'm seeing from Seth Stischer with half at 39.5 off, and then it continues on from there. All right. So looking at the tent, there's still quite a bit of wind present. We see the sponsor flags all across the way, and we do have to say a big shout out to our sponsors, including visit centralflorida.com. If you're looking to visit locations off the beaten track in Central Florida, especially in Lake and Polk counties, give those cats a visit. Visit centralflorida.com. That's visit centralflorida.com. Here we go. This is Darren Montgomery. This is 38 off. Look at him pummel that turn there on buoy number 3. He's round buoy number 4. He's getting loose into number 5 and almost a little bit too loose, and actually almost catches number 6 with the handle as he pings it in that general direction. But it's going to be a 4.5. It's going to be 4 1/2 at 38 off at 34 miles now. which means that another skier that's made it onto the podium, and that is CC Brown with 2 at 39.5. So great to have the support of all of you folks on the live chat. A couple of questions have come up, and I will directly answer them. George Russell, hopefully that isn't the George Russell in F1, but he says, what does 39.5 off mean? Distance between the markings you have to go around? Well, 39.5 off is actually based upon the 75-foot line. If you take 39.5 feet off the standard 75-foot line, you are left with a certain amount of distance, and it is that distance that of rope that you use. Now, 39.5 off. It's I would say, without fear of too much contradiction, that it is a rather antiquated way of actually expressing line length shortenings, at least compared to the metric system, which I personally prefer. But for the sake of being understood for the general crowd here, especially here in the United States, we do use the feet off system. So if, for example, a line length is 35 off, that means that it's 35 off 75 feet. 75 minus 35 is 40 feet, and 40 feet of line that you have to get round a course that's 37.5 feet in width. Now, the course width does not change at all right from the start through to the end. It's the line length in relation to that course that actually changes. So when you get to about 40 feet of line, which is 35 off, you have about 2.5 feet to get round the buoys. Once you get to 38 off, the length of line is 37 feet, for example, and because the width of the course is 37.5 feet in width, you have to make up a deficit on each buoy of 6 inches. I hope that sets you right there, and Mr. George Russell. Hopefully maybe that is the George Russell that's involved in F1. I'm not too sure, and if he's taken a vacation, well, make sure you enjoy yourself watching this slaloming competition as we look and see Jason Peckham at 32 off to get things up and running. Now, Jason Peckham, who's been ahead of the curve a little bit so far as of a new design of handle, because he's using, I believe, the Peckham handle system. We're going to take a closer look here. Yes, indeed, he is using a newer version of the handle that he created. Now, for as long as I can remember, most of ski handles that have existed have had 2 anchor points, one on each end, and in some instances, some people actually fall and they get trapped in the handle. A good friend of mine, actually, Aaron Davies from Great Britain, actually stuffed his handle through the triangle, and it actually meant that he broke his arm and had to spend a good season away after a skin graft and all of that kind of stuff to get fully rehabilitated. And I saw that Aaron Davis had been using and testing a new type of handle called the Peckham handle, which only has 1 anchor point, and the use of that handle is currently under supervision by the International Water Ski and Wakeboard Federation, and they're allowing the use of this handle in the competitions both at national and international level for at least a season before making a definitive decision as to allow that handle to be a permanent part of tournament water skiing. And the brains behind that handle is on the water right now. That is Jason Peckham. He's gone through 32 and 35 off at 34 miles an hour. And we'll see what he can do. So we just wait on Jason Peckham to come back into the course, having run the that pass. So getting ready to come back in at 38 off. Now 38 off means that the line length is 37 feet. It's the first instance in which the line length is shorter than the distance between the boat and the buoys. So he's going to have to make up a deficit of 6 inches on each turn. 38 off or 11.25 meters. This is Jason Peckham. Takes a good hard snap of buoy number 1, using that Conley ski to great effect as he makes a good play on number 2. And round number 3, and look at him go. He's good to go round 4. Doesn't even wait to or do a safety check round buoy number 5, and manages to get round number 6. He'll have a chance to go at 39.5 off. That is Jason Peckham. All right, so taking a look there, taking a big old hit there off number 4, but he stayed stable. He allowed for that ski to turn. A right foot forward skier. A nice natural neutral turn around buoy number 5 kind of helped him save that pass a little bit here at the 82nd Good Water Ski National Championships. Big shout out goes to our ski brands who have helped with the sponsorship of this tournament. HO Sports, Conley Skis, Eagle Wetsuit, Masterline Ropes and Handles. We thank each and every one of them for their support as we work our way along. Also Conley Skis as well. Here we go. Let's have a look. Jason Peckham, 39.5 off. Needs more than 2 to get on the top 3. He's good to go round number 2. He's good for 3. Does he make a play on 4? Yes, he does. He gets round number 4. He collapses, and that means that we have a skier that has placed himself on the top 3 with 2 competitors remaining. Our new leader is Jason Peckham. Really drove his shoulder down after buoy number 1 to try and stay early on the course. Using, really drove that ski into the water there and round buoy number 3 to get it to turn on a dime. And unfortunately there for him, that almost pulled him directly over his ski, but he was brave enough, he was strong enough, and he got enough to take the lead with a score of 3 1/2 at 39. 3.5 at 39. I'll double check with the live scoring to see if that holds water. But a good effort there from Jason Peckham. It is indeed a 3 1/2. He is your new leader. And now we come down to our final 2 competitors. A skier that was instrumental in the development of the Denali slalom ski, as he is to this day. This is Adam Cord. Adam Cord, who in the past has worked alongside greats of slalom ski design such as the late great Andy Mapple a few years ago, before he started experimenting with some new and radical designs of his own, including some shapes for Bryan skis many years ago, which have morphed into something close to what we're seeing right now from Denali skis, the ski that he's riding on right now. And just look at that turn on buoy number 2. He is just absolutely on fire out there. at 32 off, 34 miles an hour, and is just absolutely on his game. Adam Cord, who lives these days in the Northwest over in Washington State, and just absolutely just pummels that pass. Continues to work side by side with Adam Caldwell to continue the development of the Denali brand. So pass number 1 under his belt. That was at 32 off at 34 miles an hour. The boat speed seems to be pretty consistent at 34 miles an hour for every single one of our skiers. And here we go, 35 off. Again, a little bit behind the boat on the turn in towards buoy number 1, but he more than makes up for it with a hellacious buoy number 1 and just cranks the living snot out of buoy number 2, continuing to rocket round buoy number 4. A nice extension on buoy number 5, and number 6, he was all over that one. So, Adam Cord on the water at this time. 32 off, 34 miles an hour he started on, and this is 35, and just continuing to really, really excel out there on the water. Still got one more skier to come, and that is Cale Burdick. So currently, as it stands right now in the lead, Jason Peckham with 3.5 at 39 ahead of our current second place finisher at this time with Scott Larson with 2.5 at 39. Then we see C.C. Brown with 2 at 39. And then we look further and see that half at 39 by Seth Stisher. Those are currently your top 4 at this time. Here we go. There is Adam Cord. Nice extension there off number 3. Well early for number 4. This is 38 off. He's making this look like 28 off. Just has a knack of just looking and making these passes look like they're the easy ones. Absolutely great skiing there from Adam Cord. But I tell you what, there's an awful lot going on under the surface whenever he skis. He makes the turn, takes the resistance, and then just really, really rips it behind the boat. Then just throws the ski onto its inside edge. Achieves a good track there, especially into that number 4, where that's the last of his good side turns. And then just stays neutral for number 5 and has enough residual room to attempt buoy number 6, and just looking absolutely on his game right now. That is Adam Cord. All right, so now coming in at 39.5 off. That's the equivalent of 35.5 feet of rope. He needs to find 2 feet of distance. He needs to claw that deficit back with every single turn that he makes from here on out. There's number 1. Oh, and he blows the tail. It's half a buoy. And with one skier remaining, I believe there is a runoff situation that has occurred between him and Seth Stisher. Half at 39.5 off. I'll double check on that, but I believe that with our current leader being Jason Peckham in the lead with 3.5 at 39, And that score of 2.5 at 39 for Scott Larson in second. Third place right now is currently being held by C.C. Brown. And the next best score is Haferbury at 39, which does mean that at the very least there will be a runoff between Adam Cord and Seth Stisher for either 4th or 5th place, depending on how Cale Burdick skis coming up very, very soon. So, yes, from what I can see, there is going to be a runoff situation for at best 4th spot, for at worst 5th spot between Seth Stisher and Adam Cord. Both of them scoring 1/2. All right, so we're on to our final skier in regulation. We will have a runoff between Seth Stisher and Adam Cord, both of them on 1/2 at 39.5 off. Whether that runoff resolves for 4th or 5th place is going to be determined by this competitor. On the water at 32 off at 34 miles an hour, this is Cale Burdick. He's actually going in at 35 off. He wants to get the job done, and he wants to head on out of town as quickly as possible. There we go. That is Cale Burdick, 35 off, opening his account. Making quick work of the opening pass at 35. Now, what this does, of course, is it sets the 39.5 off pass potentially in the opposite direction, like this direction right here. His next pass after this one is 38 off, which gives him 37 feet of line to get round a course that's 37.5 feet in width. And then when he gets to 39.5 off, he has a 2-foot deficit to make up for because the line length is 35.5 feet in length, with the course width being 37 feet. I'm explaining this to you in this way because there have been some questions on the live chat in regards to how the off system works as opposed to the metric measurement. So hopefully that better explains what the answers that you seek, Mr. Russell. And anyone else that wants to find out more about slalom skiing. And indeed, if you want to find out more about tournament water skiing in general, the site to go to is usawaterski.org. That's usawaterski.org. You can find out a whole wealth of knowledge, including all the information needed on these national championships from running orders all the way up to leaderboards. This is 38 off, 37 feet of line. To get round a course that's 37.5 feet in width, and he gets the job done, and he does it so smoothly and well. So just looking at this once again, this is Cale Burdick. Gets in a little deep off number 1, but he knows exactly where he is at any given time. He is so experienced on the slalom course. It extends way back to his collegiate days, where he was the 2004 National Collegiate Men's Slalom Champion. Way back in the day in the early 2000s, where he skied for the Purdue Boilermakers in that instance. He won that National Slalom crown in the collegiate ranks in 2004. Tri-Lakes in Zachary, Louisiana, the home of Bennett's Water Ski and Wakeboard School. Big shout out to the good folks there that are watching the coverage here at the 82nd Good Water Ski National Championships. I hope you've had a pleasant week, and now's the time to kick back, relax, and watch the action here as we see Cale Burdick approach the course behind that Nautique towboat. 39.5 off to take the win. He's got to get more than 3.5. He gets round number 1. He gets round number 2. He's still there, you know. He's round number 3. Does he make it outside 4? Winner, winner, chicken dinner. He's to go round number 4 for 5, and he'll have a chance to try 41 off coming up next. Great skiing there from Cal Burdick. He is your winner. Yes. 41 off coming up next. 41 off. 34 feet of line. We're taking another 1.5 feet of line away. And now he's really going to have to extend out. He's now going to have to make up about 3.5 feet of deficit on each buoy in order to get through the run. And yes, some people have indeed run 41 off in the past. Some people have even gotten halfway down the course at 43 off, which means the rope length is 32 feet in length against a course that's 37.5 feet in width. And that means that you have to be at least 6 feet tall effectively to have any shot of getting deep in that run. But we are about a length or two earlier. This is now 41 off. 41 off. 34 feet of line. Let's see what he can do. There's one. He's already won this event, but he really wants to make a statement here. He's round number 2, a delay there. Gets round number 3 to the wake. 3 at 41 off. And he signals to the boat, thanking them for their pull. And he is your national champion in men's Masters Slalom. 3 at 41 off at 34. But we are not done yet, because we have a runoff for 5th place between Adam Cord and Seth Stisher, who both tied on 5 at 39.5 off in regulation. So just to make sure I haven't missed out on anything, let me go through the top scores. The score, the winning score, 3 at 41 off. We know that. That's Kel Burdick. In second spot, Jason Peckham. We know that, 3.5 at 39. Then we continue going downwards. We see Scott Larson, 3rd place, 2.5 at 39. We have that. 4th place with 2 at 39 is C.C. Brown. And that means the next score down is a tie. And it's a tie for 5th spot right now between Seth Stisher and Adam Cord. It's going to be some free skiing for you to watch between now and the end. So the runoff will be between Seth Stisher and Adam Cord. Now, who gets to go first? Okay, so whilst we wait for the verdict on who gets to ski first and who doesn't, we're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we will have the runoff between Adam Cord and Seth Stisher next.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
See you in Vienna. Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
All right, then, we're turning to live slalom action here on Lake 2. This is the runoff for 5th place in the Masters men's competition. We've already resolved the situation regarding the first 4 places. Adam Cord, your national champion in Masters men, ahead of Jason Peckham, ahead of Scott Larson, ahead of C.C. Brown. And the 5th and final podium placement is going to be resolved by 2 skiers that have tied with half at 39.5 off. They'll both go into the course at 38 off to start off their Odyssey again behind that Nautique with the PCM 6.2 litre engine, developing close to 500 brake horsepower, the kind of power you need for this kind of activity. And here we go, Seth Stischer, right in that Conley C1. Let's see what he's got. Round number 1. This is 38 off. Now Seth Stischer, who ran half at 39. Oh, and he goes down at 38 off on his opener, and that could potentially open up the door as wide as the Mississippi River. Oh, my word. Seth Stischer getting around buoy number 5 and unfortunately dropping the handle. And all that our second skier needs to do, I say all, because it is by no means an automatic. He's got to get more than 4.5. That skier being Adam Cord, our second competitor out. And I'm sure that Adam Cord was looking in the opposite direction, thinking that 38 off is just a mere formality for someone like Steph. But no. And just throwing his hands in the air. Just absolutely exhausted after skiing the original round and this runoff situation that has transpired here. Once again, this is a runoff for 5th spot in the Masters men competition. Once again, I'm telling you that the national champion in Masters men is Kel Burdick with 3 at 41 off, ahead of Jason Peckham with 3.5 at 39, ahead of Scott Larson with 2.5 at 39, ahead of CC Brown with 2 at 39. Now Seth Stisher in a tie for 5th with Adam Cord, both at half. That's their official score. What they do here from here on out is only used to determine a placement, whether it is 5th or 6th spot. The loser gets 6th, the winner gets 5th via this runoff situation. All right, so it comes down to this, folks. If Adam Cord can get round number 5 and at least get to the wakes after that turn, then he will win himself 5th place. All right, behind the Nautique towboat, one last pass. Doesn't even need to get to 39.5 off. Just needs to get as close to running this 38 off pass as he can. Here he comes. Adam Cord bleeds off a bit of speed into buoy number 1. Good extension there. Allows the ski to rotate on buoy number 2. He's still upright. On number 3, he's good to go. It's on his way to number 4. He's 1 buoy away. He's round buoy number 5. And he collapses. Oh, my word. Round buoy number 5. It is double runoff time. Unless the officials determine that he got far enough behind the wakes on his way from 5 to 6. So it is 4.5. It's 4 1/2, and that means bring back Seth, bring back Adam. We go back in on the last complete pass, which is 38 off, and they will determine a runoff for 5th spot. I'm sure that Adam Cord will be getting it in the ear quite a bit this evening, being asked, why didn't you S-turn buoy number 5? Why didn't you just get round number 5 to the wakes and call it an evening? May sound cruel and blunt, but that's the way it is. What was that? All right, then. So we continue to go on now. Off the dock first is going to be Adam Cord. They've redrawn for the spots, and Adam Cord is going to take to the water first. And I mean, Seth Stisher was on the dock. He was like milling around and was probably getting used to the prospect of finishing in 6th spot. But then he turned around and then he saw Adam Cord in the water after 5 buoy at 39.5 off. And they're still in a tied situation. Double runoff time. I'm not too sure what line length that each will go in at. I think they go in at the last complete pass, which is 38 off. Actually, from what I'm hearing on the radio communication, it is sudden death now. They go in at the pass that they originally posted a score on, which is 39.5 off. 39.5 off, or for those of you metrically inclined, it is 10.75 meters. 39.5 off the standard 75-foot line gives you 35.5 feet. That means you have to basically pick up a deficit of 2 feet on each turn. So for those of you that are monitoring the live chat right now, thank you very much for continuing to post your messages. I will continue to answer any pressing questions you have right up until the very end of this runoff situation. But so glad to have so many of you continuing to watch this competition, whether you are an experienced water ski athlete or just watching this on YouTube for the very first time. If you're just scouring for interesting stuff to watch on YouTube on the off chance of seeing this and have continued to watch since the time that you first clapped eyes on it, then certainly thank you very much for doing so. Certainly one of the aims of doing a webcast such as this, but it's not only to expose the sport and continue to provide a broadcast outlet for the experienced athletes and experienced people that have been involved in the sport for decades, but also it's there to introduce new people into the sport and to better explain what we do, with the aim of getting more and more involved within the sport of tournament water skiing under the auspices of the American Water Ski Association, one of the 9 event disciplines that is under the umbrella of USA Water Ski. And you can find out more about USA Water Ski and its 9 disciplines, not only regular tournament skiing, but also barefooting, ski racing, collegiate water skiing. Yes, there is such a thing, collegiate water skiing, where we have the national championships in October. So we're going through. It looks like Connor Pauly is there inside of the trailer, and he's getting ready to do some switching once again. And as is typically the case prior to any single runoff situation, the boat has to make a pass up and down to provide equal conditions for our skiers. No, if the boat didn't make its way up and down, the first skier would actually have a bit of an advantage in terms of having calmer water compared to the second skier who would go out immediately after someone had skied. So in order to create a level playing field, the boat makes its pass up and down before picking up the first skier in a runoff situation. All right then, folks, as we continue to rock our faces off with the slalom competition in the runoff situation for 5th place in the Masters Men. I'm Tony Lightfoot. It's been a pleasure announcing for you all day with the tricking event, and just took over for a little while for Curtis Williams, who instead took over from Zane Nicholson, who I'm sure is somewhere watching this. Whether it'll be in the Airbnb somewhere or maybe on site under the vendor's tent. Big shout out to all of our vendors who have come from far and wide to show us their latest and greatest products. Generally, the Water Ski Nationals is the place to go to if you want to see the latest and greatest before they hit the pro shop shelves. The likes of HO and Radar and Goode and Conley, as well as also products from Eagle, from Masterline as well. We thank all of those folks for populating the vendor's tent that you see in that shot right there. All right, let's get it on, folks. Adam Cord, our first skier off the dock. We've redrawn the order, and now it is sudden death. 39.5 off. It's a case of now getting as far down that pass as possible. Now, for those of you who are wondering what rules we go under regular AWSA amateur tournament rules, which means that that we keep going until we have a winner. Pro Tour rules normally dictate that the second skier has to completely, outrightly beat the first score in order to take the victory, whereas a tie or anything less means that the victory goes to the person before. And oh my word, and Adam Cord blows the tail off buoy number 1. He swims into the shore. Trying to stay on top of the water, and pulled out way too early for the gates at 39.5 off. Trying to get that ski round now. Which skier prevails? Is it going to be Adam Cord, or is it going to be Seth Stisher? The boat is making its way back towards the dock right now to bring in Seth Stisher. Seth Stisher and Adam Cord, they have certainly crossed paths in the past. Seth Stisher, a native of South Carolina. Adam Cord, who helps design the Denali ski along with Adam Caldwell at Trophy Lakes in South Carolina as well. So they're both familiar with Charleston and the greater Charleston area in South Carolina. So now, to whom does the victory go to? Adam Cord, who had the opportunity in the previous runoff to just square up after number 5 and just make an S-turn and go for the wakes, but he decided to go for the entire pass and paid the price for it by scoring 4.5 in the previous runoff matchup. Now, here we go. Let's continue on. Skier about to take to the water behind that Nautique towboat. All right, here we go, folks. Coming in. This pass, Seth Stisher. Sensible skiing would dictate that he gets round number 1 to the wakes. 39.5 off, but he still continues to ski. He is your 5th place position winner. So there we go. That is Seth Stisher, your 5th place finisher, taking the runoff ahead of Adam Cord. So it's Seth Stisher there winning 5th place, ahead of 4th place winner with 2 at 39, CC Brown, ahead of 3rd place Scott Larson, ahead of 2nd place Jason Peckham, and ultimately your winner of the Masters men's division in the slalom competition is Cale Burdick with 3 buoys at 41 off. My name has been Tony Lightfoot. It's been a pleasure announcing for the last few skiers. And until we resume events tomorrow starting at 8 a.m. for the 5th and final day of competition here at the 82nd Good Water Ski National Championships, I'm going to say for the 2nd time today, it's ciao for now.
We are Radar, and this crew is the backbone of the Radar Nation. They live on the water day in and day out, devoting their lives to bringing skiing to the masses. We have designers, innovators, free spirits, and badass buoy slayers, all charging at 100% to grow the sport. There's no better group of individuals to be driving the ship that leads water skiing.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions?